Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now we'll have the invocation by Huntington Beach Police Chaplain James Pike.
Let us pray. At long last, a day of sun in our city that has blessed us on our beaches, and we pray that this chamber continue the day of light. May you bring your divine wisdom. May there be a spirit of conciliation. May we come together for the sake of the common good, for the prosperity of our people. God bless the city of Huntington Beach. God bless the United States of America. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend.
Members, now moving down the item of agenda. City Attorney, do we have anything to report?
Nothing tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
City Clerk, do we have any supplemental communications?
Yes, we do. For our City Attorney's report, item number 5, we received a PowerPoint presentation entitled Community Prosecutor Program Update from our City Attorney, Michael Gates, and an email communication regarding that item. For administrative items number 15, we received 4 email communications regarding future development of 17642 Beach Boulevard. For council member item number 18, a PowerPoint presentation entitled Huntington Beach Library Children's Books received from Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark. We received 6. This is up until 5 o'clock. Not all of these emails are posted into the record yet, but they will all be there tomorrow. But we got an updated number at 5 o'clock, 621 email communications. And then for item number 19, as of 5 o'clock, 110 email communications. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you. I assume I know the answer to this, but City Clerk, do we have anybody signed up to speak?
Yes, Mayor, we do. And right now we're at about 135. So.
Okay. There you go.
I'm going to call them in groups of 10. A couple of people signed up more than once, and we were able to catch it. But if I call your name twice, if you've already spoken, please don't come up. Let's keep things moving. Okay?
And I made a commitment as mayor, just so everybody's going to get their 3 minutes. We're not limiting speech.
Okay.
But I do want to let the community know that some of the members might have to go in the back to use a restroom from whatever. But just know that everything you say is all heard in the back as well. So I just want to make that clear to the people.
Great. And if everybody could just, when you see the podium open up, if you're in line, just come up to the microphone and we'll keep things moving. Okay, so the first 10, Brenda Glim, Lisa Kennedy, Gloria Lurie, Lori Adelante, Shirley Detloff, Ian Mason, Kelly Jones, Dugan Becks, Kathy Ryder, and Diane Bentley. Come on down.
So at this time, before we get our first speaker, I have to announce this. At this time, the City Council will receive comments from members of the public regarding any topic, including items on the open session agenda. Individuals wishing to provide a comment may do so in person by filling out a request to speak form delivered to the City Clerk. All speakers are encouraged but not required to identify themselves by name. Each speaker may have up to 3 minutes unless the volume of speakers warrants reducing the time allowance. Please note that the Brown Act does not allow discussion or action on topics that are not on the agenda. Members of the public who would like to speak directly with the council member on any item not on the agenda may consider scheduling an appointment by contacting our City Council's administrative assistant at 714-536-5553 or emailing the entire City Council at city.council@surfcity-hb.org. With that, thank you for being here and start us off. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello, good evening. I am Brenda Glim, a longtime resident and homeowner here in Huntington Beach. On June 10th, 2023, around 10:45 p.m., my husband and I returned home from a dinner party with friends. He went in to say goodnight to one of our grandsons, and I went to speak to my daughter. The two of us heard a thump. I went to investigate and saw him lying on the floor. He was so still. I called his name. I yelled at my daughter to call 911. By instinct, I immediately dropped to my knees and started CPR. My daughter, while calling and talking to the 911 dispatcher, kept my husband's airways clear. Within 5 minutes, the police arrived, and seconds later, the EMTs and fire department. It was a team effort, but his heart started, and he was rushed to Hoag Hospital. Ryan, and that's the only name I remember of that night, and his partner waited at the emergency room until I arrived and assured me that my daughter and I, giving him CPR, gave him a fighting chance. Later, I found out surviving sudden cardiac arrest outside of medical services is survived by less than 5%. CPR makes a difference. I don't know the names of the heroes that night, but want to give them our undying gratitude. Because of their prompt response, professionalism, and skill, my husband has a bit of recovery to go, but our happy tribe is whole. If anyone here knows who these heroes are, my husband and I would love to be able to personally thank them and have dinner with them. I'll keep this part short as I'm tired and out of patience and niceness. F4s, what the F? For the sake of Huntington Beach, quit acting like junior high school yard bullies. Stay in your freaking lane and work on the city budget, homelessness, crime, and potholes. Let the career experts do their job that they were hired to do. And most especially, keep your milly, unintelligent, lack of knowledge, power-grabbing, pandering, showboating paws off our library. Two of your so-called porno books we have used in our house to teach our grandsons sex education instead of them going to YouTube. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
A very difficult act to follow, but I'll try. Good evening, Mayor Strickland and members of the council. My name is Shirley Detloff, and I've been a resident since 1964. I'm also here tonight as one of the authors of the Human Dignity Statement, which every council has adopted since 1996. Since the start of the new year, several issues have been brought to the council that detract from our city's reputation and standing. I'd hoped things might improve as members gained experience and understanding, but this has not been the case. A brief list concerning activities include prohibiting the pride flag from being flown on government property, removing the Interfaith Council's role in determining who gives the prayer before council meetings, settlement of the Pacific Air Show lawsuits, which I fully feel would have been won. These activities send signals to the community that we are not conducive to the inclusive community we strive to create. Most recently, a pamphlet filled with hate against the LGBTQ community and the Jewish community was delivered to residents near Edison High School. This did not happen in a vacuum. Now we come to tonight's meeting, an item concerning our beloved library is before you. We have one of the finest library systems in the nation, and from the beginning, we have had outstanding librarians and staff. We also have a library board which reviews all areas of how the library is being managed. Any review of books should be the responsibility of the librarian and not by someone in the city attorney's office. We have heard over and over again how busy that office is. Our library should not be used as political pawns. I was glad that this agenda item did not use the word, I was told that this agenda item did not use the word banned, and I agree. But it very well could be the beginning of the library being forced to take off books from our library shelves if they don't fit with whomever is in a leadership position. We should look back in history to learn our lesson. While World War II might seem distant to you, but many of us grew up in the shadows of the war and with those who served during these difficult times. Millions of lives were lost and our democracy was threatened. Germany shut down democracy and thank God in the end they lost. They banned books as a way to control the people and truth. We have seen the images of books being burned during the war, and we knew that millions of Jews lost their lives because others turned a blind eye to the deception of a few. This is a lesson you should contemplate and consider as you vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening. The citizens of Huntington Beach are intelligent people. And you're sitting there thinking, of course they are. They voted me in. So some of your constituents are very upset that you do not trust them and that you think they're stupid. You're on a very slippery slope. We protect our children. We watch, we mold our children. Some of our children are outstanding to come home and say, you know what little Johnny said today? Some are not. Some go to the library, they check out books about subjects that they want to discuss, but they still don't know how to discuss them. As a parent, my kids went to bed. I read every library book they brought home. This way I knew what discussions had to be had, where they were at, what they were thinking, and yes, some of those conversations came earlier than I thought. Conversations about the secrets of Santa Claus, the secrets of procreation, the mysteries of sex. Some of the dialogue was surprising because they wanted to help another student, their friend, they just didn't know how. By banning books, you're basically saying you don't trust us with our families. You're on that slippery slope. And if you decide instead of banning, you're going to do a restricted section of the library, well, now you're going to need a new employee that's going to have to check everybody's ID, make sure that they're old enough. And what happens if they are old enough, but this librarian's worked with that person and they know they have the mental age of a 10-year-old because they're challenged? Are you going to have that librarian now say, I'm sorry, you can't get that book, you're not mentally old enough? Not even Mr. Gates is going to save you from that lawsuit. A slippery slope. Interestingly enough, you're worried about pornography when you have a statue of a naked man, including his genitalia, down at the beach. There's that slippery slope. Are you going to tell the high schools that have swim teams that they cannot wear Speedos because it leaves nothing to the imagination? Are you going to tell the millions of visitors that come to us that we rely on their income that they have to wear burqas to the beach? Because our children go to the beach too, and some of those suits are just not quite right. On June 1st, Governor Newsom posted a letter highlighting case law and constitutional precedent that restricts the removal of books from libraries and schools. So whatever you do decide, I'm sure it's going to be appealed, and you're going to continue with this Fahrenheit 451 fiasco, and then you're going to commit more money that the city doesn't have, so now the intelligent people of Huntington Beach are looking at you like, are you trying to bankrupt our city? All because you don't trust us.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hi, my name is Laura Adelot. I am a current resident of Huntington Beach, and I grew up here. This is my hometown. I'm here today to address the proposal to undermine our city's library with 3 points. First, I want to echo something I've been hearing a lot of in regard to this proposal, which is that it is insulting to the people of Huntington Beach. The proposed changes suggest that we as individuals, as parents, as a community, are not smart enough or strong enough to walk into a library and make decisions for ourselves or talk to our children about making decisions about how to encounter a wide array of books and make choices and judgments that are right for us and for our families. I know the people of Huntington Beach, and I trust that our community can handle the freedom to choose what is right for them at the library. My second point comes from a professional perspective. Item 18 proposes that the city attorney should make decisions about what books belong in the library, and that our city should break from the American Library Association, or ALA. I hold a master's in library and information science. So what I understand is that these proposals are the equivalent of hiring a lawyer who hasn't passed the bar or scheduling surgery with a doctor who isn't licensed to practice. It will lower our city's standards. You may notice I said my degree is in information science. This is because it's the absolute mission of librarians, the thing that is drilled into you in library school, that the librarian's role is to impartially provide his or her community with access to information that exists in the world, as much information and as wide and varied information as possible. We all want librarians to be the ones doing that job because they are the ones who trust you as members of their community to be smart and strong in what you do with that information. Like it, hate it, refuse to engage with it, that's up to you. Finally, an historical point. My own work as an historian and a librarian took me to Philadelphia, where I've worked firsthand with Revolutionary-era letters and pamphlets written by our founding fathers. One thing that stands out when reading those early documents is how vital the freedom of information was to the founding of our country. Benjamin Franklin founded our first library and was our nation's first librarian. The sometimes controversial books he selected for that initial library helped our nation grow from ideas into action. After all, Franklin and friends had some pretty radical and shocking opinions for their times. They all knew that if England had appointed some British city attorney as head librarian in Franklin's place, that the history of America might be very different. So let's be smart, let's be strong, and let's continue to support the centuries-old American tradition that freedom of information forms the foundation for freedom of speech.
Next speaker, thanks for being here. Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, honored mayors of the City Council, and distinguished members of our Huntington Beach community, my name is Kelly Jones, and I'm here to read a prepared statement on behalf of State Senator Dave Min. I am deeply disturbed by the proposed book ban being considered tonight, particularly given what is happening right now in more reactionary parts of the country like Texas, Utah, and Missouri, which have enacted similar bans. This country has a long and proud tradition of free speech and emphasizing the marketplace of ideas, and nowhere has this tradition been more present than in public libraries. Book bans are contrary to our most cherished American values and correspond with the ugliest parts of our country's history. Previous efforts to ban books have always been about targeting and erasing politically provocative ideas, and they represent a dark stain on our cherished traditions of robust free speech. Classics like Shakespeare and The Diary of Anne Frank were once banned in this country because they were seen as obscene and pornographic. During the McCarthy era, Henry David Thoreau's Civil Disobedience and John Steinbeck's Grapes of Wrath were obscene because they encouraged protests against the status quo. The classic story of Robin Hood was famously banned because it encouraged class rebellion. If parents choose not to expose their kids to certain materials or ideas, they are well within their rights to do so. But calling for a sweeping, overbroad ban on all controversial material is not only illegal, it's wrong. Because what you are aiming to do is to deny everyone access to certain ideas or materials simply because some people find them controversial. Public libraries have and always will be sacred places of intellectual freedom. They should never be used as tools of oppression or censorship. I respectfully urge the City Council to reject this proposed ordinance.
Thank you. Next speaker. Thanks for being here.
My name is Gloria Lurie, and I'm a 36-year resident of Huntington Beach. I'm a retired teacher as well. I have questions for the City Council. When will the witch burning begin? When will you begin locking up the academics? When will you be building the camps? When are the next Klan meetings to begin? And finally, how can this council define pornography when the United States of America Supreme Court cannot? Council members Kamlick, Bolton, and Moser, on behalf of the marginalized, victimized, maligned, and discriminated against persons, thank you for your item.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and HP residents. Kathy Ryder, resident voter in HP since 1985. I strongly oppose Agenda Item 18. Making printed and audio materials unavailable is just semantics for banning them. If my granddaughter can't check them out, she's been effectively banned. The librarians employed by the city are highly qualified, respected with years of experience. Replacing them to decide which books we should purchase or which books we should secret away by the city attorney is just plain absurd. Because you see, everyone has a different perspective of what is considered obscene or pornographic. Many find complete sections of this book, the Bible, to have pornography and obscenity, and do not think it's appropriate for children. Should we have materials about the KKK? Should we have materials about Nazis, slavery, genocide, genital mutilation, sex, and LGBTQ+ in our libraries? Of course we should. Because as a matter of fact, at age 8, I learned that in the 1920s and 1930s, members of my grandfather's family had been KKK. This prompted a trip right away to the Costa Mesa Public Library to find out why my grandfather was so horrified and embarrassed by his family. I got to see pictures, read books and materials, and could come to my own conclusions about the KKK. And my parents, of course, supported this endeavor, and I was grateful for the library for having these materials for me. And that is what should happen here in Huntington Beach. Let parents decide, not an elected official who has not prepared years of learning about how to work in a library. And do you seriously think that telling your city employees that they cannot belong to one of the most prestigious professional organizations in the world is appropriate? What's next? I can't join the City of Engineers. I can't be part of the Public Works Association. And what about book burning? Should we add that on our calendar? I do fully support Agenda Item 19 because I do believe that we need to denounce all forms of hate because we have citizens in this city and they need to be respected regardless of their gender identity, their religious beliefs, their race, or their ethnicity. And on another note, what is the plan for our temporary navigation center that provides shelter for folks that have a contact in our city? The current temporary shelter is never intended to be a long-range solution, and Agenda Item 15 has many great options for you to choose from. So let's get back to true city business, helping to provide for our public safety, making sure our budget is sound and we use our money wisely. We employ qualified staff. We approve some kind of attainable housing for our workforce, and we look to provide some permanent housing for those who are unhoused.
10 seconds.
I urge each person here tonight to stick around and hear about the proposed budget cuts and to hear about the plans for the Navigation Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Greetings. My name is Diane Bentley, and I'm a 22-year resident of Huntington Beach. I've been involved with the excellent Huntington Beach Public Library for many years as a tutor in the adult literacy program and as a member of Friends of the Library. I am appalled at the prospect of censorship of the books in our great public library system as proposed in Agenda Item 18. This is a First Amendment issue, and it has no legitimate place on an HB City Council agenda. Huntington Beach citizens require access to books that contain information to help us all understand the world in all its complexity and to build mutual understanding. Students need to see themselves in books, and parents should be empowered to guide their children as they journey to adulthood. In the HB Public Library, children under 12 must come in with a proven parent or legal guardian to obtain a library card, and parents are notified about any book a child checks out. Parents have full control of what books their children read, but no other parent, no city council member, and no one else should be making decisions for other parents and their children. The role of the City Council is to support the operations of city services and to hire licensed and accredited professionals to perform the functions that keep our city operating. The accredited librarians in the HB Public Library have been thoughtfully curating the library's collections for many years, based on guidelines from the California Library Association. To suggest that there are books that require the oversight of the city attorney, who is not qualified in library science, is ludicrous and insulting. Further, the suggestion that the City of Huntington Beach should part ways with the American Library Association suggests a basic misunderstanding of the role of the ALA. The city is not a member of the ALA. Individual librarians are members, which accredits and qualifies library personnel. There are many issues facing the City of Huntington Beach that demand immediate attention of the City Council. Censoring access to books by our residents should not be on the City Council agenda. Vote no on agenda item 18.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hello, I'm Ian Mason, and I've come here to argue my case before here that item number 18 should not be passed. First off, the current system that we have to evaluate library materials is sufficient already. Whoever wants to challenge a bit of library material, they work together with librarians. They file a form. They work together with librarians to try to figure out whether the item in question is appropriate or not, and if so, it is moved to an adult section. Second is the potential for abuse of power this entire proposal has. I'm not necessarily saying that Mr. Gates over there is not qualified to do this, but I'm saying that no one should be trusted with this amount of power. It's ripe for abuse. If someone wanted to theoretically, if a secret left-wing activist wanted to ban the Bible and got in that position, they could. Under that proposal, the city attorney would have that much power, and that's a bad idea. The third one is we don't have any evidence that pornography is a big problem among the library materials. There was no evidence presented here. In addition, this could open us up to massive lawsuits like there are in Florida. It could potentially cost the city millions, money that we need for other services. The fourth thing is the difficulties of separation from the ALA. Like the previous person said, librarians are associated with the ALA, not the library itself. But under this, but if we were to decouple from the rest of the OC library system, to get away from that, we would lose access to a whole bunch of materials, and that's a bad thing. Finally, this is not good for our reputation. News crews are outside reporting this. The state senator, he's aware of this, and that's bad. People are unaware that people are unaware, people
10 seconds.
People from all sorts of minorities will not feel welcome in Huntington Beach, and thus they will not live, work, or play here if they don't feel comfortable. That is all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next 10, please.
Yes. All right, last call for Dugan Becks. Pat Goodman, Karen Jackal, Andrew Einhorn, Joanne Arvizi, Laszlo Lack, Joanne, Kathy Shea, Sue Welfringer, Tony Dawes, and Carol Dawes.
Thank you for being here.
Good evening. I'm Karen Jackal, and I am here regarding the item to ban use of the American Library Association. I went to the Ocean View School District, and in your minutes you have a letter from them dated June 19th showing that they oppose the item, and I think things have been very well said by others on why this needs to be opposed. We need to focus on infrastructure, homelessness, and things that our city can be aware of and do, and we need to pass our budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Thanks for being here.
Yes, my name is Joanne. I am in support of item 18. I believe that these materials do not need to be in the library. When you said they're not offensive, how many people have looked at what's here? Go look at all this disgusting things that are being shown. What's vagina slime with fingers up people's parts? Two boys that are sucking each other's genitals. You're telling me that, did your parents raise you that way? Did your grandparents raise you that way? That wasn't in schools, but it is now. What are you going to do about that? Parents are the ones that should be raising their kids, not others.
Hold the time. Hold the time.
Exactly, it's my time.
Let the speaker speak.
Parents should be having the right to raise their kids, but also these things that are in the library should not be targeted towards kids that small. This is really, really sad. We're seeing an epidemic of things out there. It's in a very ugly place right now. People outside are very angry, understandably, because parents want to be able to teach their kids, not have their kids say, hey, I came home from school today and in science lab they were masturbating. I'm sorry, where's the reading, writing, and arithmetic? Very funny, not funny at all. What happened to academics? What happened to all of that? Why are we even talking about this subject? It's just completely wrong. It's completely wrong. And as a daughter of one of the greatest generation, my father was a World War II vet, we were raised with better principles than this. Please, come up. This is America. This is not, we're not in a third world country. Please don't change things. And I don't appreciate somebody calling the Bible pornographic. There's nothing in there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Laszlo Locke. And thank you for the opportunity that you guys allow us to come and share these things. I do want to put my voice forward to support this move to take these books. We've heard a lot tonight about the importance of not burning books and going back in time and seeing all of our history and all of the things that we've heard about. It's so typical to redirect away from what it is mentioned why we're here tonight. We're not talking about burning books, about taking everything out that has the word sex in it. And yeah, the Bible is full of great things that talk about things straight up. But the fact is, this is a degradation. This is not something that is uplifting. All the parents that have spoken that they wanted to teach their children about sex, I don't think they took these posters and said, hey, look at this. This is what we're going to show you. This is not what we're talking about. We're saying that this should not be available to minors. We're not saying that, hey, everybody should take these books and we're all going to go out and burn them now. This is all the language is that this should not be about this material for minors. Shakespeare said that the eyes are the gateway to the soul. When are we going to put some blinders over kids that don't need to see this now? When they have a mind that they can comprehend this and they'll be able to understand it, fine. Are they going to see this anyway? Probably. But we're not going to make this available in the public library for them to see it. This is where we draw the line. We have a dictionary, and in it, there are some words that we have. Decency. Decency, behavior that conforms to accepted standards of morality and respect. Let's tear that out of here because we don't need it. Let's go back and let's look at honor. How is pornography honorable? It doesn't. That's what we're talking about. This doesn't honor anybody. Of all people, women should be outraged at what this does to them. This doesn't honor them. Let's take this out. You don't need this word either. We don't need honor at all either. Last word. Hey, you know what? We don't need it in this dictionary anymore. We could take this out too. Respect. How is this bringing respect to any people when we see this trash? This is what we're wanting to take out. Not the books that are just, hey, descriptive about love and then intimacy, all that. Great. I'm talking about the posters that we're seeing back here that are blatantly filled with this kind of filth. The respect, to hold in high esteem, give place of reverence and reputation above oneself. Hey, let's tear that out. Well, no, we don't need that either. We can burn this dictionary because none of this makes any sense. You all have the ability to change that and make something right. I applaud you for bringing this up to the attention. We need more people to stand up and not say, hey, we're going to burn books. Let's put definition back that means something. You have the power to bring back decency, honor, and respect to people, and let's up here all of that. So we would like that Thank you for that time.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening, Mayor Strickland, City Council members, Pat Goodman from Huntington Beach, and 3 items I wanted to speak about. One is item 15, which offers 4 proposals by the staff regarding the development options for the Navigation Center site. I'm sure that you will all consider input from various nonprofits, developers, Orange County government, SPA colleagues, and collaborators to determine the need and available funding sources for the best fit for the city at this site for those very needed services. I know that a decision needs to be made quickly on this agenda item, otherwise the land and/or funding used to acquire it in 2019 and 2020 will revert to the state. What I think is urgent as well is to identify an alternative transitional shelter site while the development of this site is going on. Having a solid plan to move forward is urgent to maintain our city's compliance with anti-camping laws, that people are treated with dignity, and to secure funding for affordable housing and homeless services. The whole community needs to be engaged and aware of how important this effort is to maintain and improve our homeless services and very low-income housing. Number 18, I'm opposed to. I am very upset that the council is not addressing critical issues like this agenda item 15 and spending more time to review the 2023-24 budget and out years and adopting and having it adopted by June 30th. Identifying new housing for all income levels, having a housing plan, and attracting families to our city that would possibly address our shrinking, declining enrollment in our great school systems, and especially affordable housing for all income levels, and addressing the housing insecurity of our mobile homeowners. I'm opposed to any government agency reviewing books and materials based on some arbitrary criteria established by City Attorney's Office to determine whether a book may be displayed. I doubt very much that the Attorney's Office would want to take that on. This is censorship, and there's no place for this activity in our democracy. Oppose this item quickly and move on. Please pass item 19 unanimously with declaration that you each and as a governing body denounce anti-Semitism, white supremacy, and anti-LGBTQ hate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Kathy Shea, and I'm here tonight to speak about item number 18. Tell you a short story. We were thrilled this year when my son brought his family home from D.C. to spend the holidays with us. The day after my son arrived, he needed absolute quiet for a critical Zoom call. So we decided to take our grandsons to the children's section of Central Library. The next day, we asked the boys what they wanted to do, and they asked to return to the library. Not go to Disneyland, not go to the beach, go to the library. The little guy played reading games on the computer with Grandpa. The middle one found great books on baseball and chess. And the eldest found a wonderful new adventure series with the help of the excellent librarian there. At no time were we even remotely concerned they'd find anything objectionable. We would have stopped them if they did. As parents and as grandparents, that is our job. There are already procedures in place to complain about books. We should use them. Another point I really want to make is that as a proud member of the Party of Lincoln, I deeply value intellectual freedom and I champion individual responsibility. I would never dream of acting as anyone else's moral conscience, and I would deeply reject anyone else acting as mine. Certainly no one should serve as the moral conscience of our entire city. Lastly, I want to underscore a point a previous speaker made, which is that our city has absolutely no institutional relationship with the American Library Association. Therefore, there's nothing to separate us from. I truly believe this item is flawed, and I truly and respectfully ask that you consider pulling it from tonight's agenda. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
My name is Andrew Einhorn, longtime Huntington Beach resident. Extremism needs to be recognized immediately, as hate words recently resurfaced in a Huntington Beach flyer. The flyer in question contained hate speech and incited violence. Flyer was done for hate purposes only and was disgraceful. Disturbingly, the Anti-Defamation League reports a 500% increase in anti-Semitic hate situations in the past decade. Some had the audacity to say this flyer was created by Jews to take the emphasis off the Edison video created by one of its students. For the record, that video contained no kissing, no sexual positions. Instead, it was a message about acceptance of self. Dehumanizing others and attacking their humanity is a danger to everyone. Individuals who propagate venomous ideologies such as anti-LGBTQ, anti-Semitic, or anti-anything views are perilous to society. I have spoken before this committee before about hate speech from one of your peers. In that discussion, I proposed a solution that involved a sincere apology, which would have gone a long way rectifying past indiscretions. Unfortunately, this apology never happened, leading me to recommend an external review committee to review the remarks by Vandermark. I checked with the Department of Public Records here in Huntington Beach, and there was no records regarding a city council meeting on the hate comments made by Vandermark. It is now the duty of the majority of this council to cease protecting one of their peers and do what's morally correct and establish an external committee to review this. So I ask, what does the majority fear in establishing this committee? What are you afraid of? Is it the truth? Lastly, I support item 19 on tonight's agenda, which denounces racism and anti-Semitic behavior. I wish to make it clear I do not support item 18 on this agenda, which pertains to book banning. This campaign aligns itself with a fascist agenda, no different than what Hitler did, burning books in the 30s. Books by Einstein, Helen Keller.
10 seconds.
And anything Jewish and more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Joanne Arvizu, and I am a resident for 50 years here in Huntington Beach. I am reading a letter addressed to you on behalf of Debbie Cook, former mayor of Huntington Beach. Dear City Council, I want to express my deepest concern regarding the efforts of Councilwoman Vandermark to censor books in our libraries. She is an example of those who seek to find trouble will always find it. Perhaps our browsing histories are next. This wave of fake hysteria over the purity of books and thoughts is regurgitated McCarthyism by a different name. America is a land of the free, except when we don't think as you want, love the way you want, worship as you worship, or read what you want us to read. It is the path of those who have run out of ideas. Every minute focused on culture war issues, attacking marginalized groups, suing government agencies draws more and more negative attention to a town I was once proud to be mayor. Local government should be about fixing potholes, building infrastructure, protecting the environment, engaging the community, deepening democracy. Culture war issues are like hand grenades for those who don't care to be thoughtful participants in the community. Not so long ago, we had leaders creating parks, a world-class library system, protecting wetlands and beaches, providing for those less fortunate. But that requires work, commitment, collaboration, and community. And it takes time, years and years of dedication. The kind of thoughtful dedication that former Mayor Ralph Bauer gave to this town and spent a lifetime creating. That's the kind of leadership that put Huntington Beach on the map. It is a group effort, not an individual sport. I acknowledge that my words may fall on deaf ears, but I felt compelled to go on record opposing thoughtless diversion by some of our city council. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hi, dear Honorable Mayor Strickland, Pro Tem Mayor Vandermark, and distinguished City Council members. My name is Sue Welfringer, and I narrowed down my comments to 3 questions and 3 statements. I'm curious which one of our council members campaigned on a platform of changing our library collection. I missed that message in the brochure, and now I feel duped. Question 2 is, do you really believe this is not a book ban? Item 18 does not use the word ban, but the truth is, when government officials are deciding which books are appropriate and available for someone else's child, this is book banning. This is censorship. This is wrong. My question 3 is regarding what specific concerns you have with the American Library Association. Are you implying that our elected officials understand the nuances of library science better than a 150-year national organization and our own professional dedicated librarians? My statements begin, I believe you have been misinformed if you believe we need to protect teens from unprotected books. We need to protect our youth from suicide, opioids, mental health issues, homelessness, hunger, hate, and more. Not from books. Statement 2 is, I believe you are misleading our community by stating our librarians are engaged in infecting our children with obscenity or pornography. I am curious what specific books in the children's library are porn. The book entitled Genderqueer is a graphic novel memoir located on the bottom floor of the adult section. Why would you lead our community to think that this was in the children's department? The objection to the picture book, Granddad's Pride, reflects, sadly, a homophobic fear, not pornography. Statement 3, books are a catalyst. It's a safe place for a safe place for young people and old people to learn how to be better humans. Even books with subject matter that makes us feel uncomfortable. We don't need a government official telling us what is and what isn't okay to read. Thank you for considering my concerns and that of all the people who have written in and come to speak tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Tony Dawes, a 28-year resident of Huntington Beach. I would encourage the council to not vote in favor of item 18. I believe there's time, that your time is better spent working on bigger problems, bigger issues. We have a well-run library with qualified librarians who know what they're doing. This is a very divisive and unnecessary item, as you can tell just from the crowd here tonight. There's a lot of folks who feel very strongly about the library. It's tantamount to a nanny state and to government overreach. So that's all I need to say, and I'll thank you for your time.
Thanks for being here. Next speaker, thank you for being here.
Good evening. My name is Carol Dawes, and I urge the City Council to reject Councilmember Gracie Vandermark's proposal of the library. I'm a 28-year resident of Huntington Beach. I serve on the board of the Friends of the Library, and I have 3 adult children who spent many hours in this wonderful library. Our Huntington Beach Library is a true treasure, and it has only become stronger over the years. It's why I now volunteer my free time to assist this incredible institution. Its highly educated librarians are one of its greatest assets. They plan a diverse range of programs for residents of all ages and backgrounds and are experts in navigating the vast ocean of information that's available to our diverse community. I trust them to find books and materials that appeal to all our residents, not just a few. They respect intellectual freedom, safeguarding our right to explore a wide range of ideas and experiences. By promoting inclusivity, librarians strengthen the social fabric of our community. It's extremely dangerous to allow politicians to usurp the role of librarians. Why should they be responsible for determining what's obscene or inappropriate for teens and young adults? In fact, what they might consider is pornographic, some would consider supportive and life-saving. Take LGBTQ books, for example. I have a gay friend who's in his 60s. When he was a teenager, his dad would beat him up for not being man enough. And his high school years were spent under a dark cloud of depression and suicidal thoughts. He's told me over the years that he would have loved as a teenager to have had access to some of the wonderful LGBTQ books that now exist for teens, and it can be found in our library. I urge the council to keep the library a welcoming spot which celebrates the richness of our collective knowledge. If parents object to certain books, they should restrict their children from obtaining those books. That's their choice. Local politicians who, as we know, all have hidden agendas, should not serve as the library's moral police. That is government overreach at its worst. Let librarians do the job they're trained for. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please call the next 10.
The next 10, please come down. Jean Paris, Steve Quinn, Patty Pappas, Delane Bailey, Susan Baker, Ann Palmer, Larry Hirsch, Elena Arnold, Rick Brown, TJ England.
Thank you for being here.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor Strickland, Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark, and council members. My name is Jeannie Paris, and my husband and I have lived in Huntington Beach for 27 years. I am here tonight in strong support of Agenda Item 18. I also oppose Agenda Item 19, as I find it simply a way to gaslight this community and continue to spread divisiveness. According to the Huntington Beach PD, there has not been an increase in hate crime in our city. Now, about Agenda 18. Though I have lived here for many years, the first time I've ever gone to our library was about 6 weeks ago. Yes, that's funny. Why would I? Anyway, it was about six weeks ago. I now have a library card and joined the Friends of the Library. I found the staff to be exceptionally kind and helpful. I also found a rather large variety of book selections. I was super impressed. Had I not been there before, I wouldn't know. I also found numerous sexually explicit books in the teen section, or the young adult section, which is defined as ages 12 and up. The issue here is not banning books, as many have claimed, but what is age appropriate? Many of these books have been recommended by, here we go, the American Library Association during Pride Month. It may seem harmless at first glance, but look at some of these pictures of books. You guys got to look at these. They're in the library. It may seem harmless at first glance, but after some additional searching, I also discovered there are numerous resources, including live chat rooms that one can attend regarding these topics. There is also a resource guide for K to 12. It's this book called Read with Pride. It's for our educators, caregivers, and advocates for the LGBTQIA. Notice there's no parents in this book. Parents are being left out of this. In this book, it has, this resource guide, it includes recommendations for picture books for ages 0 to 8, middle grade book recommendations for 8 to 12, young adults 12 and up. This seems more like promoting a lifestyle rather than simply providing information. Why are we even recommending books and resources about sexuality to young children? It doesn't even make sense. This is a public library, not a private library. Our tax dollars are funding this. It's time that as a community we unite and rethink this entire process. As a side note, I also was at the library on June 6th, D-Day, the Normandy invasion. Not a mention of this anywhere in sight. A very important event in American history. In my opinion, it's time to reevaluate our priorities. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
My name is Delane Bailey, and I have been a resident of Huntington Beach for 9 years. I am speaking wholeheartedly in support of Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark's item 18. Well, it's June, so it's Pride Month, and since pride is a sin, it's Sin Month. After a recent visit to Central Library, I discovered books that targeted children, teaching them to question their sexual identity and even provide instructions on how to perform sex acts. For example, in the teen section, you can find the Pride Guide with instructions on how to give oral sex. Here's some tips. No teeth. Don't be afraid to use your hands. Think ice cream cone, not banana. Deep throating, when someone takes someone else's entire penis into their mouth and throat. Don't forget the testicles. Jiggle, don't squeeze. Tug them, don't pull. And stroke them like the top of a cat's tail, not the back of a dog's ear. And guidelines for performing oral sex on a vagina. Do not go straight for the clitoris, or clitoris if you prefer. Tongues hurt unless they are lubricated. Do not wag your tongue about like a dog out a window. Spelling the alphabet with your tongue or their name, the lyrics to your favorite song, is fun for everyone. This is perversion.
Hold on. Stop the time. Everybody's getting their chance to speak. Please let our speaker speak. Hold on. City attorney is assigned appropriate.
It's free speech at this point.
Free speech. Right? Okay. All right. Thank you. Hold on. All right. I'm giving a warning, otherwise we're going to take a break. And then whoever's signed up to speak, you can wait longer. All right, please move forward.
This is perversion. This phenomenon of sexualizing our children has come about only recently. Why? What kind of people want to destroy the innocence of children by making this crap available in our public libraries? The answer is that the 60s communist radicals have infiltrated our colleges, taught 2 generations of students to become radical Marxist teachers, and those teachers are grooming the next generation of children. Our education system is a building block for Mao's Red Guard, where children will turn on their parents and do the state's bidding. It needs to stop now.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Strickland and council members. Stephen Quinn here. And our opponents accuse us of wishing to ban books, of trampling on the rights of others to decide what sort of books they can read, which is hysterical when you consider these are the people who want to ban Huckleberry Finn and Shakespeare. Actually, we don't want to ban anything. We simply question whether it is the role of a public library to interfere with the most intimate aspects of children's lives by exposing them to sexually explicit material not authorized by their parents. Would the library also make Hustler magazine available to kids? What about online porn? When did it become the job of the public library to promote any sort of sexual behavior or identity, especially to children? To sow confusion in the minds of little children is a terrible thing and has always been understood as such. Just last week, the board members of the Huntington Beach Union High School District got an earful from their constituents on this same subject. It seems a great many of the parents in the district, obviously not all of you, do not want this kind of material as part of the curriculum, as a lifestyle encouraged by the school board. One lady pointed out that the people on the board, most of them advanced in years and sporting fancy degrees, grew up in a different time, a different world really, and were the beneficiaries of an education system that didn't indulge in these sorts of ideological excesses. What has changed that they now feel free to impose such ideas and values on the children of others? The same can be said for the people who run our library. The people who advocate for drag queen
Hold on. Stop. Okay, we're going to recess for 10 minutes. You guys are going to wait longer. I'm going to talk to the police chief to find out what we're doing here.
Sir, can I finish?
It's unacceptable.
I'm almost done.
You guys, no, hold on. You get to start the next one, 10-minute recess.
I guess we'll wait. Stay here.
This is like when I bought a ticket on the B-17 and then my flight got canceled. Yeah, all right, I thought I would.
You did an awesome job.
Me? I was getting so pissed.
Yeah, it was good. It was great. Excellent.
Thank you. You guys are up next.
Thank you. We're back from recess. Just want to let the audience know, the speakers that are announced are going to be on this side of the line, on the right side. If a speaker would like to have a sign, a prop, you're allowed to do that. You can even have someone hold it up for you if you want. But after you're done with speaking, then you have to go back on the other side and go back to your chairs. So we're not having a big crowd in this area. It's only going to be the upcoming speakers. Everybody understand? All right, let's get going. Please, thank you for being here. Thanks for your patience, and please continue.
Yes. In conclusion, I would like to say the people who advocate for Drag Queen Story Hour would no doubt be up in arms if someone wished to read a Bible story to a bunch of first graders. After all, they might find this in the Gospel of Matthew. But whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to sin, it would be better for him if a millstone were hung around his neck and he were drowned in the depth of the sea. A child's innocence is a gift from God, and once lost, can never be restored. You should think long and hard about what you present to children who are not your own.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, is the gentleman with you? Because he was holding up a sign. Is he with you? The gentleman?
Sure.
Yes?
Yeah, he is with me.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, please.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mayor, council members, staff. My name is Patricia Pappas. I've been a resident of Huntington Beach for more than 43 years, and I'm currently taking the wonderful Citizens Academy and learning about our city, our staff, and they're amazing. I just, 2 weeks ago, attended the Community and Library Services course. Our library is offering some great work and appropriate children's experiences. Things like that might seem silly, but if you're coming out of child development, it's not silly. Like rock and roll story time. Children are totally engaged. The process of the loss of having a craft for the children losing their aquarium. That kind of thing is going on. But I can't say the same for Teen Central. I see that there is an environment being created, and it's both online. If you look at the website, if you look at the newsletter, there is I can't say the same for the Teen Central. They're creating an environment that offers LGBTQ plus craft kits, adult-type graphic books, chat rooms, and support to sexualize these young children without the support of their parents. I will tell you that based on my 40 years in education, teaching in the field of child development, that our library is really missing the mark. Our library is really promoting some obscene literature to our city's children and youth. And I'm not going to read from this because someone already read from this. It's very graphic and descriptive. This is in Teen Central. I'm not about banning books, never. This type of literature is confusing to both young child, and there are some things in the children's, but in the children's, we talked to the librarian, and she said that they keep those up higher. The children's books that are, of this nature. They're kept up higher so parents can, check the books out with them. So I certainly understand that. Again, for our teens, they don't have the support of or supervision of their parents or their family as they delve into these books. The library is promoting several LGBTQ plus digital resources, and this really upset me. It's leading the kids directly into private chat rooms with unknown moderators without parent assistance or approval. The June library program is offering points and prizes and crafts to support the ideology of the lesbian, gay, and I don't care what people do. I don't care. Let me talk.
10 seconds, 10 seconds.
What I totally support agenda item, that this is an item that would be studied and brought back. And I also would like to see that books that are maybe on the other side, like Stolen Youth.
Yeah, thank you for being here. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Good evening, Council. My name is Susan Baker, and I would like to speak in support of Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark's agenda item number 18. I am concerned about the American Library Association's potential impact of pushing an agenda through obscene, sexual, and graphic children's books in our public libraries, as well as their materials used on our very own HB Central Library social media page. One post in particular caught my attention, dated September 20th, 2022. It addresses censorship by the numbers and states that censorship, or book banning, divides us and creates barriers. It then goes on to identify parents as the #1 problem or leading cause of challenges. Furthermore, it has a list of reasons for the challenges, including pedophilia, grooming, and makes white babies feel sad, whatever that means, amongst a number of other politically polarizing words. And if you don't believe me, feel free to go look and you'll see it for yourself. After some research, it all began to make sense. In 2022, the ALA elected self-proclaimed Marxist and socialist Emily Drabinski to serve as the group's president. She is quoted as saying, "As ALA president, I will direct resources and opportunities to a diverse cross-section of the association and advance a public agenda." As a mother, I find this disgusting, considering that, like I said, their marketing materials basically label pedophilia and grooming as controversial. In what world is the sexual harm of children considered as such? Why is that the message being pushed by our own public libraries? Why are we not doing everything in our power to protect and nurture our children rather than allowing them to be exposed to harmful content because they're mere pawns in a global agenda? I'm all for freedom of speech. I am all for freedom of speech, but we must not forget our duty to protect the innocence and vulnerability of our children. This isn't about banning books. It's a plea to exercise discernment and allow children to be children without being exposed to harmful content that could impact their well-being and development. Please support agenda item number 18. Thank you, Grant.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, all city council members, staff, and HB residents. I'm Ann Palmer, 30-plus year resident, a Friends of the Library member, and a concerned citizen specifically about agenda item 18. Pursuant to this discussion, for those who do not know me, I have a love of books, words, and the pursuit of knowledge.
Hold on. Is it, let me ask the speaker, is this sign?
What's that? Yes.
Yes?
Yes, please. I
Yes?
asked him to be there.
Ask them to be here.
Please.
Okay.
Oh.
Stop the time. I'll give you an extra 10 seconds after you're done. Go ahead.
I'm a mother and a grandmother, and I'm a godmother to the son of a same-sex couple that, by the way, does not support minor transition in transgenderism. I'm a member of Friends of the Library. We do have a beautiful library filled with an abundance of excellent literature and very excellent staff. And I'm happy about the upcoming facility upgrades. So, I received an FOTL, Friends of the Library, notice to oppose any questioning of Pride Month content resources at our libraries and to attend this meeting to speak against agenda item 18. This thoroughly disturbs me, and while the rhetoric sounds appropriate, it is not. If the premise of this statement was 100% true in justifying the Pride Guide promoted resources, then the library would, by definition, also promote any pornographic materials that had been accessed in public library computers, which has in the past caused an uproar. While the furthering of knowledge and free speech may be a principle, libraries and librarians have traditionally been called upon to use discretion in the literature, the stock, and the audience to whom it is made available. So I went to the library and viewed many of the books and resources and the links that were being promoted. I was really surprised. You heard some of the material from another speaker. A lot of the content in much of the Pride for You stuff represents a direction and complexity too great and entirely inappropriate with which to burden children. And should they demand to do so, then full disclosure of the consequences of this pathway should be included with all materials. I advocate for a middle-of-the-ground solution. I believe that we should have ratings on books. Many publishers have advocated for this, and it's never taken hold. But we can do something locally by establishing a parent and resident committee to review books that might be controversial. Mr. Gates is wonderful at figuring out what is legally. Okay, that's enough. Go ahead, laugh. Go ahead. Wait until he brings another 25 million back to the city. Mr. Gates can advise us, Attorney Gates can advise us on what is legally pornographic, and I applaud that. But the call for parental overview can
So
be
now
accomplished.
you get your extra 10 seconds to conclude.
Okay. I also oppose item number 19. It's superfluous. We don't need it. We all oppose hate speech and defamation.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here. Thank you.
My name is Alana K. Arnold. I am a best-selling and award-winning author of books for and about children and teens. Among other honors, my books have twice been California Book Award finalists. One was named a Michael L. Prince Honor Book, and one was a finalist for the National Book Award. Currently, I am the second most banned author in the United States, according to PEN America. Today we are here because Ms. Vandermark has declared that the public library is providing obscene and pornographic materials to our youth. Obscenity, pornography, scary words, but also words with clear legal meaning. And here Ms. Vandermark is acting with reckless disregard for the truth. Materials are considered obscene if they fail to meet the Miller test. The Miller test is the legal test for determining whether expression, like literature, constitutes obscenity. For a work to qualify as obscene, it must fit all three prongs of the Miller test, the third of which is that the work taken as a whole lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. Let me be clear. My books and the books on this list all have significant literary value. No serious person can argue otherwise. And if Ms. Vandermark attempts to call these books obscene or pornographic by taking specific lines or images out of context, claiming they represent the work as a whole, I trust that many of you are smart enough to see through the charade. When we ban books, we are declaring certain people to be unacceptable. When we ban books, we shut down conversations. When we ban books, the bullies win. Ms. Vandermark is attacking not only authors and our books, but also teachers, librarians, and readers. This is an assault on liberty. Why do these book banners want to deprive teens and young adults of the opportunity to see themselves and to be seen by others? Who is this serving? Not the students. Why would we want our teens to have less information? Moreover, I would caution Ms. Vandermark and others. Words have meaning, and using them has consequences. As we've seen by looking at the actual wording of the Miller test, these books are not obscene. Likewise, pornography has a specific meaning. It's the explicit depiction in pictures, writing, etc., of sexual objects or activity in a manner intended to arouse. It does not include material intended for other educational, artistic, or aesthetic purposes. These works are neither obscene nor pornographic. To call them such is defamatory. And I assure you all, I and many other writers, along with our publishers, are taking legal steps to protect our work and ourselves from such patently false and harmful allegations. Here is the bottom line. Readers deserve free access. They have a First Amendment right to the freedom of press. Those who are taking away their books, who are stripping their libraries and book collections, are enemies of liberty.
Thank you.
Company with the worst authoritarian regimes in history.
Thanks for being here. Next speaker, thank you.
Shame on all of them.
Next speaker, thank you.
I'm TJ England. Am I close enough to the microphone?
Yes, you are.
I have been a homeowner and a resident of the city of Huntington Beach since 1967. I pay my taxes. I'm a good citizen, I feel. I am neither a Marxist nor a communist. I am an ex-Army nurse. I love the Huntington Beach Library. I go to it weekly. I am a reader, an intelligent reader, I feel. I can understand if people have problems with children's literature like they've mentioned here today, but I do not think it is up to the city council to tell me who can censor my reading. Who the city attorney is more qualified than I am to choose my books for myself or my grandchildren. This is a tragedy if you follow through with this. We are not Nazi Germany.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hi, my name is Larry Hirsch. For over 15 years, I've volunteered for our community's children through a variety of organizations. I want to talk about wisdom. I learned this from the movie Jurassic Park. I really did. In that movie, to paraphrase it, just because you can do something does not mean you should do something. There are 3 lessons about wisdom I wish to share with you tonight. Point 1, wisdom is the ability to work together for the common good. Our city council is factionalized into 4 on one side and 3 on the other. The majority rules and is controlling our city by fiat. No wisdom is required when you have that power. You can create the dinosaur, should you? Let's be clear on this. The government can interfere either by what it provides or by what it takes away. That is why we have the First Amendment, to give individuals the power of choice. I'm sure that I will find some of these books and materials to be objectionable, but it is not my right to impose my will on others, nor is it yours. Respect that freedom by working together to find the middle ground. Point 2, wisdom is knowing you serve the community and not yourself. The city charter talks about fiscal responsibility and prudent stewardship. Managing the city business is your job. You're not qualified to manage a library. 566 pages of email are telling you that. The city employs a professional staff that has managed the collection for decades, and the children benefited by that. My daughter was raised at the library. She went to story time. She got her library card at age 5. She did her Girl Scout Silver Award on the Teen Center, and the librarians attended the ceremony. The other day, she told me she worked with librarians on choosing the books she read. My daughter graduated with a master's in journalism from the Pulitzer School of Journalism at Columbia University. That is what our librarians can do. Respect their knowledge and qualifications. We did. Point 3, wisdom is asking the question, what happens next? The law of unintended consequences bears this question. Where does this stop? Once you create this dinosaur, you cannot uncreate it. Will you own the responsibility of your decisions if the members of our community take it upon themselves to act against others? This is real. My wife and I fear retaliation against ourselves, the groups we volunteer for, the libraries and their staff, such as we've seen here tonight. I was cautioned that I could be branded just by speaking out. That fear is the dinosaur, and you are creating it. What will you do next? I implore you to search your conscience and not your affiliations. Respect our rights, respect our libraries, and reject this proposal. It is not your job. Focus on healing the city council so that you may help the city.
10 seconds.
This is your job. Please consider that wisdom.
Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Good evening. First, I want to, I think I'm going to gravitate towards item number 18 first, because I think I'm hearing all these voices tonight about the First Amendment protection, speech protection, and I love to hear that. But where's that same voice, where's that same concern about the mainstream media when conservative voices are shut down completely? Or where's those same voices in social media when conservative voices are shut down completely? And Gracie's not saying shut down the ability to rent books and check books out. That's not the problem here. The problem is there's some materials that are offensive, and parents don't like this material being taught in our schools. Our kids are being indoctrinated, not being taught like they should be. Now, let me go start in. The agenda item, I think, is really it's an attempt to create chaos, which doesn't exist currently. Last week, an unprecedented amount of HP parents shared outrage with a school board district about the showing of offensive pride video at Edison High School. That night, an ill-contrived plan and concocted plan was built around anti-Semitism by distributing anti-Semitic flyers in Huntington Beach. According to the Huntington Beach records, anti-Semitism hate crimes are virtually non-existent in Huntington Beach. One report last year, and there's one report this year. Huntington Beach has 11 million visitors a year, and we have 200,000 residents. That's virtually nothing at all. Now, not surprisingly, KTLA reporter, her camera crew, and not coincidentally, Gina Tarvin showed up at Edison High School with the intent of smearing Huntington Beach council member Gracie Vandermark. In fact, the reporter said the teacher who aired the Pride video was getting death threats, which, by the way, was not confirmed by Huntington Beach Police Department. They said they cannot confirm that. Okay? Secondly, Tarvin said that this was spurred on by the actions of our community, specifically by what Mayor Pro Tem Gracie Vandermark did. The KTLA reporter said many in the community believe that these incidences are all connected. That Gracie showed up at the Tuesday board meeting and again attacked the teacher and brought a rabid mob of folks to distribute the magically in the morning flyers to talk about attacking marginal people. It definitely connected, she said. The facts are Huntington Beach Police Department detained a Norwalk man who was caught distributing the flyers, and then he said there was no connection whatsoever. So what's frustrating here with me is the fact that the Democrats, and I'm not going to talk about Democrats, Republicans here, because you collectively are the ones that poison the water, and you show up the next day as a water commissioner. And if you find that funny, let me just tell you this, from the United States perspective, I've got 20 seconds, I'm not going to talk about that, but I will talk about the hate crimes here in Huntington Beach. Last year we had 2 anti-gay, 1 anti-Semitic, and 0 anti-transgenders, and we had 1 anti-Islamic, and 2 Hispanic, and 1 anti-black. So last year, this is not a hate city, and I find it offensive that we have to have a plan talking about us denouncing it because we're not a hateful city.
Thank you. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, call the next 10.
Yep. The next 10, Betty Canny or Connie, Ali Plum, Shahir Kader, Gary Casamento, Barbara Richardson, Leslie Casamento, Laura Rocha, Sharman Haverstock, Zignesh Pader, Richard Kelly. Please come down. Go ahead.
Fittingly, I will start tonight with a quote. First, they came for the books, and I did not speak out. Many of you here will recognize that Holocaust poem, First They Came. The last stanza of that poem is, and then they came for me. This relates to number 18. My name is Betty Caney. I've lived in Huntington Beach more than half my life. I'm a very active library user and proponent, and I'm not here tonight to tout the many attributes of our great library system. No, I come here in defense of our teenagers. That is to say, in defense of the minds and pressing needs of our teenagers, whose main job it is to learn and to grow intellectually. The pursuit of knowledge as they speed so swiftly into adulthood must be a primary pursuit. Surely, their school classes and lessons drive much of that process, but it is our library that can offer a distinct and powerful path of independent, unfettered learning and intellectual growth. Do not limit our teenagers, respect them. Trust in their potential. Their lives will be severely tried in the future. Give them any and all tools to rigorously develop intellectually. Be not fearful that subject matter on themes that some label unsuitable could possibly taint them. It will not. Teenagers are far stronger and resilient than you realize. Their young minds are being severely challenged and tested daily by the chaotic and violent online world that incessantly rages around them. Allow books to be that quiet place of refuge where they can individually and independently explore ideas on their own and at their own quiet pace through reading and through supportive discussion of complex concepts. Do not lock the door of knowledge upon our young people. Knowledge is the very tool they most need as they prepare themselves for the uncertain demands of our shared future. I urge you to vote no on this wholly unnecessary censorship initiative. Do the right thing here. Let freedom read.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening, Honorable City Council, hardworking city staff, and concerned citizens. My name is Allie Plum. I have lived in an immobile home in Huntington Beach for a decade. I'm here to voice my apprehension for number 18, and actually opposition, to the possible banning of books. From small kid times, I and many others had a library as a source of free books and free vistas. I was dropped off at my local library in Riverhead, New York, and then wandered into worlds of knowledge and escape. Oftentimes, I was surprised by the many, many offerings way beyond my ken and yet available. I remember when the book Catcher in the Rye by Pierre Salinger was controversial. Of course, I couldn't wait to read it. I remember when Tipper Gore said the explicit lyrics were going to be on records. Guess what? Every kid wants to find out what those explicit lyrics are. The library was a safe place, a non-threatening place, a place where a poor kid could go check out a stack of books for free. Wow. Now I'm wondering why we want to attack the library and librarians' choices when there are so many other challenges that this city council can pay attention to. Homelessness, as promised, right? Are we coming through with our promises? Safety and affordable housing. Why the pride flag, public nudity, invocation are the cape that this certain city council members have to wave to inflame the public. Why? I'm also here tonight to speak on item 19. This is a statement that the City Council of Huntington Beach denounces anti-Semitism, white supremacy, and anti-LGBTQ plus hate. It is a simple motion that should require no discussion. It is straightforward condemnation of elements which are a direct assault on our nation's democratic principles. It is also something this council has vowed to uphold these principles. So I want to end with Marianne Williamson's quote, "What you give to others, you give to yourself. What you take from others, you take from yourself." Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hello, I am Barbara Richardson, and I have been a resident of Huntington Beach since 1973. I have some questions and concerns regarding agenda number 18. It is said it is needed to protect the children. This sounds very much like the rehashing of Anita Bryant's Save the Children campaign in the late 1970s. According to Epic Times, this proposal would require the city attorney and city manager to develop an ordinance requiring the city librarians to screen books for obscenity or pornography and to ban such material from being accessed by those under the age of 18. The definition of pornography is material that depicts nudity or sexual acts for the sole purpose of sexual stimulation. However, if the purpose of that media form is something other than sexual stimulation, it is not considered pornography. Since the book the library have all received positive reviews from accredited library journals, how can it be said that these books have no artistic or educational merit? What is one man's rated R is another man's rated G. People have tried to ban Captain Underpants and Reese Sendax's In the Night Kitchen. Are books like these to be restricted? How does the city plan to deny access to these titles? Is the city going to be hiring book police to patrol book stacks in all Huntington Beach libraries to make sure no one under the age of 18 is looking at these restricted books? Or is the plan to take these restricted books and place them behind locked doors? Will people need to show ID to prove they are actually 18 years or older in order to be able to access these books? Is it only children's and teen books that will be restricted? There are many adult books, which include graphic violence, foul language, and sexuality, such as A Clockwork Orange, Flowers in the Attic, and many titles by Stephen King. Will these adult books need to be removed and restricted to make sure no one under the age of 18 has access to them unless they are accompanied by an adult? And does that adult need to be the minor's parent? About cutting ties with the American Library Association. Besides promoting Banned Book Week, Pride Month, and Pride Books, the American Library Association also sponsors National Library Week and Children's Book Week. It chooses and awards the Newbery Award Medal for the Best American Children's Literature and the Caldecott Award for the Best American Picture Book. If the library is forced to cut ties with ALA, will it no longer be able to display ALA posters or purchase ALA award-winning book titles? If librarians are already members of ALA, will they be forced to renounce their membership? If they refuse, are you going to fire them? And lastly, does the city have the budget to defend itself from the lawsuits that will likely follow if the Huntington Beach Library and its staff are forced to cut all ties with the American Library Association? And does the city have the budget and staff to recatalog the library's entire book collection of 400,000 titles?
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vote no on 18.
Next speaker, thanks for being here. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Shahir Quater. My wife, Connie, and I have been residents of Huntington Beach for well over 40 years. And in all that time, I have never witnessed such gross governmental overreach. An overreach that is clearly designed to legislate morality and dictate to us what we can read. I am not here to debate or argue what is pornographic or what is not. Clearly, you folks have already made that decision by the application of the Miller test. But what you didn't do is apply the Miller test to the profanity that we hear on our beaches. And speaking of beaches, you did not apply the Miller test to the clothing that people wear on our beaches. Instead, you take an approach and attack our schools, our teachers, and our library, the Huntington Beach Public Library. These are individuals, the teachers, the educators, and the librarians are individuals that are well-educated, degreed individuals that have served our community to the benefit of the community for years. But instead, you all take a punitive stand against the library, asking if the library can resign from the ALA. I'll tell you what, if disagreements are what trigger you to do that, I would give Mr. Gates a heads up and say, if there's a disagreement between him and the city council, guess what? You're going to be asked to resign from your Beta Sigma Honor Society, or if you're a member of the ABA, maybe the ABA, who knows, you know? But here's the thing, please. We are parents that are responsible, loving parents in the city. My wife and I have two sons that grew up here, that went to the Huntington Beach school system. One of them went to an Ivy League school. The other one has got a technical degree locally. They are wonderful young men, settled in their life, and with no problems, and they're 10 years apart. And the reason I mentioned 10 years apart is because of the statement on your MIR issue statement, which says this is a long-standing problem. How many years are we talking about? Because I'll tell you what, in the 10 years that both my sons went to school, never once did I hear them mention a thing about
10 seconds.
About mom and dad, teachers are showing us this, okay? But let me move forward. These choices that we make as parents are our choices. What we want to read.
Time. Thank you so much. Thanks
Thank
for being
you.
here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Thank you. My name is Richard Kelly. I'm a 54-year resident of Huntington Beach. I'm a lover of books. I love the Huntington Beach Public Library, most beautiful building in Orange County. I'm also here as your boss, and collectively with everybody else here, you know, you work for us. I know I'm going to presume that everybody here understands that, but it's a big idea, and it's beautiful, and I love democracy. Now, as your boss, I haven't visited very often. Last time I was here, it was for speaking against Poseidon, which is dead. But as many people in the audience today have shirts on that says, silence is not an option, you all brought us out here with this item. Now, as your boss, I have issues with the way things are going. Now, I want to focus on an agenda item that nobody's talked about. Approving a bid for an electrical company to build a traffic control signal at Heil Avenue. I love this item. I really respect everybody here being a public servant and putting up with this and dealing with items like this. I want you to spend my money wisely building this traffic signal. I want it to be straight. I want it to be built on a good foundation that isn't going to crumble. And I want you to get a good bid from a good company. This should have been the nature of today's meeting, not a very unserious item. So the consensus here is clear. This item 18 does not represent us. And as your boss, I think it's so unserious. I have simple questions about it. You know, like Newport Beach tried to pass a similar book ban in 2017, and it failed. In 1982, Island Trees School District was a court case that was ultimately the Supreme Court disagreed and said that you cannot ban books based on disagreeing with their contents. So shouldn't that have been the first thing in this item? I mean, it says it has no, it doesn't back up its points at all. The first sentence is a problem, which the previous speaker made that point very clear.
10 seconds.
Well, that's enough time for me. I think if you want to hear from your bosses, you've heard from them. You're hearing from them now. Dismiss this item. It's not worth our time. It wasn't worth bringing me out.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Gary Casamento, and I've been a homeowner for 40 years with 3 sons and stepsons that have graduated from Huntington Beach High School's excellent education. In the issue statement on item number 18, Ms. Vandermark states, it's been a long-standing problem in public education that children are being exposed to obscene and age-inappropriate materials by adults, many of whom are educators we have entrusted with our children. This is a statement of ideology which is being presented as fact. Intellectual freedom is defined as the right of every individual to both seek and receive information from all points of view without restriction. United Nations upholds intellectual freedom as a basic human right through Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Based on the stacks of books Ms. Vandermark posed with in a local newspaper, it's clear that material relating to LGBTQ identity is specifically being targeted. This unconstitutionally impinges on the rights and health, both physical and mental, of those who need exposure to broad, impartial, scientifically accurate information most urgently. Where are we going to go next in Huntington Beach? Are we going to follow other communities and remove books on the histories of blacks in America? Are we going to remove books on the Holocaust next? Current library policy is that children under 13 already require parental permission, and the parents are notified, as was noted earlier. 13 to 17-year-olds can get teen library cards. By this time, children are already forming their own ideas about their values, ideals, and place in the world. Historically, it's been librarians who are hired and educated to know what books are appropriate for the community. American Library Association, at 147 years, it's the oldest and largest library association in the world, internationally respected. The ALA has worked throughout its history to define, extend, protect, and advocate for equity of access to information. Parting ways with the ALA, as suggested in the report, would demean, degrade, and lessen the stature of Huntington Beach libraries. It would also cause professional librarians to seriously reconsider employment by or association with our libraries. We don't need anyone determining for our children what they can read and not read. Parents are perfectly capable of doing that themselves. If something goes against my beliefs, I won't do it. But increasingly, we're seeing, if something goes against my beliefs, you cannot do it.
Thank you for
I'm
being
sorry,
here.
that is not America.
Thanks for being here. Next speaker, thank you so much for being here.
Hi, my name is Leslie Casamento, and I'm a 30-year resident of Huntington Beach who has been very proud of our library system. I'm furious that you're considering interfering with the judgment of professionally trained librarians and assigning the selection of books for our minors to the city attorney. That office, from what I understand, consists of only 7 attorneys who would be called upon to evaluate the First Amendment protection status of every book to be acquired. Given the volume of books to be evaluated each year, will this require a new taxpayer-funded position? Not every person under 18 years of age has loving, supportive parents, as most of ours probably do. Many may already be on the streets, having been cast aside due to coming out as a non-traditional gender, and are desperately in need of accessing free library materials for their physical as well as mental health. In addition, the CDC estimates 55% of teens have intercourse before the age of 18. I doubt they will be asking parental permission to access books that could protect their health and safety. Your proposal slams the door in these children's faces and may lead to depression and suicides. Your proposal even denies the rights of supportive parents who want to choose appropriate books to help their children navigate their path, since it not only recommends putting barriers in place to access books currently held, but on the procurement of all future material. I'd also like to draw attention to the statement in Ms. Vandermark's council report, and I quote, "The city should take action to make these books/materials and others like them unavailable to our children by, in, or around our city facilities." She's clearly looking beyond the boundaries of the library for her book banning. Our libraries must have diverse collections with resources from many points of view and provide access to information for all users, and those collections should continue to be curated by individuals who have devoted their lives to library science. Thank you, and council members, please do not pass this dangerous agenda item.
Thanks for being here. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jignesh Padiyar. In America, we have protected rights, none more important than our right for free speech and expression. This is such a staple in America that we pride ourselves in it. So much so that we allow the space for the most evil and vile rhetoric to exist. Because what you see is in the public space and in a free society, we choose what voice to amplify and what message to drown out. What I am getting at is free speech is dangerous, and there's no way around it, and you cannot compromise on it. Yet those that argue for free speech are also trying to ban hate speech. You can either have all speech or none of it at all. You see, this is a double-edged sword. The same sword that allows for the speech I agree with is also capable as being used for the speech I disagree with, because even in America, the sick-minded and depraved also have a voice too. It's crazy enough that even the recent video that came from Edison is enlightening. Going off of what Ms. Vandermark said, that these messages are obscene and parents have every right to disagree with that agenda. And for some reason, those in the LGBTQP believe themselves to be all-knowing and that anyone against them is morally suspect. Reasonable people are not afraid of challenges and don't claim those who disagree with them as wrong simply for disagreeing. That's unfair and un-American. You would need to look even further at last week's affair at the White House, where President Corn Pop held a pride celebration. Yet even in that space, some in attendance could not even help but expose themselves. Some chick thought it was a good idea to display her double mastectomy, and some dude wanted to show off his boob job. This behavior is not a one-off incident, but instead standard operating procedures by the LGBTQP. If you cannot have even the decorum on the White House lawn, how can the rest of the public take you for face value? The argument is that messages in books are about empowerment, yet they are so disillusioned about the sexual purview of their messages, they can't even see it as that. In conclusion, children deserve to be children. I suggest these books should remain on the campus, again, after free speech and expression, but only through campus public library, sorry to offend you, about the parental approval of these and make them accessible, sorry. If you have safe space, then sure, you can take a room in the library and move all your empowerment books into there, because the public space is not safe. Nothing about free speech is safe, and you're not gonna be able to expand your safe space into free speech. It doesn't work like that. So again, I will say, you can keep your books just away from minors. You can have your ideology, just don't force it on every student. If you cared half as much about being a part of society, rather than asking for preferential treatment and gallivanting about your sexual nature, the topic of minor attracted persons wouldn't even exist. Yet these pedophiles call your side home. Save the innocent, protect the children.
Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hi, my name is Laura Rocha. I'm a 25-year resident of Huntington Beach. I'm a teacher, and I'm a parent and a grandparent. And I wasn't going to come up here because, you know, so many great things have already been said about 18. I just felt like I've been following this issue on the news for a long time. And when it came to Huntington, okay, Texas, Florida, it's like, you're in Huntington, this is actually an issue in Huntington Beach now, or a non-issue. This is not a problem. This is a non-problem. And, you know, I told myself I needed to come up here and not be emotional about this. But I am emotional about this. It really pisses me off. There are so many things that this council could be focusing on rather than this made-up issue. And, you know, what we know is that it's really not about that anyway. You know, an excuse to censor books that are by and for LGBTQ people, people of color, just people who aren't, you know, who have different experiences. And I think knowing, you know, children learning about different experiences that, you know, not just my experience growing up in the world is really important and powerful. And, you know, I jotted down some things that some people before me said that I thought were super good. but one of the things that has really been making me angry is that there's already a process for any inappropriate books. And instead of just going with that process, it's proposed that it is sent, that these books are sent to people who are not qualified, and taking it away from the decisions away from people who are qualified. And how dare other people, like government or other parents, make a decision about what I should be reading, what my children should be reading. Just, you can control what your child reads, and that's it. And I am so looking forward to voting.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next 10.
Last call for Sharman Haverstock, Lisa Musel, Sydney Rincon, Wendy Rincon, George Washington, Stephanie Camacho Van Dyke, Rabbi Stephen Einstein, Valentina Bankett, Mark Dixon, Martha Elliott, Sarah McCourt. Please go ahead.
Thank you for being here. Okay. Thank you.
My name is Wendy Rincon, and I'm a lifelong HB resident. I'm speaking here on 18. Gracie Vandermark and her desire to ban books and remove the American Library Association, the ALA, at our HB libraries is all under the false and fascist narrative of, quote unquote, protecting children. Fascism, with its suppression of ideas and imposition of a singular narrative, poses a significant threat to our city. The ALA stands as a guardian of intellectual freedom, ensuring that our libraries remain havens for diverse voices and ideas. Fascism thrives on control and the suppression of dissenting voices. One of its most insidious tactics is the banning of books deemed undesirable, subversive, or obscene. By banning books, fascists seek to manipulate the narrative, shaping public opinion to conform to their ideology. However, it is through the dissemination of diverse ideas, even those that challenge the status quo, that a society can grow and thrive. Here, the ALA emerges as a safeguard against the encroachment of fascism. The ALA is dedicated to upholding intellectual freedom and protecting the right of individuals to access a broad range of ideas and information. They actively fight against attempts to ban or censor books, defending the principles upon which our democracy was built, which is why I believe Gracie Vandermark wants the city attorney to look at removing them, because they will stand in her way of enacting her fascist agenda. I implore you to vote no regarding Gracie Vandermark's proposal to ban books under the false guise to protect children. At our esteemed public libraries, it is our job as parents to determine what books our children should be checking out of the library, not the city government. And certainly not Gracie Vandermark. The city attorney should not be looking into eliminating the role of the ALA in our libraries. This is fascism in our city, and we will not and cannot stand for it. This council and what it has brought to our city is disgusting. We had faggot yelled at our house because we have a pride flag in front of our house. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Ashamed.
Next speaker, thank you.
My name is Sydney Rincon, and I'm a lifelong resident. I'm going to address the root of the language that has been spread in Proposal 18 and in today's chambers. The invention of pornography came in the 19th century by Victorian sciences. The term pornography, since its invention, has been used as a means of cultural censorship and the policing of morality and social virtues. Pornography and obscenity, by definition, are fluid institutional constructs. And as presented in Prop 18, this language is being utilized to instigate fear and mitigate access to vital resources and the freedom to access uninfringed media in a public and educational space. This language has always been used to vaguely identify cultural morality without a comprehensive understanding of what obscenity can be and how it will be used to control and open the door to banning more literature, banning language, and free speech. Many people have mentioned and explicitly displayed in many of these posters these vulgar images. The exact language and images that they seek to ban in public forums. A woman before me, in opposition of obscenity and pornography, gave me more instructions on how to perform oral sex today than I have ever read or seen in the public library. What the council may not understand is that by opening up this non-issue, by creating exactly what the council, by distributing media, you've created an issue. You've not found an issue of pornography, you have created one. Professor and author Linda Williams coined the phenomena as oncenity, that in an attempt to remove and hide content, to remove it and take it from the public, you have brought pornography to the forefront of our community where I have to stand up here and tell you that. Prop 18 and the immense vague control it seeks to create for a private council will directly affect the safety and access of information available to youth that need safe and informative resources in safe environments like our public library. Prop 18 will not protect children. It will strip our public spaces of secure access to this information so that a young gay teen can know that he is normal, that a young girl can learn her own autonomy, her own rights, and how to insert a tampon safely. Prop 18 at its root is a facade of public security, a facade of safety for children. This is a distraction from legitimate issues in our community. You need to stop creating them to police our free speech.
10 seconds.
That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Next speaker, thanks for being here. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, hello, my name is Lisa Musel, and I've been a resident of Huntington Beach for more than 20 years. I want to begin by thanking Gracie Vandermark for stepping up to the plate and not being afraid to speak her mind and her heart. I'm hearing a lot about people talking about banning of books and fearful of banning of books. And this number 18 says, direct the city manager to work with the city attorney to return to the city council in August of this year with a proposed ordinance for the city's libraries and other public facilities making obscene and/or pornographic materials in both hard copy and digital electronically unavailable to minors. Many of those that you have spoken this evening were not minors, and I'm not putting any of you down. You all have your opinions. But I'm standing here talking about minors, making these things available to minors. I'm a banker, and our bank is regulated by the FDIC. Many of you have heard that. Your deposits are FDIC insured, right? Okay, so what does the FDIC do? They regulate us as a bank. They set up policies, they set up regulations. Why do they do that? We as bankers have to go through the ringer because we have all these policies and regulations. Why? Because we're protecting the consumer. We're protecting the banker. When you put policies and regulations in the library so minors don't have access to this material, you're protecting the minors. Okay, parents can run interference, right? But why? How are parents going to run interference? There's so much interference to run. You've got online access. You've got the libraries now that are... Tell me something. Somebody said earlier the word appropriate. Does any of this look appropriate to you for a minor? No. It's disgusting. Even me as an adult, and this beautiful young lady stood up here talking about that she learned more about oral sex than she'd ever known before. It was in a book that was available to minors. So let me read something to you. And this was found out tonight. We called the library. When Aiden became a brother, when Jack, not Jackie, Sam, my sister, I'm not a girl. This is available to 3-year-olds. What 3-year-old is going to want to read this, right? What parent is going to allow their 3-year-old to read this? And I'm in a ministry. I have a 501c3, and I have so many young women that have body image issues and have attempted suicide and these kinds of things that are made available to them now in the library as minors. They're already struggling with body image. And somebody else said earlier, many have loving parents and some don't have loving parents. But you know what?
10 seconds.
Thank you. It's not up to the library to dictate to minors to be able to have access to this material. Don't have to have the parents always have to run interference for things like this. You guys are here to regulate as well.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Stephanie Camacho Van Dyke, and I'm the Director of Advocacy and Education at the LGBTQ Center OC. On behalf of the LGBTQ Center, I want to express my deep concern regarding the proposed book ban on LGBTQ content that is currently under consideration. Books have the power to educate. They have the power to inspire empathy and foster understanding of diverse backgrounds and perspectives. By attempting to ban LGBTQ literature, we limit our capacity for growth and deny our youth and students the opportunity to explore different narratives, to learn about the world around them, and to understand inclusivity and empathy. Banning books sets a dangerous precedent. Looking back on myself as a queer youth 15 years ago, books helped me navigate through life, find solace and find a sense of community, and develop a sense of belonging in a world that is often unaccepting to us in my community. Think of what this proposed ban would do to queer and trans youth living in Huntington Beach. What message are you sending to them? Please consider the long-term implications of such a ban. I urge you to reject this proposal and to keep libraries accessible and inclusive within Huntington Beach. During times of division and animosity, it is important to strive towards unity, even when faced with differences and disagreements. Please keep our libraries accessible and inclusive for all. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening. My name is Martha Elliott. I've lived here and owned a home for 32 years, and I urge the City Council to reject the proposed number 18 item because it is unnecessary, unworkable, and infringes on my First Amendment rights. Since the city established a library over 100 years ago, they have used trained, experienced librarians from a variety of backgrounds to manage the library, its materials, and processes. This has worked for over 100 years. We have a children's library voted in 2022 as the best in Orange County. The proposal by Ms. Vandermark is unnecessary, unworkable, and to have politicians set the standards via new processors for what is purchased, offered, and distributed. A politician lacks the education, experience, or qualifications to perform these functions. In addition, this person should be doing the work that they were elected to do for the city instead of the work of qualified librarians. I'm protective of my First Amendment rights, and under this plan, the new city procedures will eliminate my freedom to choose what I and my family have free access to at the public library. The whole point of this request is to put in place procedures to remove, restrict, or prevent the purchase of materials that Ms. Vandermark finds offensive. Locking away or eliminating materials communicates that the information is objectionable for adults and young adults for which it was intended. Each family or individual should decide what is best for them and not the city or Ms. Vandermark. Ms. Vandermark says children have access to adult and young adult books, but that is not true in my opinion. If you use the library, you know that the children's library and young adult books are physically separate sections that are very far apart. It is the responsibility of the parent or guardian
to engage their child and keep them in the area that you prefer. Restricting access for everyone is unfair because some parents or guardians don't make the effort. Ms. Vandermark says that she has found material that is obscene when plucked out of context in these books. However, the Supreme Court has given us criteria, which is the Miller test, to decide if a particular book, picture, painting, or movie is obscene. Some of the books she objects to have won literary awards and involve reviews by
10
many
seconds.
people. This is a slippery slope. Are books about minorities or history going to be deemed obscene by the new city processes because politicians will be afraid of not being elected or reelected? Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker.
Thank you. My name is Sarah McCourt. I'm here to speak on issue 18. One person or a group of people do not have the right to decide what another should be allowed to read. Just because a book's message is not appreciated by some does not mean it is not significant or helpful to others. We do not have the right to silence others' stories and voices just because they make us uncomfortable. We do not all come from the same life experiences. Growth is about attempting to understand others' experiences and listening to their stories. We don't have to agree or even like them, but it is not justifiable to silence them. I took the time to look into a few of the books Ms. Vandermark has deemed inappropriate. First is a book called The V Word. The description reads, The V Word, an honest and poignant collection of essays by women about losing their virginity in their teens. The V Word captures the complexity of this important life decision and reflects diverse real-world experiences. It includes helpful resources for parents and teens. And then I looked at some of the reviews. We have a 5-star review from a woman named T. Taylor. She's a mother of teenagers. She said, I first heard about this book on a podcast when the author was a guest. I have to say that this book and the author's message has been instrumental and almost life-changing to how I'm now guiding my teen daughter. The message that there should be no shame or loss with one's first time, and the fact that it certainly doesn't matter in what form, straight, gay, trans, one's first sexual experience is breathtakingly refreshing, and it's a healthy attitude. The author drives this point home and keeps it relatable, especially for younger readers. I couldn't more highly recommend this book. Thank you, Ms. Keyser. Furthermore, banning books does little more than make them desirable. A second book on Ms. Vandermark's list is Genderqueer. Its description reads, Genderqueer is more than a personal story. It is a useful and touching guide on gender identity, what it means and how to think about it, for advocates, friends, and humans everywhere. Again, 5 stars from a young girl named Anna Sari. She said, I loved this book. Found it on a list of challenged and banned books, which immediately made me interested. Yes, it was uncomfortable to read at times, but I think the best books make us feel some discomfort. This book illuminated aspects of ourselves we want to bury and hide, such as uglier aspects of menstruation and portrayals of emotional pain, just contributing to shame felt by all for various reasons. It helped me understand how a procedure that is not uncomfortable to me, a pap smear, can be scary and traumatizing for others. This increased my sensitivity on the subject, and I'm grateful the author created this beautiful book. Again, I would like to reiterate, growth is about attempting to understand others' experiences and listening to their stories. We don't have to agree or even like them, but it is not justifiable to silence them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
I'm Rabbi Stephen Einstein. The distribution of anti-Semitic materials in the neighborhood near Edison High School last week was very disturbing. I thank you, Mayor Strickland, for your immediate, strong condemnation of this despicable occurrence.
Thank you.
The Greater Huntington Beach Interfaith Council issued a statement on Friday entitled, Hate Has No Place Here. It concludes with these words, we call upon all people of goodwill to join us in condemning this hateful act and all similar hurtful behaviors. Let us work together to create the society of which the prophet Isaiah spoke, where all people will sit under their vines and fig trees, and no one will make them afraid. In light of this, I am hopeful that the Council will unanimously adopt the resolution on tonight's agenda that denounces anti-Semitism, white supremacy, and anti-LGBTQ hate. While a resolution against all forms of hate would be appropriate in the future, a statement regarding the specific hatreds that we've experienced in the city this past week is vital. I also wish to share with you an experience I had several years ago while on a rabbinic mission to Germany. In Munich, we were taken to Königsplatz, where, on the night of May 10th, 1933, some 70,000 onlookers enthusiastically witnessed a huge bonfire in which books deemed offensive by the government were set ablaze. In the 21st century country that upholds democracy, there is no place for the government to be making decisions as to which books can be read. Let parents decide what reading material is appropriate for their children.
10 seconds, Rabbi.
I urge you to reject the proposal regarding Huntington Beach libraries.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Next speaker, thank you so much for being here.
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, good evening. My name is Mark Dixon. I'm a 51-year resident of this wonderful city. What do you say we dial it back a bit and return to the substance of Agenda Item 18? I'm not here to talk about obscenity. I'm here to talk about parents of dependent children and librarians with master's degrees in library information and library and information science, accredited by the American Library Association, and maybe even a minor in developmental psych, having them assess the books and their value to the children. Having them make those decisions. In short, I want people who are trained and qualified to select the books our children see. I do not want a city attorney with zero training in assessing and making decisions about the books placed in the hands of my grandchildren and great-grandchildren. That much arbitrary power should never be in the hands of one person. If you can explain what qualifies a city attorney to assess the books in the libraries in this town, I promise to listen with an open mind to your rationale. Otherwise, please pull the item or vote with the overwhelming majority so far this evening, like 31 to 11, to vote with the majority in opposition of item 18. As far as item 19 is concerned, I'm in full support of passing that motion as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Give me 4 years to teach the children, and the seed I have sworn will never be uprooted. Vladimir Lenin. This presentation of books, all found in the Teen Space Library, demonstrates how the left have stolen this country and our children's mind. A blueprint and brainwashing of our children's minds with the goal to destroy our republic and America. I'll start with this first book, Steal This Country, a handbook for resistance. An excerpt from this book says, the struggle is more important than ever, and the stakes are high when it comes to the key issues like climate change, immigration, LGBTQIAP rights, racial injustice, religious understandings, and women's rights. Sound familiar, right? Still, this country offers essays, profiles, and interviews about what needs fixing in this world, and the practical information about activism that will help you do it. Next, we go to identity politics. Chapter 4 talks about how identity politics can become more useful organizing political tools in the future. This book divides and marginalizes and demonizes any opposing leftist agenda using identity politics. Queer Power, about icons, activity, and games change across the rainbow, teaching our children how to become gay activists. Which leads me to this book, Antifa and the Radical Left. A good portion of the Antifa, who are LGBTQP, these books in front of you, Antifa, notorious, most recently known for attacking concerned parents at the school board meeting like in Glendale, California, all while the DOJ labels concerned parents as domestic terrorists and traitors on this dais, implying and spewing the same talking points. These books in front of you is how the left and our public schools alongside the media and the corporations have stolen this country, stolen our children, turned our children into gay Antifa domestic terrorists at the bottom and all the way through our very own local government, all the way up to the White House. Using the federal government, three-letter agencies, and lawfare against anyone who opposes the left-wing agenda to destroy our children, who are the future of this great country. The media, the public school system, the globalist corporations, our local and federal government, all who push false flag narratives like the anti-Semitic flyer drop. Ask yourself, who has to gain?
10 seconds.
All conspiring against we the people of Huntington Beach. I'll end with this. Proverbs 22:6 says, train up a child in the ways he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. Skywalker, over and out.
Thank you. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thank you so much.
Valentina Bank.
Hold on.
Order in the court. Order in the court.
All right, next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you, Mayor. Valentina Bankhead, resident of Huntington Beach. The left, the socialist, the communist. Yeah, you are. They are also the godfathers of cancel culture, tall tales, and aggression towards me and other conservatives. They speak lies, bogus stories, and seek to agitate, resist, and push irreprehensible defamation onto our conservative pro tem mayor. A strong Latina mom, wife, daughter, sister, and friend, a woman of color, as the left so proudly love people of color, like myself. Shame to all, as God is watching and will deal with you in due time. Thank you, Gracie, for putting on your full armor of God to support the residents of Huntington. The left tried to push her lefty agenda of sexuality and gender into the grade schools and high schools. Gracie Vandermark is an advocate for the innocent of kids and adults feel threatened by that. The left adults. They bring up anti-Semitism provoking Rabbi Einstein, who's in the house. He is full of hate. I pray God gives him freedom in his heart. I pray God gives him freedom in his heart from the lies. I pray God gives him freedom in his heart from the lies.
Hold on, hold the time. Come on. Let's go. Order. Continue.
Thank you. He is full of hate. I pray God gives us freedom in his heart from the lies he has said in the past and the shock and awe instigation he is trying to provoke tonight. The man who passed the hate messaging to South HB residents is from Norwalk. Maybe Norwalk should have an agenda item 19 for their city, not HB. Maybe Rabbi Einstein used to go to Norwalk. I fully support agenda item 18. I am a mom, and I would want the parents to be able to control what their children check out at the public library, the Huntington Beach Library. These books that are displayed should not be banned. In fact, these books are crucial for consenting adults over the age of 18 to learn about sexuality at the right time in life so we know what not to do or make the adult decisions to do something by yourself that may or may not hurt you. As a lady that was up here speaking earlier, she's about 75 or 80 years old. No one wants to know about her sexual privacy and what she likes to do to her vagina and or anus, or how to make herself orgasm or ejaculate an old man with her hand or mouth. Pushing library books that are sexually explicit is pushing pedophilia and sexual orientation and harassment to your child. If you are under the age of 18, in my personal opinion, it should not happen. I don't think it is acceptable to have a young girl or boy to have access to books like that unless they get a parental signature or approval, not the librarian. If that is what can happen with an ordinance for Huntington Beach, yes, I am in absolute agreement with agenda item 18. Thank you, Pro Tem Gracie Vandermark. These books must not be promoted to the young, impressionable, innocent children. Please have an age limit to check out the pornography, explicit material, and a rating system to regulate it. Only parents can have the right to speak to their children about sexuality, not librarians. Give the parents the powers to sign up on the books their kids are checking out.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the next 10.
The next 10, Melanie Berglund, Laura Steingold, Luann Nichol-Shoup, Lori Craif Miller, Hannah Cole, Avery Counts, Libby, Kylie Bruce, Amory Hansen, Chris Clue, Alexandra Winnick, Susan Claudius.
Thank you for being here. Please move forward. Thank you.
My name is Lori Craftmiller, and I have lived in Huntington Beach since 1979, although I no longer tell anyone that. Just for Mr. Gates, do you remember what the term from law school in locus parentis is? In the state substitute for the parent? It used to only be used in cases of severe neglect and abuse, not in the case where parents are using their own judgment in what their children should and should not read. And locus parentis has no place in whether or not we have a certain specific book in our library. You, and I went to law school, so I know, we're not trained or educated in library science. It's not one of the classes we're required to take. So you don't have the judgment, you do not have the education to make this decision, period. As many others have echoed what I wanted to say, but what I'd like to tell you now, as a parent of a child who goes to that school across the street, is what I actually really want you to protect my child from. I want you to protect my child so that when I drop him off every day, I don't have to worry that he may never come home. Protect him from that. Protect him from the mass murder, from the bully that hate like this creates. Protect him, protect all of the LGBTQ, everything. Children who need you to wrap their arms around them instead of ripping down their flag. I protect the mother who doesn't want to have to see her child commit suicide because he is bullied, he or she, or they or them are bullied day and day after at school. Or when they walk down the streets of Main Street in Huntington Beach, because that happens on a daily basis. Our kids are bullied. Protect them from that. They don't need protection from books. That's my job. I would also like to point out one of those great posters of one of those great books that was constantly paraded around showed a picture of a young girl holding a mirror up to her vagina so she could see what it looks like. You know what? I want my daughter to know that. I want my son to know what masturbation is. I want my son to know what consent is. And you know, the number one teacher
10 seconds.
You know, the best teacher of consent was our former president who had grabbed me by the pussy because I had a long conversation with my son about why that's not
Thank you.
appropriate.
Thanks for being here. Thank you. Next speaker. Next speaker, thank you so much for being here.
Hi, my name is Melanie Berglund, and I've lived in Huntington Beach for over 37 years. My kids went through the school system. They're upstanding citizens. I didn't see anything through the years that they've gone to the school that would tell me that there was something wrong with our school system. I have friends that have young people in their school now, so I'm not sure where the systemic school issues are, because I have people still that I know that go to schools now and I haven't heard anything. And I was an aide at Edison High School for the special abilities, and I did not see anything that would make me think that there was something weird going on at the schools. With that being said, I support the libraries, so I'd like you to reject Article 18. I want to choose what my children can read, and I'm not so sure that the government here, the local government, that's in their purview. Your purview is to keep the city safe, as you have been. Do all the improvements that you have. I'm part of the City Citizens Academy, and it looks like you guys are doing a half-decent job, but I didn't see anybody's job description that said that you would have any kind of credentials to review books. So I'm here to support the librarians. It's an excellent thing. And thank you for listening, and please reject Article 18.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker, thank you so much.
My name is Luann Nichols-Shoup, and I am here to support item 18. I cannot believe we are even having to have this discussion. I've heard several people say that we are taking things out of context. I would like to know when this is appropriate. What context is this okay for a child? Okay? It is time to be responsible adults and protect our children. I am all for freedom of speech, but let's use some common sense. When I'm around my 6-year-old granddaughter, I do not use words like asshole and motherfucker, okay? Let's have some sense here. I also oppose item 19. We have already spent time on this narrative. How many times do you all have to denounce this subject? Our mayor, Tony Strickland, made his statement as Ms. Moser put on social media. She quotes Mayor Strickland. I know that I speak for all of my fellow city council members, not only condemning this flyer, but all instances of hate within our city. Okay, the mayor said it for all of you, right? But then Ms. Moser goes on to say, the part about him, Mayor Strickland, knowing he speaks for all city council members, that part I'm not sure about. That is very divisive, Ms. Moser. Just, excuse me, I didn't laugh when you were talking. Just who are you talking about? Because I know Gracie Vandermark, Mayor Tony Strickland, Casey McKeon, and Pat Burns are not guilty of anti-Semitism, white supremacy, or LGBTQ hate. So who are you referring to? Who are you referring to, Ms. Moser? Are you referring to Ms. Bolton, down Calmac, or yourself? Or are you just wanting to cause more division in our city? What is your end game? If you really
10 seconds.
If you
10
really
seconds.
want to get passionate about something, let's have a conversation about the idiots and adults that are blowing through stop signs on e-bikes. there's a subject. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Absolutely. Thank you, Council. Good evening, Huntington Beach. My name is Avery Counts, and I am a resident of my hometown of Huntington Beach. I'm speaking today to urge the Council to vote no on number 18 and yes on number 19. Listen, folks, I am so confused right now. The introduction of this really confuses me because I've seen these 5 people, campaigning around this city. We're the conservatives, limited government. This is not limited government, folks. I hate to break it to you. Having one man decide what goes in the library because we're too stupid to figure out what we want to read ourselves is not limited government. You are more than welcome. Take a class. We've got Golden West. We've got OCC. We've got some great community colleges here, folks. I would love for you to look into what conservatism truly is. The other thing that makes me so confused was I thought our city attorney was so busy. I thought he was hard at work, day in and day out to make this city some money. How has he got time for this? We're gonna put this on his plate? Let's give him a day off and let's take this one off his plate. I'm spitballing here. I'm gonna spitball here. This is a crazy idea. Folks, a crazy idea, but maybe we could have a librarian run the library. I know it's insane, but please, I think it's a great idea. Folks, I wanna be serious. I think it's pretty clear why this was introduced tonight. It's not because they believe this, are you kidding me? It's for attention. They wanna be covered on Fox News so they can get thousands of dollars from out-of-state residents to support whatever campaign they wanna run next. I'm here to tell you our city is not a tool for you to seek higher office. Our people are not pawns in your sick chess game that revolves around ego and furthering your own career. Folks, God, I miss my Tuesday nights, don't you? I mean, my goodness. It's been just over 6 months since the new council majority has been sworn in. I gave you all the benefit of the doubt. I thought Mayor Strickland, I thought maybe with you at the helm, things would be a little more reasonable. Unfortunately, this is just more of the same that we've seen from them this whole time. I'm sick and tired of our city and our residents and our most vulnerable people being used as chess games. We are not a game. This is not a game. This is a city. I would love for you to take a shot at running it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much.
All right, thank you. All right, hello City Council members. My name is Kylie. My pronouns are she, they, and I am a 26-year-old queer woman. I have been a resident of, thank you, I've been a resident of Huntington Beach for my entire life, and I strongly oppose the action item 18. I am an Ocean View and Huntington Beach Union High School alumni and have been an active member of my community while living in this beautiful city. The reason why I'm here today is because I hold education to the highest level of respect and admiration. Anyone, regardless of who they are, should be allowed to learn about anything they want. That is what is so incredible about this country. We have the freedom to educate ourselves how we see fit. From college to trade school to picking up a book from the library, you control what interests you. So speaking of, I actually have 3 books that I picked up at our local library and have been enjoying them ever since. The 1619 Project, it's amazing. I have it till July 3rd, so if you want it, July 4th. Rainbow Revolutions. And my personal favorite, Unconditional, a guide to loving and supporting your LGBTQ child. So now, in the legendary and great tradition of Paris is Burning, the library is open. And because reading is what? Fundamental! Thank you! So, I'll read an excerpt from this book and not you city council members as to really drive my point across. These are the do's and don'ts of how to support your child when they come out to you. A very hard experience that I can speak from myself, but can be very thankful that my parents love me for regardless of who I am. So, let's go. Do make this more than one conversation. Even if you're feeling uncomfortable, you are the adult and you need to be there for your child. Be human. You're not perfect, and neither is your kid. As long as you are making a real effort with love and respect, your child will see that, and that love and respect will get you through many parental mishap. Keep your mind open. Depending on your life circumstances, a lot has been asked of you right now. If you've been raised a strict Christian household and you believe every word of the Bible is word for word straight from God's mouth, I'm asking you to think about if it is your job to judge your child. You cannot just love your kid and let your child be responsible for their own faith and belief. They already know what you feel and believe. Trust in that. Don't scream and yell or criticize their timing. If they're coming out at a certain time, it's happened for a reason. Stay calm. And last but not least, don't take it personally. This isn't about you, it's about them. And it's going to be okay.
10 seconds.
Thank you.
Next speaker, thank you so much for being here.
Hi, my name is Chris Cluey, Huntington Beach resident for 15 years. I am against number 18 and I am for number 19, and I am speaking here today on number 19, okay? I'm here because I'm asking you as the city council to censure Ms. Vandermark for her remarks at the school board meeting on June 13th. I personally witnessed her give a bigoted anti-LGBTQ speech to the school board members regarding the teaching of LGBTQ rights during Pride Month, no less, as well as her encouraging a large contingent with whom she was seated who did the same. Basic facts of the issue at hand were ignored despite being presented with evidence to the contrary. And after over an hour of listening to some of the most mean-spirited, spiteful intolerance I have ever had the displeasure of witnessing in person, I had to leave with my daughter and her friend because it showed no signs of stopping. You, Mayor, said in a recent statement about the dropping of anti-LGBTQ and anti-Semitic flyers around Edison that the messaging in these flyers is completely unacceptable and does not reflect the values or ideas we believe here in Huntington Beach. As well as, I know I speak for all my fellow city council members in condemning not only this flyer, but all instances of hate within our city. So I have to ask, do you actually mean those words? Because what I saw last Tuesday indicates that this is, in fact, our community, and that you do not, in fact, speak for all your fellow city council members. Not once did Ms. Vandermark do anything to suggest she disagreed with multiple anti-LGBTQ positions, including the ideas that teaching LGBTQ rights is grooming, that marriage should only be between a man and a woman, and that no one should have to see that stuff in school, aka LGBTQ people existing. Leaving aside the fact that the video that inspired the council members' intolerance was 90 seconds of a weekly student project created to highlight the excellence of the entire student body. Okay? The entire student body. Her attempt to minimize and exclude LGBTQ members of our community is de facto arguing that they do not have the right to exist. That because of who they are, they cannot be allowed to be part of society or to see themselves in the same positions as everyone else. When Ms. Vandermark says, we shouldn't have to see that kind of stuff in school, that tells every single LGBTQ student that she does not regard them as worthy of attention, that they should disappear and not trouble her with their rich and multifaceted lives, because that's not what she thinks our community should be. Sure, segments on sports and homecoming, dances are fine, but not those filthy gays. Get them out of there. We cannot debate someone's right to exist. We already know where that road leads, and yet here we are walking it again. LGBTQ students deserve to be recognized as much as any other student, to be able to see themselves in school videos, to be celebrated and accepted for who they are. There need to be consequences for actions like Ms. Vandermark.
10 seconds.
There's a saying in Germany, there's a Nazi at the table and 10 other people sitting there talking to him, you got a table and 11 Nazis. Fighting intolerance requires not just talk, but action. It requires consequences. Show us what kind of table you're sitting at.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening, City Council members, and thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. My name is Hannah Cole. I am a 4-year resident of Huntington Beach. I am also a 3-year, 11-month, and 29-day patron of Huntington Beach Public Library. I am a trained librarian with a master's degree in English language and literature and a master's degree in library and information science. I currently work as an academic librarian in Los Angeles County. During my 8 years of higher education, I focused my study on censorship and children's literature, much of which was taught under the professorship of Dr. Emily Knox, author of Book Banning in 21st Century America and Foundations of Intellectual Freedom. I am here to urge the council not to adopt Agenda Item 18 proposed by Mayor Pro Tem Gracie Vandermark. The primary decision up for review is if the city attorney should have the power to determine what information our children and young adults have access to, rather than leaving this decision to the parents and guardians of Huntington Beach and the trained information professionals working in the Huntington Beach Public Library. I do not believe this power should lie with the city attorney. This proposal also makes no reference to the formal review process Huntington Beach Public Library already has in place that allows members of the community to request the removal of items from the library's collection. These challenged items are reviewed by a group of trained literary and information science professionals to determine if the item should be removed from the collection. Placing this power into the hands of one government official is a dangerous precedent which could lead to the removal of books based on one person's opinions, values, and beliefs. Let our librarians do the work they are equipped and paid to do, and let us parent our own children. It would also be irresponsible not to acknowledge that while this proposal makes no mention of sexuality or gender expression, similar legislation's real intent has been to target LGBTQ+ books, which are some of the most challenged and banned books nationwide. This begs the question, is this proposal actually concerned with obscene content, or is it more concerned with eliminating the acknowledgement of queer folks' existence in our public library? The job of a library is to support their entire community of patrons, not just a select few, and the community of Huntington Beach, whether we like it or not, contains queer adults, queer young adults, and queer children who deserve access to books that acknowledge their existence. In addition, this proposal requests the city manager remove the library's affiliation with the American Library Association, the primary professional association for all libraries. This is akin to requesting a medical practice cut ties with the American Medical Association. The ALA not only provides valuable free resources to librarians and patrons alike, it also provides grant opportunities which award money to critically underfunded libraries.
10 seconds.
Free professional development for library staff and librarians, and a national network of library professionals which actively contributes to the public library's ability to offer outstanding service to the community. I urge you not to support this proposal.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening. My name is Libby. I'm here to oppose item 18 and encourage all of the council members to vote against it. It is an ill-conceived idea and will obviously bring more lawsuits against the city. Considering the shortfalls you are facing after the yet-to-be fully disclosed settlements, it is simply irresponsible for the city to put another very expensive target on its back. There are loads of legal cases that can be cited to forewarn the city from moving forward with such a ludicrous idea as to have the city attorney be the arbiter of what is obscene and inappropriate for children. And who will even suggest which books the city attorney should evaluate? I found at least one legal decision that seems particularly relevant and should be considered as you make your decision. In Wichita Falls, Texas, city residents who were members of a church sought removal of 2 books, Heather Has 2 Mommies and Daddy's Roommate, because they disapproved of the book's depiction of homosexuality. The city council voted to restrict access to the books if 300 people signed a petition asking for the restriction. A separate group of citizens filed suit after the books were removed from the children's section and placed on a locked shelf in the adult area of the library. Following a trial, the district court permanently enjoined the city from enforcing the resolution. It held that the city's resolution constituted impermissible content-based and viewpoint-based discrimination, was not narrowly tailored to serve a compelling state interest, and improperly delegated governmental authority over the selection and removal of the library books to any 300 private citizens who wish to remove a book from the children's area of the library. And the background for your proposed ordinance suggests using the Miller test, as established by the Supreme Court, to determine if a book is obscene. As already stated, that test explicitly states that the item must be taken as a whole and should be considered obscene if, as a whole, it lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. Selecting a particularly salacious segment from a book and determining it to be obscene does not meet the standards of the Miller test. And remember, the purpose of our Constitution is to protect the minority from the tyranny of the majority. Please protect the world-class Huntington Beach Library and vote no on item 18. Separately, I encourage you to all vote yes on item 19. As documented hate crimes and hate incidences have been increasing in Orange County and Huntington Beach has been the victim of more than one anti-Semitic flyer drop, it is important for the elected officials to once again declare that they denounce anti-Semitism, white supremacy, and anti-LGBTQ+ hate.
10 seconds.
Let me remind all of you that are concerned about these actions of this council and items like agenda item 18, these meetings happen every first and third Tuesday, and I hope you'll continue to attend. And remember, elections happen every 2 years, and not voting is a vote.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Alexandra Winnick, and I am a proud Jew, a granddaughter of a living Holocaust survivor, and a member of the LGBTQ+ community, as well as an alumna of Edison High School, class of 2022. I am here in complete opposition to Title 18 and fully support Title 19. Due to a lack of Holocaust education in our schools, I faced a great amount of Jew hate in my entire K-12 school years. The idea of book banning was popularized and implemented by the Nazi regime, contributing to the genocide of 6 million Jews, including some of my family. To this day, Jews are used as scapegoats, which has occurred recently through the anti-Semitic and anti-LGBTQ+ flyers claiming that Jews are the reason that people are gay, which was spread around Huntington Beach. These flyers were distributed in retaliation to the Bolt TV video, a video made by Edison High School students shown in classes at Edison High School, in which the video circulating was taken out of context. I feel that Griselda Salazar, also known as Gracie Vandermark, has committed a conflict of interest by being friends with the mother of the student that took the video, which, by the way, had absolutely no kissing in it. Absolutely no kissing in it. And has used her political connections with the Republican Party to have the mother sue the teacher using Michelle Steele's husband, Sean Steele. I am personally offended and repulsed at the immature and irrational reactions that the parents of students attending Edison are having in regards to the Bolt TV video shown in class. While attending Edison, not once were we shown any inappropriate or pornographic content. What I did see were Bolt TV students trying to express their creativity in a school-appropriate manner. I witnessed harmful anti-LGBTQ+ bullying both towards me, my peers, and staff with no remorse, as if our entire being is a joke. Students tore down posters during Pride Month, called other students anti-gay slurs, and made the campus feel unsafe. And to the student and her mom who spread the video, shame on you for being liars, shame on you for uplifting homophobic voices, and shame on you for threatening and causing others to send death threats to this innocent teacher.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Is Mr. Amory Hanson. I'm speaking tonight in support of item 8, the proposed contracts for videography. By continuing to videograph events, Huntington Beach will highlight the contributions being made by so many to continue to make the city of Expanding Horizons a great place to live. Awareness and transparency will also be increased. Of note, today is my birthday, and this is my 100th. Wait, and this is my 100th oration before the Huntington Beach City Council. Once again, I urge a yes vote on item 8. Thank you.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Thanks for being here. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
My name is Susan Claudius, and I first would like to thank the council for the number of people you've allowed to speak here and for your patience. And I know you're all a little weary, but I do hope you're listening to us, and I do hope that you do consider what the majority of the people here are speaking about. I just wanted to give you some thoughts about taking out books from children's library sections. First of all, government deciding what books the public can read is always a very iffy thing to do. You can't put a plan into action unless you have rules governing it, and what parameters would you consider pornographic? Are you going to take out children's anatomy books? It's very difficult to define what you're taking out. Who's the committee or the individual who's so well-versed that they should be the one to decide? That's a major question, and I don't think it's been answered yet. So just a few thoughts on why this might not be a great idea. Book censoring is always a slippery slope. I would never presume to tell you what books to allow your children to read, and I don't know that the government should be permitted to tell my child what books to read. History does not bode well for the idea of censorship. I'm brief. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay.
We're rolling. Next 10. Let's
All
go.
right. Last call for Laura Steingold. Nicholas Radke, Heidi Barlow, Carrie Meister, Karen Meister, Lynn Deekers, Honi Abramowitz, Susan Wexler, Randy Kokel, Leslie Golson, Meg Robinson. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Heidi Barlow, and I stand here for item 18. And I thank you, Gracie, for standing up. And I thank you, everyone that's considering to stand up for these children that do not have a voice, are not able to stand up for themselves. And for the parents that are here for pornography for these children, shame on you. And if you disagree, that's okay, because you don't have an understanding. Because this is what the Bible says, 2 Corinthians 4:4. Satan, who is the God of this world, has blinded the minds of those who don't believe. They are unable to see the glorious light of the God of the good news. They don't understand this message about the glory of Christ, who is exact likeness of God. So I don't expect you guys to understand my words and what I'm saying, and I don't expect you guys to learn what I'm trying to say and betray, but I am standing here for the children that cannot speak for themselves. And I want you guys to know that what they're trying to pass, it's not for adults. It's for minors. They're children. I personally called the library today, and it was for children 3, 4, and 5-year-olds. Guys, this is no joke. You should love your children and be able to protect them and not show them how to do all these ugly, disgusting things. As an adult, you guys can make that choice. As children, listen, as children, they will be scarred for death. This is serious, guys. This is not a joke. We're not trying to bash you guys at all. We are trying to stand up for our children that don't have a voice. These are 3, 4, 5-year-olds. Come on. Seriously. I'm talking to you guys because they are adults. Right? You guys are acting like children. That's all.
Thanks. Next speaker, thanks for being here. Thank you.
Okay. Hello,
My name is Honey Abramowitz, and I'm a longtime resident of Huntington Beach. I've been over 45 years. All three of my children attended Edison High School and graduated, and a grandson graduated Edison High School. And I wrote a speech to object to a Measure 18 and approve of 19. But before I get into my speech, I have to reflect on what's going on here tonight. We had some beautiful, eloquent speakers, and most of them are against 18. And since they are your bosses, you need to not approve 18. But also, the people that were for 18, they wore United States flags. But they're not speaking of our democracy, freedom of speech, okay? Then they don't want kids to see the inappropriate with, instruction manuals, right? But they held it up, and the kids are home watching television, and they're seeing it. And now they're going to seek it, because that's how kids are. So now I can get on to what I wrote at home. I can't believe that we are addressing this in a Huntington Beach City Council, trying to control what information our children should or should not be allowed to receive. I believe this is a parent's choice and responsibility, has been said so many times here tonight, not by a governing body. That's an abuse of power, also said many times here tonight. Allowing the governing body to have the power to choose what information we are allowed to get is a slippery slope. This is how Hitler got control over the German people. He first focused on banning books about sexuality and homosexuality. Then in 1933, he incited students across Germany to burn books written by Jews and Americans, books by authors as Ernest Hemingway and Albert Einstein. In Florida, they already are banning books and curriculum that bans information on the history of the Holocaust, slavery, and stories about the LGBT community. A child won't become black by reading about black history.
10 seconds.
They have to be born black. A child won't turn gay and trans by reading or seeing a film about LGBTQ community, because you also have to be born that way.
That's time. Thank you. Thank you. We're out of time. Thank you.
Excuse me?
Out of time. Your time's up.
Oh, it's up already?
It's up.
Okay.
Yes.
Well,
thank you for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much. Thank you.
My name is Laura Steingold, and I've lived in Huntington Beach for about 40 years. And I'm here tonight to express my opposition to item 18 on the agenda, but more importantly, I'm here to support a group of totally underappreciated professionals in our city, our librarians. I mean, these are some of the most knowledgeable, caring people that I've ever had the pleasure to have known. So, but getting back to item 18, just as I wouldn't want politicians or elected officials to make decisions about my health care, I also would not want to put the responsibility of choosing which books should be in our libraries and what books are appropriate for certain age groups in the hands of politicians. I'd like to know if the city attorney will be reading all of the books in question and has the background in child development and library sciences to know what books are appropriate for the children's library, which books should go in the young adult section. I'm kind of not thinking that that's going to happen. So I I think that these are decisions that should be left to professionals and/or parents, hopefully working together. So finally, I think in a country, a state, and certainly a city where we value freedom almost above anything else, I think that the freedom to have information available to everyone should be a priority. And I think that calmly sharing and exchanging information and ideas has never hurt or diminished anyone. It's the hiding of those ideas and that information that can be detrimental. So I want to respectfully ask, what are we so afraid of? Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Hi, my name is Karen Meister. I've been a proud patron of the Huntington Beach Library for the last 25 years, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak on agenda item 18. I feel lucky that I have First Amendment rights to express my beliefs and urge you to vote no on this agenda item, which blatantly seeks to put limitations on this very amendment. Some of you consider yourself protectors of children. Can you for a moment appreciate that for some of us, protecting children means affording them constitutional intellectual freedom rights to access information which their parents deem appropriate. Protecting children means granting them access to a rich and varied library collection that not only reflects their human experience, but also gives them windows into the ways others live. This is the way to achieve empathy, kindness, and understanding within your children and community. Protecting children means providing them with connections to educated librarians who hold master's degrees and are trained to develop varied and multifaceted collections using a process that has worked for decades in this community. Protecting children looks like the Huntington Beach Public Library System, which has won awards for its storytime programming. It's a place of curiosity and wonder, visited by hundreds of patrons daily. It's vibrant, well-curated, with a collection that serves all people. And it's unbelievable to me that we are doing anything other than singing its praises in this meeting. Your idea of protecting children looks like a plan to take control of the library's acquisitions and collections processes. I would love to know why you believe blatant government overreach is acceptable in the case of your city's public library. How much time and money would be spent by the city attorney doing the job that the city has hired professional librarians to do? There are already collection development and materials reconsideration policies in place to address the issues of obscenity which concern you. Why are you above these policies? Have you gone through the materials reconsideration process, or do you believe that your position as a city council member affords you the right to work around them? Ms. Vandermark, you have even been seen wearing a shirt that says, "This mommy does not want to co-parent with the government." Can you even begin to see the hypocrisy there? Please, let parents decide what is appropriate for their own children, just as you would. This mommy would appreciate it. Mr. McKeon, your response to my initial email of concern was that nobody's banning books. Unfortunately, many of us don't believe that. All over the country, we are seeing the use of censorship to veil racist and homophobic beliefs. The majority of book bans that have occurred seek to erase the voices of the most marginalized people. Your library does not exist to serve as a reflection of only your values and who you are. It must serve all people, regardless of political viewpoint or agenda. Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Good evening, City Council members. I'm here to speak in opposition of agenda item number 18. I've brought my Huntington Beach Public Library card with me today, which I've had since I was 5 years old, to show just how important the library is to me. HBPL is an amazing public library system that has served as an instrumental resource in my and many others' development as readers and learners. People in Huntington Beach and communities across Orange County rely on HBPL's extensive and thoughtfully curated collections as a source of both knowledge and leisure. To allow the city attorney to pick through library resources and determine what's obscene based on the standards of the few would be a detriment to the freedom of information currently enjoyed by the Huntington Beach community. Councilmember Vandermark's proposed plan seeks to protect children from library materials deemed obscene by the city attorney rather than allowing professionally trained librarians to handle library curation. As nonpartisan public employees, librarians are able to use their education and experience to best decide what books are appropriate for our public libraries. To remove this decision-making process from their capable hands and place them into the hands of an elected political official would be utterly irresponsible and an overreach of the City Council's power. A city attorney with no experience in library sciences or children's literature has greater potential to apply a biased lens to obscenity standards. This opens up the doors for censorship with an inherently political slant at the fault of elected officials who lack the qualifications necessary to decide what's appropriate for larger communities. Agenda item 18 seeks to control what library resources are available to kids who Councilmember Vandermark and her peers know nothing about. As a 19-year-old library patron, I feel it's important for the City Council to hear from a young person, since this proposal would largely affect library goers under the age of 16. In attempting to shield children from so-called obscene books, the passage of this proposal could prevent high school freshmen and sophomores from accessing materials they need for their classes. By 15 years old, many HBU-HSD students have gone through the sexual education curriculum and read Romeo and Juliet for school. While a librarian would likely see that these materials have scientific and literary merit that prevent them from being considered obscene, an untrained eye with a political agenda could decide that they are too obscene for our children. But beyond the problematic issue of equipping a single political official with the potential ability to prevent high schoolers from accessing curricular materials, the government should not act as a censoring parent to children. As it currently stands, the HBPL system allows parents to view what their child checks out, keeping the decision as to what is child appropriate where it should be, within families. Ultimately, agenda item 18 will serve as a dangerous measure to advance censorship based on a personal political agenda. I strongly urge council members to vote against this proposal, which will undoubtedly pave the path to an uncertain future of book banning and First Amendment violations.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hi, my name's Nick Radke. I've lived in Huntington Beach for about 8 years, loved it enough to buy a house a few years ago, looking forward to making long life here. However, Councilwoman Vandermark presents this issue 18 with the assertion that this is a, quote, long-standing problem in public education that children are being exposed to obscene and age-inappropriate materials by adults, many of whom are educators. She presents this assertion with no supporting data or evidence. The best I can find is some statements she's made in the past about State Assembly Bill AB 329, which for those who don't know what that one is off the top of your head, it mandated medically accurate sex education courses, which every school district I looked into allows parents to opt their children out of. Because she doesn't have any data or evidence other than that, this argument presents itself as just another iteration of the old, tired, won't somebody think of the children argument. This argument is a logical fallacy that is tailor-made to elicit an emotional response, remove all logical discourse from the discussion. Discourse such as, why is a person who campaigned on small government suddenly okay with expanding government's role in something it's done well to stay out of for decades? Why are they on board with giving the library, giving control of library content to someone whose actions are likely to be focused on the next election? Doesn't our city attorney have better things to do with his extensive legal background? And why are they okay with removing control of what a teenager can and can't read from the teenager's parents? And finally, is any of this actually an issue that needed to be legislated on? As many people before tonight have said, there was already a mechanism to do this. It was on a case-by-case basis. Many of the books that get challenged, especially just in broad strokes like this, as obscene, are now considered literary classics. Some of those that aren't considered literary classics can serve as informational resources for sensitive topics. One of the few things Councilwoman has cited in the OC Register was essays about women losing their virginities in their teens as a problematic thing for teens to read. Let that sink in for a minute. The people who are contemplating losing their virginity, it's too sensitive for them to read other people's experiences with. Spoiler, some people may think that it's, too intense and may not go through with it. The average age which people in the United States lose their virginity is 17. That means around half of them are under that. These are people who need access to these resources.
10
and they
seconds.
should not be denied them. Thank you.
Next speaker, thanks for being here.
My name is Susan Wexler. I've been a resident of Huntington Beach for 42 years. I have 2 sons. I'm a grandmother. I was a high school teacher for 25 years, and I'm a volunteer at the library. I don't like obscenity or pornography. I also don't like marginalization of any people, no matter their race, religion, or sexual orientation. I believe that everyone has a right to their opinion, but that doesn't give them the right to voice their opinion on me. We need to protect the ability of young people to have access to books from which they can learn about and understand different perspectives and help them grow into adults who can think for themselves. The books in question are, for the most part, relating to LGBTQ issues. No one is forcing children to read these books. They're not intended for children, and they're not in the children's area for the most part. As a high school teacher, I witnessed the struggles of my teenage students. In an age where obscenity and pornography are readily available on their cell phones, a book collection that has been read, reviewed, and examined by professional librarians is what teenagers need. I worry about teens who feel different from their peers or their families. A teen who goes to the library to do research, to find answers to their questions, should not be required to have parental permission. Some of those students can't tell their parents or are afraid to tell their parents about their identity. This is government overreach and violates their First Amendment rights. I expect the City Council and the City Attorney to work on issues related to city business, not to be the moral arbiters of our citizens. I respectfully ask you to reject this proposal.
Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening. I'm Leslie Golson, resident of Huntington Beach for 30 years, homeowner, retired teacher, mother, and voter. Regarding the proposed action to police our city libraries, I am adamantly opposed. I have 3 points to make. Number 1, I am unaware of any obscene literature offered to children in our city's libraries. As a mother and educator in our city with 30 years' experience, I have seen no obscene books or materials provided by the city library in the hands of my child or my students. What I have seen are children marginalized by their feelings and or experiences who wish to find information and community in the written word. It's imperative that we give them access to the information they seek. Without such information, such children can turn against themselves in mental anguish and even against the community. Number 2, yours is an entirely subjective opinion and goes against the principles of intellectual freedom. Why can't adults tell the librarian what materials youth shouldn't have access to? As the American Library Association says, like adults, children and teens have the right to find the information they choose. Librarians have a responsibility to provide information for a wide variety of users. If you are a parent or guardian, you have the right and responsibility to make decisions about what materials are suitable for your own family. No one has the right to make rules restricting what other people use or to make decisions for other families. Number 3, the American Library Association and our city's librarians are eminently more qualified to judge the appropriate content of literature than a city government official. Librarians' education and training makes them familiar with the law and what counts as obscenity, as well as the merits of a piece of literature. Judging the worth of a piece of information based on your definition of obscenity, which is not mine, is censorship. The ALA does not govern any library's selection of material, FYI. It is an educational and advisory organization. Your suggestion to part ways with this organization is unnecessary and a further waste of taxpayer dollars. This is outside the city government's jurisdiction. My tax dollars can better be spent on things outside the inevitable lawsuits such an ordinance would incur. Members of the City Council, I urge you to vote no on agenda item 18. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening. My name is Randy Kokel, and ladies and gentlemen, I don't like politics, and I don't want to be here tonight. I've been a resident for about 30 years, and when my son was young, we'd go to the library every single week. He'd decide what he wanted to learn, we'd pick out the books. Parents are supposed to help their children learn, and if you don't want your child reading a book, it's up to you, the parents, to supervise them. The city attorney has no place in this discussion. I urge you to keep your government overreach and government censorship out of our kids' lives. How far will this go? Did you know that in Utah, a school district banned the Bible and is considering removing the Book of Mormon? The take-home message is that government cannot and will not replace lazy, ignorant, or fearful parents. I am here to oppose number 18 and number 19. And no matter what, and support number 19. No matter what party you are part of, we in Orange County love the Huntington Beach Library. It's a beautiful building which provides the opportunity for people to learn and grow. It takes quite a bit to make me drag my butt across town, sit for hours to make a 3-minute talk about good governing and censorship. Now, if you study history, censorship is often the first step into fascism. These are dangerous times. And if I'm wrong, please let me know, but I'm unaware of any time in history where those who implemented censorship were the good guys. I spent 25 years teaching Sunday school and a dozen years teaching college. I have a master's degree. I've directed religious education programs for 2 churches, and I've been the head of a parent mission program at a third, and long ago, in a universe far, far away, I was even an HB planning commissioner. Ms. Vandermark, as near as I can tell from her campaign material, has no professional credentials. No professional expertise regarding libraries or the appropriateness of educational material. It appears she operates out of either ignorance or fear, or perhaps she's trying to create an opportunity to promote herself. But I ask, who are you to try to force your perspectives onto not only everybody in Huntington Beach, but all of the people in Orange County who use the library system? I feel, and I'm going to use a mixed metaphor here, you are so out of bounds, you should be tagged out, given a red card, and sent down to the minor leagues. As you have demonstrated, there are books in the library you don't like, but thankfully in America, we don't allow individuals to force their myopic perspectives onto the rest of our society. The Supreme Court defines obscenity in a very specific way, and there are no books in any of the Huntington Beach libraries that would fail the obscenity test. I
10
guarantee
seconds.
it. As this issue ends up in court, Huntington Beach will lose every case. Ms. Vandermark knows she's wasting our time and money. She should hang her head in shame and resign.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Madam Clerk, call the next 10 speakers.
Yeah, last call for Lynn Deekers and Meg Robinson, Bryson Miller, Roy McCord, Nora Peterson, Jeff Thomas, Richard Armendariz, Andreas Gorgi, Melanie Cheng, Scott Malabarbe,
They're all not here. Read more. I'm just kidding.
Russ Neal, B. Chanel, Judy Tomlinson, Barry Kreshmeyer, Harika Kayi, Bethany Webb, Sally Sanders, Dana Lee, Nick McLaughlin.
Thank you for being here. Please.
Hi, my name is Bryson Miller. I'm a resident of Huntington Beach. I have 3 kids. Taken 2 boys through Huntington Valley Little League. They were 4 years old, and now they're 14, 15, grown into young men. My daughter plays Division I softball at Liberty University. My wife and I have played collegiate and professional athletics. And when I said Pledge of Allegiance to that flag, I mean what it says. I believe what it says. It's one nation under God. When I say the Little League pledge, I mean it. It says to trust in God. That's the first words of the Little League pledge. Young men hear that, and they're raised in the fear and the admonition of the Lord. That's how my household is ran. God protects us. God goes before us in areas that we don't even comprehend. And democracy is still governed by God. Censorship is good. And if you don't believe that, then put all of your kids on these steps and let's read the books to them. There is power in purity, and I think that we've lost the definition of purity. Because if I'm looking the definition of purity up, get that real quick. The definition of purity says freedom from adulteration or contamination, freedom from immorality, especially of a sexual nature. I can't imagine all of the stories that would happen, the untrust in relationships, if people are allowed at the ages where these books are considered appropriate now in the library. I can't imagine what relationships would be built on this. It would be horrible. Definitely wouldn't be raising families to fear God or their government or their elected officials or the police or anybody else. It would be chaos. I'm in full support of 18. Keep righteousness alive. I applaud you, Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark. Thank you so much that you would stand in the face of controversy. You have great courage. And those others who are considering to support this, I encourage you to support the sanctity
10
of
seconds.
good relationships. Young men and young women that are going to lead this city one day. You are setting the precedents now, and I think this is a great thing.
Thank you. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Hello, I'm Scott Mellabarba, HB resident for 20 years. I've raised my family here. I've spent a lot of time at the library. I've read hundreds of books out of that library, both alone with my kids. It's been a happy place for us. So when I happened across this particular agenda item, I was in shock, frankly, because I see the assertion that our library staff have been, quote, infecting small children with obscenity and pornography. I've spent a lot of time there. I've seen how there's the YA section, there's the middle grade section, there's the little kids section. I'm thinking, what is going on in the city council? This is bizarre. I read on. They propose to direct a government agent, naming the city attorney, to evaluate and screen all incoming library materials on content, on ideological grounds, to determine if they can be displayed. Then, almost immediately, we find this is being defended as not censorship. It's not a ban. Well, if we go to the library and read a dictionary, I picked Merriam-Webster. A censor is an official who examines materials, such as publication or films, for objectionable matter and suppresses or deletes them as objectionable. People, that literally is what the word censorship means. To ban, prohibit the use, performance, or distribution of. Example given, ban a book. It's a book ban. If you put them in a vault behind a locked door and I have to show my driver's license to get to it, you banned it. That's what the word means. So this doesn't make any sense. What's going on up there? What is this obscenity or pornography they're talking about? Actually, the manipulative PowerPoint, along with some of the posters some of our co-speakers are carrying around, that gives you a clue. You look at the one of those, of a bunch that mix up stuff from YA, stuff that actually, is in the children's section, and stuff that just is in the library somewhere. The one that would actually be directed to small children, it's got two old men hugging. That is obscene. Oh, now this makes sense. Anything to do with people who aren't straight is obscene. Okay, but why the misdirection? Why not just say so? Again, the library. George Orwell, War and Peace. George Orwell, 1984, sorry, wrong book. War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. This is doublethink. To be conscious of complete truthfulness while telling carefully constructed lies, to hold simultaneously two opinions which cancel it out, knowing them to be contradictory and believing in both of them, to use logic against logic, to repudiate morality while laying claim to it. That's what I see here. That's why some people here, they're not quite stupid enough to think that the library staff are handing out porn to 3-year-olds, but they kind of do.
10 seconds.
It's dangerous. Please stop. Nothing good can come of this. Thank you.
Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hi, my name is Melanie Tialeko Cheng. I'm a pediatrician and a parent who lives and works here in Huntington Beach. I'll be reading my 17-year-old daughter's email to you. Dear HB City Council members, I'm a high school student who grew up and lives in Huntington Beach. As a youth, I intend to offer my insight on the issue of item 18 on June 20th agenda regarding limitations on public library content. The item is described as an issue of children being exposed to pornographic content. Given the current national trend of similar book bans inaccurately equating discussion of sexuality or gender identity with actual sexual content, I and many of my fellow students are concerned that our libraries will be purged of their well-written, poignant, and appropriate books, which happen to mention same-gender relationships. A picture book protagonist with two dads is no more pornographic than one with a dad and a mom. A chapter book about a preteen girl kissing a girl is no more vulgar than a kiss between a girl and a boy. Banning such depictions does not shield children from any sort of sexual content. It simply blocks them from learning about people and families who differ from their own, causes them to needlessly internalize non-sexual sexual scenarios as sexual and inappropriate, and exposes them to hatred and bigotry. As a result, young people are taught to feel ashamed and alienated if they do not fit the social norm, and to shame and alienate others, which may continue into adulthood, perpetuating a cycle of ignorance that could be combated by proper education. As a high schooler, I'm well acquainted with the effects of social ostracism and othering. However, I also know the positive effects of representation in literature and education. Learning about the lives, perspectives, and struggles of others compromises much of our history, language, and literary studies. It is a key component of education, one that broadens young minds and helps us better understand the world we all inhabit. It makes us well-versed in social critical thinking, more likely to reach out in compassion and understanding, and better equipped to handle the unfamiliar experiences we will face later in life. It is not in the best interest of society to erase the literary presence of an oppressed group, teaching that the next generations a mindset of fearful, ignorant hatred. Rather, we must ensure that every generation, present and future, educates themselves as thoroughly and accurately as possible about the society in which we live, the differing experience of its citizens, and the compassion we must show to our neighbors. The knowledge of same-gender relationships does not threaten our children. Bigotry, ignorance, and inaction do. As American citizens, it is our duty to combat injustice, to defend our status as a country of freedom, opportunity, and equality, not a country of restrictions. Please vote no on item 18. Sincerely, Katerina M. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Nora Peterson. I've lived in Huntington Beach for 35 years and raised my children here. Please vote no on item 18. A library is the place for children, teens, and adults to seek information, discover new ideas, grow intellectually, and experience the joy of reading. As a community, we should be proud that our library is a community draw. Our library is populated by well-educated professional librarians. Librarians are the torchbearers for facts, keeping the public informed, providing balanced resources, and preventing misinformation. With a rich collection of books chosen by our librarians, we will continue to grow and learn as a community of thinking individuals. While we may have a robust fiction section, our libraries champion truth. If extremists with narrow religious and personal beliefs feel the need to censor their own children's library experiences, how sad for them. Banning Library is the closest library to my home. It's tiny, but it served my children well as they were growing up, and I appreciate ordering books from the Central Library and returning them to Banning. It is such a remarkable place for me to learn and grow, to question and research, and oftentimes just to immerse myself in a great novel. Please save our libraries and honor our librarians. Vote no on item 18. Secondly, please pass item 19. Vote yes for an inclusive, caring community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
My name is Roy McCord, longtime resident, Huntington Beach. That woman was brilliant. Disclosure, she's my wife. We raised 2 children in Huntington Beach. They and their spouses are now successful, balanced adults. I didn't need ever for big government to tell me what they should read. Your agenda item 18 is big government at its worst. History has a few lessons about what can happen when government wants to interfere with what its citizens read. In the early 1930s, German authorities quietly started putting restrictions on books. There's only 1 or 2 at first. Then the list grew to include All Quiet on the Western Front by Erich Maria Remarque, one of my favorites. General Relativity by Albert Einstein, another of my favorites, I don't recommend it. And eventually the works of Jack London, Ernest Hemingway, Helen Keller, and a long, long list. Now, people have shared with you some very frank things that usually in my family we reserve for private time. I too have an obscenity, something I find deeply obscene here to share with you tonight.
Eines überspitzten jüdischen Intellektualismus ist nun zu Ende.
Now, I understand. You may not understand those words. On the night of May 10, 1933, the Reichsminister, forget this, the Public Enlightenment, Joseph Goebbels, directed a mob of 40,000 people on Berlin's Operaplatz to throw banned books into a bonfire. And with these words, Nein zu Dekadenz und moralischen Korruption, Ja zu Anstand und Sittlichkeit in Familie und Stadt. I'll translate. No to decadence and moral corruption. Yes to decency and morality in family and state. His words. Joseph Goebbels, the Reich Minister of Propaganda, was declaring his role, the government's role, in what citizens could read. Slightly more than 10 years after Goebbels' book burning, the once magnificent Obernplatz on Unten der Lindenstrasse was filled with ashes not of books, but of homes, churches, schools, and lives. 10 years. I worked as a guest scientist in Germany less than 30 years after the war. I found the German people and government welcoming, generous, and open-minded. They had learned painful lessons from Goebbels' gambles. So should we. Parents
10 seconds.
Should be responsible for their children's library behavior, not big government. Vote to reject 18 and get back to work on truly important issues facing our communities.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here. Thank you.
Yes, good evening. My name is Andreas Georgi. I'm a 25-year resident of Huntington Beach. I actually only heard about this, let me see, can I do this? Yeah. I only heard about this 2 nights ago, so I had planned for Tuesday night, and they changed when I heard about this. I've been a citizen of the United States since 1994. I've not missed any election, but I have to admit that I have not always paid attention to the down ballot election. I will correct my mistake from now on, and I would implore everyone here to do the same as well. I would urge you to I strongly implore you to vote against Measure 18. This is a spurious, ingenuous, misdirected, and quite honestly malicious, just a bit of propaganda. I mean, it is all about the TV trucks that are out there, you know. I value this country's freedom and democracy, and and also, there is such a thing as the internet. So the library is really the least of your problem, I mean, the library, libraries are curated by professionals who are very, as you heard tonight, by several librarians. These are very devoted, very professional people who really care about what their service to the economy. Sorry, I don't speak in public very often, so I would just vote. I would urge you to vote this down. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Yes, thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Strickland and council members. My name is Russell Neal, and I live in Huntington Beach. I would like to speak in favor of Agenda Item 18 and in opposition to Agenda Item 19. All that Agenda Item 18 calls for is for measures to be established to prevent our library from providing age-inappropriate sexual material to minors without parental consent. It censors nothing and bans nothing for adults, and therefore does not raise a First Amendment issue. And it's actually calling for the city attorney to help develop processes and procedures, and I'm sure what he produces is not going to require him to read every book in the library. Everyone opposing this ordinance must provide us an explanation of why they think the city needs to be in the business of providing pornography to other people's children, and why this does not run afoul of Penal Code Section 313. Agenda Item 19 is a slanderous accusation against the people of this city, disguised as a benign resolution no one could oppose. It itself is crafted to stir up hatred and division. If you want to talk about hatred, consider the words of Proverbs 6, which says there are 7 things which the Lord hates, the worst of which is he that soweth discord among brethren. I propose a substitute motion, namely that the city of Huntington Beach denounces all efforts to divide our citizens into warring subgroups, including all forms of defamation and false accusations. Thank you, and God bless you, Gracie Vandermark.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hi, my name is Harika, and I am a 21-year resident homeowner and voter living in Huntington Beach. I would like to talk about my support for Agenda Item 19, a council resolution to unanimously denounce anti-Semitism, white supremacy, and anti-LGBTQ hate in Huntington Beach. I would specifically like to talk about the last one, anti-LGBTQ hate. Following the decision by the newly elected council members to pass the recent flag ordinance, I stuck a Pride Progress flag on both my blind spot windows on my personal private vehicle. Almost instantly, I started getting harassed on Golden West and PCH by other drivers pointing their middle finger at my car and shouting out anti-LGBTQ hate in my direction. An example of one such insult hurled at me was, and I'll censor the first two words, F you faggots. This is anti-LGBTQ hate in Huntington Beach. And I routinely experience what I would mildly describe as road rage in and around Huntington Beach, whereby adjacent drivers to my car will suddenly cut in front of my vehicle, hit their brakes momentarily to confuse me while driving. This never used to happen until the moment I placed those Pride Progress stickers on my car. Once again, this is anti-LGBTQ hate in Huntington Beach. Furthermore, to commemorate Pride Month on June 1st, I hung up a pride flag with mini carabiners on a flagpole on my private property, only to have it stolen 10 days later on June 10th. I filed an incident report with Officer Serta of the Huntington Beach Police Department. 2 days later on June 12th, I hung up a Pride Progress flag, but this time with zip ties. 3 days later on June 15th, someone had pulled the flag off with such force that they broke the zip ties, bent the flagpole, and broke off the rotating ring that holds one of the sides of the flag. This is anti-LGBTQ hate in Huntington Beach. Once more, I filed an online incident report with the Huntington Beach Police Department and have now hung up another pride flag secured with padlocks. Love will always win. To those on the conservative right, do you actually think pride flags, pride merch, and pride books is going to make your kids gay or trans? To those on the conservative right, do you actually think that your kids seeing two men kissing or two women kissing is going to make your child think, oh, I want to be gay now? You know that's not happening, and your true issue with the LGBTQI+ community is that your child will see these things in normal life and normalize them, and that your child will then become tolerant and accepting of others and their differences. That your child will, in the end, be better at humaning than you, the parents. That's your real fear. I support Agenda Item 19 and Council members Carl McBolton and Moshe in denouncing hate in Huntington Beach.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Dana, and I am a lifelong resident of Huntington Beach. As a kid, my parents took me to the Huntington Beach Library. They walked me across the street to go there, and I've been going there ever since. Shockingly, I have not been traumatized by my experiences there. And this includes a sex ed book that I read as a minor that was from the library. I am here to urge the City Council to oppose Item 18 and to approve Item 19, denouncing the hate in Huntington Beach. Item 18 tells residents and their families what they can and cannot read. It is about restricting the freedom to access information. If anyone is angered or bewildered by a particular topic, be it puberty or the existence of LGBT people, you can choose not to read those books. Just close the book. It's so simple, a child can do it. You can guide your family to choose the books that you find appropriate, and you can make those choices for yourself. No one should get to unilaterally make those decisions for everyone else. And furthermore, I hope this council will affirm the dignity of those in our diverse community in Huntington Beach, reject hate, and recognize that this city is for everyone. Thank you.
Next speaker, thank you for being here.
My name is Nick McLaughlin. I'm a resident of Huntington Beach. I own a home in over 55 mobile home park. I'm here to encourage a unanimous no vote on 18 and encourage a unanimous yes vote on 19. They came for the libraries and the librarians in the state of Texas. Then they came for the libraries and librarians in Oklahoma. After that, they moved to Tennessee, where only 30% of the entire student population reads at grade level. From there, they moved to Florida, and then currently Arkansas
and then they came for the Huntington Beach Library. My library, our library, a public library. You have the choice to walk in, grab a book and read it if you want, sit down and meditate if you want. Use it to do your homework, to write, to think. The choice is yours. No government should be mandating what books are acceptable in our library. Several speakers have wondered how Councilwoman Vandermark came to this reasoning to have this 19 or 18. Well, for those of you who don't know, I encourage you to go to a website called Save Surf City. On that website, sarcasm, irony, hypocrisy are totally clueless to these people. It should be called Enslave Surf City. How I got on this how I got the email, they must have done a senior mailing. Anyway, I got an emergency email yesterday telling me to come to the council meeting. I'm here. On that website, they quote their sources as Charlie Kirk, Robbie Starbuck, Tim Pool, all of them, Trumpkins, all of them support Canway West. All of them promote falsehoods, voter fraud, various conspiracy theories favored by conservatives, science deniers, anti-vaxxers, climate change deniers, proponents of ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine.
10 seconds.
Sell hate, bigotry, anti-diversity, conspiracies on YouTube, podcasts, conservative talk radio, and the favorites of the conservative community,
Thank
Fox
you.
Entertainment.
Thanks for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Okay. Hi, my name is Bethany Webb. I'm a 45-year resident of Huntington Beach. I have been grooming my two children for their entire life. I've been grooming them to be honorable, to read books. Like, we read a lot at home. This is the grooming I do. I have groomed them to tell the truth, to be open-minded and open-hearted to other people. In that grooming, one of my children is LGBTQ, and my husband and I are accepting and loving of that. My youngest, I don't think has picked a partner yet, and whatever he decides to pick, we will be loving and supportive of that. The number one thing that is threatening our children right now, the number one killer of children right now is guns. Okay, a lot of those guns come from suicide, from children not having the support that my children have at home. I also support Planned Parenthood. So, okay.
Hold on.
I'm just, you know what?
Let the speaker speak. Let's go.
Okay, thank you. With all seriousness, we have so much more to do in Huntington Beach. I think that the amount of people that have spoken today have spoken to those of you with an open mind. I know 3 of you. Mr. Gates, you don't have the experience or the background to be choosing books for our children. We have enough problems with the air show that you just gave $7 million of our money away for. So what I would suggest you do is take your cronyism and your anti-Semitism and your homophobia and stay away from us and let us parents choose the books that our children should read and decide who and what our children should love.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you. My name is Buffy Channel. Thank you, City Council and Mayor, for the opportunity to speak out against Agenda Item 18. I am also for Agenda Item 19. As a 34-year resident of Huntington Beach and business owner, I'm appalled and sickened that Gracie Vandermark wants to censor books in our public library system. The American Library Association and librarians should authorize the books because they have the training, experience, and education to oversee book selections. Local politicians should not be deciding what books are okay for a public library that is utilized by the public. This includes adults, kids, college students, teachers, professors, and researchers. There is no possible scenario that a city attorney should have the power to veto what books a professor or researcher has access to. We must stand up to authoritarianism. This is not Nazi Germany. Despite Ms. Vandermark's prior attempts, we do not burn books in this country. Book banning and censorship are about marginalizing people, ideas, and facts. Reading and understanding the viewpoints and lived experiences of other people is the cornerstone of a free society. We will not tolerate this blatant attempt at thought control. Ms. Vandermark claims that there is rampant pornography in the children's section of our public library. This is categorically false. I have spoken to a local librarian about this, and she confirms this is a lie. A book about a kid having two dads is not pornography. It is a book created to invoke thought and empathy about a different kind of family. That is okay. We can accept differences. That is what makes our free country great. There are books with more mature content available in different parts of the library. Are we dropping off our second graders to roam the library alone and check out books in secret? No, this does not happen. Let's talk about teens. If you think teens don't know about sex or that gay people exist, that is just ignorant. Every teen has the internet in their pocket and can look up any topic about sex at will. This policy is not saving them from the evils of knowing that people have sex or how to use a tampon. You are so afraid one picture or phrase in a book is going to traumatize them? Come on, they hear worse on their campus every day of the week. Sheltering feelings and censoring thought is not the path to a healthy intellectual society capable of coping in a modern global world. Shielding citizens from uncomfortable subject matter makes us weak and gives competing modern countries an advantage over us. Do we want to raise a generation sheltered to the extent of fearing ideas that do not conform to their own limited, lived individual experiences? No. A good parent is open to discussing difficult subject matter with their children. Sorry, but sex exists. Gay people exist. You cannot censor these realities out of our kids' lives. No one is trying to turn your kid gay or sexualize them. Reading about a penguin with two dads is not going to turn your child gay, but it might stop them from bullying their classmate with two dads.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Clerk, call the next 10.
Yeah, I'm going to call the next 10, and I'm just going to let everyone understand. Some people think I've missed their name. I haven't missed their name. There's over 70 sheets that haven't been called yet, so your names are in this packet, and I'm just going to keep moving forward. Last call for Robert Gordon, Judy Tomlinson, Barry Kylesmeyer, Sally Sanders, Jeff Thomas, and Richard Armendariz, Heidi Villa, Paula Schaefer, Jean Ferens, Arthur Estrada, Dina Chavez, Catherine Goddard, Kane Durham, Kathy McGuire, and Terry Rose.
Good evening. My name is Jean Ferens. I'm here tonight to speak on agenda item 18, Councilwoman Vandermark's triple proposal. To all of those parts, I am adamantly opposed. The ordinance Councilwoman Griselda seeks in her proposal represents the culmination of a 4-year crusade to restrict a minor's access to material she personally considers to be obscene and therefore unprotected. Her efforts as a Huntington Beach resident up to this point have been unsuccessful, but now her position on the City Council has empowered her to try to make the city, led by its own attorney, accomplish what she on her own could not. She is careful not to call what she proposes a book ban, but the truth is there is a very thin line between what makes a book inaccessible and permanently unavailable. In her issue statement, the councilwoman refers to the DOJ's official explanation of the criteria for obscenity, but it's clear she's not read the criteria in its entirety. If she had, she would know that what she's proposing, specifically that Attorney Gates evaluate library materials to determine if they meet the criteria for obscenity under the First Amendment, might very likely be unconstitutional and result in yet another Huntington Beach lawsuit challenge. The three-tiered Miller test to which she refers is the official test to classify material as obscene. All three tiers designate that an average person, presumably not an attorney, must apply contemporary community standards to the whole work. In Tier 1, the work must be found to appeal to perverted interests in nudity, sex, or expression. In Tier 2, the work as a whole must depict or describe in an offensive way any actual or simulated normal or perverted sexual act or contact or a lewd exhibition of the genitals or the female breast. And Tier 3 designates that a reasonable person, reasonable being the operative word, finds that the work, again, taken as a whole, lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value for minors. So first, the entire work, not just excerpts, must be evaluated from the perspective of an average person applying community standards, but just what community is or what those values are aren't specifically defined. It should be evident that the councilwoman's proposal is greatly flawed. Finally, I close with this. There were two women, daughters of the same mother. They became prostitutes in Egypt, engaging in prostitution from their youth. In that land, their breasts were fondled and their virgin bosoms caressed. The older was named Ohola, and her sister was Oholibah. Ohola engaged in prostitution. Her sister, Oholibah, carried her prostitution still further. She carried on her prostitution openly and exposed her naked body. She became more and more promiscuous as she recalled the days of her youth when she was a prostitute in Egypt. There she lusted after her lovers,
10 seconds.
Whose genitals were like those of donkeys and whose emission was like that of horses. Councilwoman, do you find this passage in the book from which it was taken as too explicit, inappropriate for children?
Thank you.
Would you make it unavailable?
Thank you.
If you did, you would be choosing to make the Bible inaccessible to children.
Thank you. Next speaker, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Arthur Estrada. And, you know, I have, my comments are on basically on banned books. It might surprise Councilwoman Vandermark that over a year ago, on April 30th, 2022, a judge in Virginia, even before it could go to trial, dismissed a lawsuit had sought to declare two books as obscene for children and to restrict their distribution to minors, including booksellers and librarians. One of those books was Gender Queer, the very same book Councilwoman has personally determined to be obscene because of the sexual content, like the petitioner in this case, the Councilwoman contends that illustrations of two minors engaged in sexual activity make the book obscene. Failing to consider the book was taken as a whole, one of the main criteria for determining obscenity, a work, as the attorney for the author pointed out, the book isn't 200 pages of people from various genders, identity, having sex, and nothing else. It's an award-winning work as a literary memoir and as a graphic novel. As such, it certainly cannot be considered to lack serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value, which is the third tier of the Miller's test for obscenity. We cannot allow our politicians to dictate what our children can and cannot read. It's up to the parents to decide. Banning books, what's next? Thank you.
My name is Kane Durham, and I'll be honest, I'm getting pretty tired of having to give up my Tuesday nights to try and protect my community from poorly written ideological politicking. But here I am. First of all, I'd like to start off my comments with a resounding approval of Agenda Item 19, presented by Council Members Kalmick, Moser, and Bolton. Of course, especially considering recent events, we should be publicly denouncing anti-Semitism, white supremacy, and anti-LGBTQ hate. I hope that this obvious resolution moves forward with unanimous support, but, we'll see. More urgently, I'd like to spend my remaining time commenting on agenda number 18, put forward by Gracie Vandermark, which creates a system with which to allow books to be banned from the public library based on the completely unqualified opinion of the city attorney, whose only qualifications seem to be that he attends the same church as the councilwoman. I'll note that the agenda item also includes a phrase, quote, "I would like to direct our city manager to look into the process to part ways with the American Library Association," unquote. A statement that, while being absurd on its own already, misses the very important detail that Huntington Beach as a city does not have a professional connection with the ALA in the first place. Ms. Vandermark would have learned this if she had spoken to a single HB librarian when creating this agenda item, showing that this effort was not led by any research or facts, but by ideology. On the topic of ideology, this agenda item is written in a way that suggests that anyone who opposes it supports little children being shown explicit hardcore pornography. It creates a completely dishonest conversation dynamic. Either you support a book ban or you are a groomer. As a transgender man in this community, I'm very familiar with this false dichotomy, Gracie. No library is showing Playboys or Maxim to 6-year-olds. The obscenity that the councilwoman and her peers are referring to does not align with the perception of obscenity of the average community members. Removing books that educate readers about marginalized community isn't about keeping our kids safe. It's about keeping a supremacist worldview safe. As for anyone who thinks I'm reaching,
My name is Heidi Vea, and I'm here in support of agenda item number 18. I do not support the radical ideologies, sexualization, and pornographic materials currently plaguing our public institutions. As the progressives cry about the perceived idea of book bans and tout free speech and kindness as arguments for why this filth should remain in public libraries, let me remind them that it's not conservatives who label speech they don't like hate speech. It's not the conservatives who ban anyone who dares to challenge the official narratives spoon-fed to us through our tell-a-lie visions, public institutions, universities, and corporate news. No, it's not conservatives who call for safe spaces to protect the feelings of the marginalized, perhaps until now. When it comes to protecting the most vulnerable people in our society, our precious, innocent children, we call for public libraries to be safe spaces, free of content that sexualizes and initiates them into the cult of the order of the LGBTQ rainbow of mental illness. The irony of this whole thing is that it's the liberals, it's the progressives who hate free speech. They are the ones who seek to ban people and ban questioning the authorized and accepted opinions. But now they seem to love the First Amendment when it comes to books that indoctrinate children. I've personally been accused of engaging in the leftist label hate speech. So with that, it seems that people are able to make up labels willy-nilly and then claim moral authority because of those labels. So I label your books indoctrination speech, grooming speech, inappropriate for children speech. Who gets to decide what's good for society? We don't think your ideas are good, and you don't think our ideas are good. So what do? The answer is simple: more speech, more open conversations, more listening, more debate, because in the marketplace of ideas, the best ideas win. When opinions are labeled bigoted or hateful and therefore not allowed to be discussed, that's when we really live in a tyrannical, communist, fascist society. Targeting children with very sexually explicit adult topics is not free speech. This is not about tolerance. This is not about kindness. It's aiding and abetting the sexualization, mutilation, and mental illness in children. On a side note, I have a message to the political operatives that operate in the shadows to manufacture outrage when it's expedient for political purposes. I just want you to know we see you, we're watching you, and we're going to expose you. We're well aware of your rules for radical playbook that calls for labeling your political opponents anti-Semitic, Nazis, and bigots. You've cried wolf way too many times. Nobody believes your lies anymore. The jig is up. You're losing the cultural battle, your ideas are in a death blossom, and your desperation stinks to high heaven. It is my prayer that the good men and women in this world, in this moment of utter madness, stand up and fight to protect the most innocent. If this is not the hill to die on, the one where we protect the innocence of children, I don't know what is. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Paula Schaefer. I'm a resident of Huntington Beach. My first item I would like to speak about tonight is item number 14. I urge the City Council to revise the proposed resolution number 2023-24 and not approve the expansion of the City Attorney's Office with 3 additional full-time city attorneys. The annual cost of this proposed enlargement of the City Attorney's Office will cost nearly $600,000 a year. I believe that the City Council consider contracting with outside counsel at an hourly rate with the expertise needed for a specific matter, rather than commit to spending this amount annually. There are many more important uses for this funds on an annual basis. The second item I'd like to speak about tonight is item agenda number 18. I'm absolutely appalled that the idea of this proposed ordinance has even been suggested and that it reached the agenda even. As suggested, it is unnecessarily involves the elected officials in private matter of library users. As City Council members, you do not have the authority to control the contents of the library. The core function of a library is to make information available to all members of the public. In doing so, some topics may make some readers uncomfortable because of the origin or the background or the views of the creator of the material. The role of a public library is not to transmit community values or to force upon library users the tastes or opinions of others, whether it is the taste of librarians, city managers, elected city officials, or city attorneys. The U.S. Supreme Court and courts around the country have recognized that public library patrons have a First Amendment right to receive information. Government officials may not remove books from the library because they dislike the ideas in these books, nor may government officials remove books in a narrowly partisan or political manner. That's exactly what is being proposed here. The American Library Association has a code of ethics. This code of ethics requires that librarians may not allow their personal beliefs to interfere with their professional duties, the aims of their institutions, or the access of information to resources in their libraries. In the strongest possible language, and by many of the eloquent statements made tonight, I urge you to vote no unanimously on this matter. Put it to a death. If this proposed ordinance is adopted, it will surely result in additional divisiveness within the city. It's obvious from that this evening. The inevitable litigation will be expensive. It's likely that the city will lose financially, and
You
it
have
will
10
further
seconds.
damage the city's reputation. Thank you.
Next speaker.
I'm Catherine Goddard, and I'm here to speak about, my perception is that we're actually at a very pivotal point here at the beginning of the 21st century, discussing the ideology of what it takes to make this fragile democracy, this democratic experiment work. It involves educated, informed, and participating citizens. And how does that happen? It does not happen by locking things away and locking ideas away. And the very basis of a lot of these conversations has revolved around ideas of religion. And I would say that the various religious traditions that we have evolved as humans over time, the common thread is what Christianity calls the golden rule. So that is to be treating others as we wish to be treated. The way to do that is to have open and honest conversations. The way to help people develop their ideas and to be fully functioning citizens and fully functioning adults it is not to lock away ideas. It is not, as Clark Kerr said, it is not the goal to make ideas safe for students. It is the goal to make students safe for ideas. How does that happen? That comes through the compare and contrast of different ideas about history, depending on where one was at a point in time, different ideas of religion, different ideas about how we operate today and what tomorrow might look like. It's a time fraught with a lot of different information out there, some good, some bad, some true, some not so true. Between the technology we have today and the books that we have historically preserved and the way we have conversations, we must find a way to work through this. You don't do that by just saying this whole segment of whatever it is we're discussing is not to be discussed. That's simply not the way to go, and that is simply not the role of government. The role of government is to create the environment for the conversation, not to force it into a box. So I urge you to vote no or remove item 18 from the calendar, and to vote on item 19 to affirm the fact that we are an open and inclusive society. Then let's get on with the work of actually the dialogue and the conversation that will bring us to some common next steps. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Terry Rose, and I've been an avid book reader all my life. I also saw a movie, very explicit movie, about menstruation when I was 8 years old, but nobody considered that to be pornographic, even though it was very explicit and very graphic. But we learned a lot about what happens when you begin to menstruate. So once I read the article in the Orange County Register about the potential new law to screen out specific books, I knew I had to speak up. A law like that has the potential to escalate into an out-and-out book ban, or maybe a ban on internet access or Marvel movies before the age of 18. To begin with, I feel it's up to librarians and parents to determine what books they want their children to be reading. It appears, based on the photograph in the register, that you, Mayor Pro Tem Gracie Vandermark, read through all the books on your desk and marked the pages you found offensive, and of course had the book Genderqueer in a prominent, easy-to-see place on your desk. I decided to consult with Wikipedia regarding that particular book and discovered there is only a handful of sexually explicit illustrations, done by the author, by the way, and one of which is based on a piece of painted ancient Greek pottery depicting a courting scene. Since I feel that a law restricting access to certain books can lead to a ban of those books, I thought you might be interested to know that many books that were historically banned ended up becoming literary classics that are still taught in modern classrooms, such as To Kill a Mockingbird, The Catcher in the Rye, The Grapes of Wrath, The Color Purple, 1984, Brave New World, and The Lord of the Flies. I would be willing to bet that you, like me, read at least one of those books when you were younger. It scares me to think that our city council should be focused on a law such as this when there are more important things I feel they should be focused on, like hate, electric bikes, or affordable housing. I work with a lot of low-income women who can't afford to live in this city, even though they work in this city and go to school in this city. And I do not support spending city funds on having our city attorney and city manager spend even 5 minutes on drafting such a proposal or monitoring libraries. In fact, this proposal reminds me of what I've read about pre-war Germany in 1933. From The Guardian, quote, "There has been much arbitrary destruction of books. The homes of innumerable persons, especially workmen, have been raided by brown shirts who've removed all books they consider Marxist, frequently destroying bookshelves, cupboards, and furnishing, and even beating some of the inmates while ransacking these homes," unquote. Is this what's going to happen in Huntington Beach? From my point of view, having a law restricting access to certain controversial books is just the beginning. I oppose 18 and support 19. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening. My name is Dina Chavez, and I'm here to support the Huntington Beach Public Library and voice my strong opposition to Agenda Item 18. As a longtime resident of Huntington Beach who has enthusiastically devoted countless hours volunteering in the many capacities of our public library system, I have interacted with hundreds of library goers from all walks of life. I can tell you from experience that our public libraries are cherished, beloved, and valued by our community, who are proud to have such an impressive library with such a large range of programs, materials, and services available. Never once has any person ever taken issue with any of the selection, display, and curriculum materials. Quite the contrary. The mere suggestion that the city attorney is in any way qualified to be the decision maker on the selection of materials in our public library is not only absurd, it is a clear violation of our First Amendment rights. No person has the right to tell the citizens of this community what they are allowed to read. The First Amendment protects citizens, all citizens, from government censorship, including children and young adults. The Mayor Pro Tem seems to be implying that our public libraries are violating federal law and DOJ guidelines regarding obscenity. This is an insult to our professionally trained librarians who have been capably managing our public library system for 114 years. The assertion being made suggests that great care is not being taken and that the current library policies are not compliant with appropriate laws and best practices regarding how materials are handled. I find this accusation to be not only offensive, dangerous, irresponsible, but it's also patently false. I also take issue with our public library being vilified in this way. In public comments to the press, the Mayor Pro Tem is presenting a somewhat less offensive approach, asserting that this is simply an action to review current policies and address the concerns of citizens. In certain correspondence with citizens, she's now calling it a quote, as far as the city attorney, he would not decide what books are in our library. He would only participate if a book is challenged to deal with. Which is it? I believe that the people of the city have a right to know. This is so offensive. I'm not even going to read the rest of it because I actually sent it to you. So let me just go off script here and let you know that what you're hearing tonight is real passion from this community because we love our library, period. Okay? Nobody made these people come here. Nobody made them write 600 plus emails to you and hundreds of people that want to come up here and speak. It's a gut punch.
10 seconds.
Okay, when you hear about this going on in other states, you think, wow, how terrible. When it comes to your city and your library, it hurts. Please stop. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next 10 speakers, please.
Last call for Kathy McGuire, Carol Canode, Guest P as in Paul, Cooper Carrasco, Diana, Lee Olney, Brian Vea, Ann Palmer, Laura Sire, Jocelyn Rabbit-Sire, and Libby, and I trust it's a different Libby than the earlier speaker.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah. Hello. Thank you. Let me pull it up real quick. Hello. My name is Cooper Carrasco, and I've lived here my whole life. And I've been using the Central Library weekly, usually multiple times a week for decades, since I was a little kid, and a lot of time as an adult. And yeah, I'm here to talk about the agenda item 18, and also support 19, but mostly we need to talk about 18. There were so many emails, overwhelmingly opposing it, a small minority approving it. It should be obvious that based on tonight's turnout, the messing with the libraries in any way is really too far. You may have underestimated how many people truly love our libraries and how special it is, and we really don't want elected officials tampering with it. Particular examples don't really change that fundamental belief, but they were brought up, so we should address them. As Russ Neal pointed out in his email, obscenity was like completely crazy to begin with. I mean, completely unfounded. Like, obscenity is pretty narrow. It's like pooping on stage, Gigi Allen status. Like, we're not talking, like, none of these are even close to obscenity. Pornography also is really, it has to be for the purpose of sexual arousal. And these books aren't, like, sexually arousing. There's more sexually arousing images on advertisements at Main Street. Like, it's really not. I mean, look at them, and people ask, like, what are the merit to them? But you could actually look at all those billboards pointed there. Like, I mean, they're a little maybe unusual for you, but there's merit to them. Kinda, but like, okay, so one of them was like, there's, don't put a thing without a flared base in your butt. I know, weird, right? But like, it's also bad for someone who's 16 to put something in their butt without a flared base. It's still dangerous. And so it's on the board. I know, it's weird. Well, but it could actually protect someone. So, like, the librarians know what they're doing. Trust them. You really didn't get enough crap for putting the obscene thing in there because it's so obviously not obscenity. Like, did you run this by enough people? Obscenity. It's not obscenity. That's crazy. I never called it a ban, but
10
it was
seconds.
pretty
10
insulting to the
seconds.
public just saying it's not a ban. Like, when you said make unavailable, that was... all right, thank you. Take care.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Pardon?
Thank you for being here. You're up. Thank you.
I can't believe it. I've been here since 5:30, and I didn't want anyone to miss out on my words of wisdom, so I've stuck it out. My background, I've been a resident of Huntington Beach and a homeowner for 36 years. My husband and I discovered our wonderful library when we first moved here, and I've been using it ever since. I have master's degrees in both library science and educational technology. I've worked in school and public libraries my whole life. I was a certificated school librarian for 42 years, high school, elementary, and most recently for 30 years at a middle school in Irvine. And the reason I'm saying all this is because to emphasize that in all of these years and all of my experiences, I've never seen anything like this attempt to ban books, and I'm shocked. We live in the United States of America, a democracy, and have a Constitution and a Bill of Rights. Rampant and unchecked censorship violates our rights under the First Amendment. Many of these things have been said, but I will reiterate that the Huntington Beach Public Library has a collection development policy formulated and periodically reviewed in partnership with the City Attorney's Office. The library has professional librarians carefully selecting the books. There are procedures to go through when someone has an objection to a book. And these selection and reconsideration policies can be found in the library section of the city's website. One of the questions asked on the reconsideration form is if the book has been read in its entirety. I wonder how many people have actually read the entire contents of the books they went to ban, or have just picked out passages or based their objections on comments seen on social media. Why does one person or a few people think they have the right to decide what books will and will not be available? Why do you think you have the right to make these choices for this community of nearly 200,000 people? Parents have the right to guide their children's reading, but a small group of people should not be dictating what other parents are reading. What is next? Book burning. This is something that was brought up earlier. A frightening thought 90 years ago, this year, Nazis burned all the literature they deemed unsuitable. In other words, anything that did not agree with their philosophies, anything related to Jews, anything deemed too liberal, anything they considered un-German. They raided bookstores, libraries, publishing places to confiscate anything they deemed dangerous. This was the start of converting the German democracy into a dictatorship. We all know how that ended. In the Huntington Beach Municipal Code, Section 2.30, the director of the library is charged with preserving the Library Bill of Rights. This is to ensure that censorship cannot be based on the opinions of one individual or a few people.
10 seconds.
Okay. I ask you to please not try to disconnect with the American Library Association. It's the largest and oldest library association in the world.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for listening.
Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Brian Vea, and I'm a resident of Huntington Beach. I'm here in support of item number 18. I believe that one of the questions that needs to be asked is how did we get here? There's part of the community that supports what's going on, and clearly another part, a quieter majority that's not here today. They rounded up the troops and brought them in here to speak, and they're all here speaking. But there's a lot of people who support the four that we elected here. There's a mandate. We voted them in to support the cause of the people and of the children, the most valuable assets to this community. So, Gracie, we support you. I've been doing this with you. We've been fighting this for a long time. You guys might not know this, but Gracie was fighting comprehensive sexual education at Ocean View School District, and she was doing that for a long time. 5 years ago, she was doing this. So this is nothing new. And the fact that she's doing this right now, she has the full support of many people in the community. I also want to say that we want to know how these books got into the library. It's not a book problem. It seems like a professional, an expert problem here. The experts that are letting this garbage into our libraries, they need to be checked, and that's what this is all about. I like that, Gracie, that we're going to examine this. We're going to figure out what's going on in the libraries, in our public schools and in our libraries. I have issues with the LGBT, especially the T part, the transsexual part of mutilating kids. There's a lot of people right here that are sitting amongst us that advocate for the mutilation of kids. They don't mind them cutting off their breasts and cutting off their genitalia. Some of them think that's kind of funny right now, as a matter of fact. I disagree with that, and I think that this kind of stuff needs to stop. Again, we've been fighting this for a while, and I know that next week, same time, 6 o'clock, next Tuesday at Ocean View School District, they're having a public meeting where we can all meet again there and talk about why this is such a bad idea for our public schools and our public libraries. Gracie, we support you. Thanks for what you're doing. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next speaker, thanks for being here. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. If you don't knock it off, I'm going to stop this car and you'll be walking home. Or knock it off or you'll be losing your phone for a week. A tactic used by parents to get the attention of a child. This teacher, who is being accused of threatening her students, did nothing more than this example. She had no part in the making of the video and had no part in the directive that it be shown in every classroom. Yet this one math teacher has been singled out as the poster face for all that is perceived to be problematic in our schools. Within hours, Gracie Vandermark was on Facebook putting out a hit piece on this teacher. She then spoke at the school board meeting, identifying as Mayor Pro Tem, further vilifying this one teacher. The comments were unsubstantiated and ignorant, clearly designed to incite. A meeting was transcended into a combination of a religious tent revival and a reenactment of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. With 3 rows of students watching, the unhinged actions of these adults were the perfect example of what children should not aspire to be. For years, Gracie Vandermark has never missed an opportunity to tell anyone who would listen that she is a victim of threats to herself and her family perpetrated by still unidentified phantoms. Ironic that she would have no issue putting a target on this exemplary teacher. The big difference here is there is verifiable identity to those issuing threats, and Gracie Vandermark is one of them. This teacher has worked tirelessly teaching algebra to at-risk children, ensuring they would pass and graduate. A true educator. She's been advocating for students years before Gracie Vandermark jumped onto the bandwagon. It's no secret that Gracie is a foot soldier for the nationwide agenda involving education and censorship. Receiving praises as an individual who is bringing forth vital change is disingenuous and fraudulent. I don't know if you're aware, Gracie, during your campaign, those who questioned your qualifications to hold office were told by your camp, yeah, we know she's messy and not qualified, but we can spin that. You just need to hold your nose and vote for the greater good. As far as I know, you are not a reporter, a journalist, an educator, an undercover officer, or any credentialed individual. Yet you profess to be doing research every time you are participating in horrendous gatherings, promoting discrimination and anti-Semite beliefs. Research to determine whether or not the Holocaust happened?
While you are at the library with the smut busters, find your way to the nonfiction section where you'll find many picture books of the Holocaust. You and Luke may even find a picture that is satisfactory to put on the next flyer. One last thing. Does your participation in this nationwide agenda to protect children include
10
Jewish
seconds.
children? And you do
10
not
seconds.
take an oath with your left hand. Thank you. DBZ out.
Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Thank you. Wow, what great speakers we've had tonight. I'm going to do a little bit of different spin. I'm here for no on 18, but yes on 19. I want to thank Dan Kalmick, Natalie Moser, Rhonda Bolton for being the sane voice of our citizens of Huntington Beach and for putting this on the agenda. I find it very hypocritical that our new city council doesn't want Sacramento to tell us what we're doing here in Huntington Beach, but yet they want to tell Huntington Beach what to do in our libraries or what to take home with us. Kind of hypocritical. I find this also as a distraction from the very unpopular lawsuit from Mr. No Settlement Gates on Code 4. And I appreciate the lawsuit to find out, so we can find out what our $7 or $8 million is going to. I did want to talk to Miss Gracie Vandermark. There is no way, shape, or form I would trust you in your opinion or judgment on agenda number 18. From the past 3 failed campaigns, it was clear you possess no analytical or critical thinking skills, much less an education for this job. As a professional educator, I'll leave the book selections for the professional librarians. As far as hate mongering, an example of your lack of judgment, even parenting, here's a poster that you put on deplorables. Encouraging hate. We'll have it right here. Okay, you put this on the form. And it says, quoting you, "We celebrated Trump's first 100 days at a meeting with Base Stickman, Baked Alaska, and Brittany Pettibone." All of them are Proud Boys. Among other true American patriots fighting for our country's future. My son got a few tips from Base Stickman, who was arrested and is a Proud Boy, on how to protect himself against the Antifa mask cowards at rallies. Oh, yeah. This is Valentina Bankhead's response. "Oh, he must have loved that." And Gracie said, "Yes, we already have the gear set aside in my Amazon cart. Both of my boys want to go to the next Berkeley. They had a great time. We have to get more kids involved." Let that set in. We have to get more kids involved. And here he's getting fitted by Base Stickman with a gas mask. This was about a week or so after he was arrested in Berkeley for assault, as well as Luke Dennis over there getting arrested for assault.
10 seconds.
We have another.
5 seconds.
Gracie Vandermark harasses Jews from Neo-Not-So-Proud
Thank you
Boys
so much.
And Johnny Benton.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the next 10.
Thank you. Last call for Carol Canote, might have spoken before, Diana Lee Olney, Laura Sire, and Jocelyn Rabbit-Shire, and the next 10, Brandy Wertheimer, A. Flanagan, Betty Reinertson, Gregory Sanosian, Jenna Sinclair, Alicia Tan, Chris Evans, Julie Evans, Kathleen Johnson.
Thank you for being here.
Good evening. I don't have much to say. I just want to support 18. And I think it's very brave that you are out there to try to keep this away from the children. I am actually a mother of younger children, and unfortunately, I think most parents are probably extremely busy raising their kids, so they can't be here. So I think it's very important that you guys do protect the kids from pornographic and disgusting. Those books are disgusting. They're inappropriate, like, they're not necessary. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Johnson. I'm a Huntington Beach resident. 2 sons that graduated Huntington Beach High School. And I'm here to ask you to vote against item number 18 and for number 19. In the issue statement for this item, it says that Ms. Councilmember Vandermark learned and determined that there were many books or materials in our library that are obscene or pornographic to our youth. Now, I am a law professor, so I'm going to give you a free law lesson tonight, okay? So I think it's very interesting that you have determined what is obscene when the Supreme Court of the United States for many, many years have been debating the issue of what is obscene. You, with no I'm pretty sure you're not a lawyer or any credentials, have made that determination so easily as to what is obscene. Okay, this is a nation of laws, and it is governed by the rule of law. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the First Amendment, because that's what we're talking about here. So as you and many other people cloak yourself in the flag, one of those things about being a patriot is knowing about the First Amendment and standing for the First Amendment. The First Amendment guarantees us free speech, okay? Pornography is not a prohibited thing under the First Amendment. Okay? It is legally protected speech under the First Amendment. So I want to make the definitions. This is what I do to my students in my class. Let's define the things so we're not talking about all crazy words here. Okay? Pornography is protected under free speech in the First Amendment. Obscenity is not. Okay? It is not protected. But what does the Supreme Court do after many, many years? They have defined it. And they have defined it by the Miller test, three prongs, which we've talked about before. It has to meet all 3 prongs of that test. Other Supreme Court cases, Pope versus Illinois, said that the appeal, the First Amendment, and the first and second prongs are issues for a fact for a jury to determine, not for the city attorney. Now, as an attorney myself, I don't understand how the city attorney would be comfortable with this, that he gets to determine what is obscene when the Supreme Court has a 3-prong rule on how to do that, and the Supreme Court leaves it to juries to
10
determine.
seconds.
I don't know how the city attorney is going to do that. The Board of Education versus Island Trees states that a student's First Amendment right to access of information is violated when
Thank
someone,
you.
because they dislike.
Thanks for being here. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Read the case law.
Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening. My name is Alicia Tan. I just graduated from Los Alamitos High School, and I live in Los Alamitos. But I also work as an intern for the Huntington Beach Public Library. My mom started reading to me before I was born. While I was still in her belly, she would spend her nights reading picture books to me in an effort to help with my early development. When I was born, she kept reading to me. I can't remember a time in my childhood when my mom wasn't fervently encouraging me to read. She would read her own favorites to me, such as If You Give a Mouse a Cookie and Goodnight Moon, but she would also encourage me to explore different types of stories and figure out what I loved best. She would take me to Barnes & Noble or the library to browse all the different novels. She made reading the best part of my day. My love of books grew so much that I started volunteering at my local library in 7th grade. Now I work for a library and I plan to go to graduate school to become a librarian. Furthermore, this fall I'm going to Berkeley to study creative writing and media so that I can start writing my own books. I bring all of this up because I want to start this conversation by emphasizing the power and importance of reading. Mrs. Vandermark and some other parents believe that several of the books in the library are obscene and even pornographic. One of the books being discussed is Genderqueer, and while Genderqueer does contain illustrations with nudity and sex, the true crux and meaning of the novel is a coming-of-age story about a non-binary and asexual teenager. Why are we trying to stop teenagers from reading stories about teenagers? Making materials about sex and gender and identity inaccessible to children and teenagers only leads to more gender dysphoria. When children don't have access to the materials that teach them about different topics, especially the ones that might apply to them, it only causes them to feel more alone and confused. And as much as we sometimes try to ignore it, sex is a topic that applies to teenagers. Trust me, I just spent 4 years in high school. The average age that people become sexually active is 17 years old. Of course, it's up to everyone when they choose to start that experience, but it's a reality that many teens need to have conversations about sex and virginity in order to better understand it. That's why we learn about sex education in middle school and high school. Reading a book about sex gives teens an idea on how to be safe, how to be wise, and whether or not they even want to start having sex. Books are powerful. They've influenced my life so much that I want my future to revolve around them. My mom played an important role in that. Because of the freedom she gave me to read what I wanted to read, I have a better understanding of who I am and who I want to be. Children and teens should not be banned from books just because someone thinks they're inappropriate. The library is a safe space for everyone. It's a beautiful place that fosters knowledge and understanding, and it's crucial that we protect that environment by keeping all books accessible to anyone who wants to read them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here. Thank you.
My name is Julie Evans. I'm a resident of Huntington Beach. I'm a public school teacher. My children have gone to school in Huntington Beach. This is the last week of school. We have children who are finishing up this week. The high schools ended last week, and in the last month, I've had the opportunity to go to many different awards ceremonies honoring our students and their accomplishments. At each and every one of those events, those celebrations, I have only heard praise for teachers, praise for staff, praise for administrators, and praise for what's going on in the classroom. What's happening in agenda item 18 is shameful. Shameful. The issue statement asserts it has been a long-standing problem in public education that children are being exposed to obscene and age-inappropriate material by adults, many of whom are educators we have entrusted with our children. Not too long ago, I learned that our city public libraries also provide similar obscene materials to our youth in the form of obscene and at times pornographic children's books and other materials. Our city library should not be engaged in infecting our children with obscenity or pornography. Let's sit with this language for a minute, okay? Let's sit with this language for a minute. We have a political leader in our community using words like expose, obscene, and infect with teachers, staff members, and librarians. Shame on you. Shame on you. My husband, my children, and I strongly oppose item 18. The city attorney and the city council should not create an ordinance that empowers itself to evaluate the materials in the city's libraries and public facilities or to establish new screening protocols for books, materials, content to be acquired for the HBPL or other public institutions. This is the beginning. Instead of placing control into the hands of a small group of politicians, those hoping to gain notoriety and publicity from stunts such as this, and a single city attorney, all who have no training nor expertise in such matters, we should trust our librarians, trust our teachers, and trust the American Library Association, which has made its mission to enhance learning and ensure access to information for all since 1876 to provide the guidance, not you. Well, some members of the
10 seconds.
Item 18 only offers fear, fear of difference, fear of diverse thought, fear of nonconformity, fear of any narrative beyond that of the moral majority. Item 18 attempts to make library places of pornography rather than possibility.
Thank you for being here. Thank
Shame
you.
on you.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the next 10.
Yes, just a housekeeping item. It's 11 o'clock, and we typically vote to continue action after 11 o'clock. Can we get a
I move that we continue.
Second.
And second, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you. All right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so
Call the next 10.
Yep. Last call for Brandy Wertheimer, A. Flanagan, Betty Reinertson, Greg Sanosian, Jenna Sinclair, and Chris Evans. Then we have Tim Geddes, Althea Bean, Paul Horgan, Suzanne Hart, DB2, Amanda Herring, Jessamine Garner, Adrian Lowe, Michelle Ferry, Chris Burns.
Thank you for being here.
Hello, my name is Alethea Bean, and I go to Huntington Beach High School, right across the street. I remember going to the public library ever since basically I was born. It's been a safe space for everyone that I know. It's been a spot for education and accessibility in every shape and form. I remember going there and having access to all of the books that I wanted to read, and I found it empowering, especially as a young person aspiring to reach high levels of academia, and I knew what I wanted from a young age. And I don't want to avoid the fact that this is a partisan issue and it's been made political when I don't want the library to be a political space. I want it to be a space for education for all, including me. Despite the fact that I am a lesbian and I'm a gay person, and I want that to be said, I want you to know, Gracie, that I find it disrespectful that you are perpetrating violence that already exists in our city that needs to be crushed. In the past 2 weeks, at our high schools, there have been acts of hate against LGBT individuals and groups. At my own school, students have gone into classrooms and ripped down pride flags. That is not your way of voicing your opinion. Violence is not the way to voice your thoughts. And this agenda that's being set forth, Article 18, it's perpetuating this violence in a way that is not necessary. There's easier ways to go about things. And also, additionally, banning books does not get rid of people's identities. It doesn't get rid of the fact that I am a gay person. It's never going to get rid of that. It's only going to make people feel ostracized. There's clearly an agenda behind it. I don't appreciate that. I don't like the fact that I have to be here at 11 p.m. and I'm tired, but I feel like I need to, because if my voice is not said, then I think that I'm not using all the means necessary to voice my opinion, and I find it disrespectful, and I don't want this to be political anymore. And it's clear that it's against a specific group. And also, I support item 19. Thank you.
Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Good evening. My name is Suzanne Hart. I'm speaking to you in opposition of item number 18. I hold a master's degree in education. I taught at Huntington Beach's Eder School for 36 years, which, by the way, was a California distinguished school, and I never, ever even saw a hint of pornography in any of our school's library books. Upon retiring, I volunteered at both the Central Library and Main Street Libraries in the grandparent reading program for 5 years. Again, I never encountered any pornography. Frankly, it appalls me to think that anyone who has ever spent any time in our libraries would make such an absurd suggestion. Censorship is the child of fear and the father of ignorance. The important task of literature is to free man, not censor him. Restricting access to literary materials gives us silence when we need speech and close our ears when we need to listen. It makes us blind when we need sight. When you tear out a man's tongue, you are not proving him a liar. You're only telling the world that you fear what he might say. Please approach this matter with open minds while leaving any partisan views at the door. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Tim Geddes. I'm a 40-year resident here. I would like to rise in support of the City Council adopting Agenda Item 19, denouncing hate in Huntington Beach. For over a dozen years now, we have been plagued with a resurgence of anti-Semitism, white supremacy, and anti-LGBTQ hate in Huntington Beach, which has been dormant since the bad old days of hooliganism and skinhead disturbances going back to the 1990s. I know I was there. This resurgence was sparked by national political figures who railed against civic norms with anti-democratic rhetoric that has persisted to this day and has resulted in the election of fear-mongering officials who have cultivated this pernicious political persona. Unless the City Council takes a firm stand against the excesses which the fires of hate have stoked during this period, it should, rightfully or wrongfully, be held accountable for the disreputable image being formed for our city and projected to the outside world. I might add that it is especially incumbent upon the council majority to embrace this denunciation, since the vast majority of hate perpetrators share the similar right-wing ideology of these council members. During the run-up to our July 4th celebration, we cannot merely give lip service to our ideals of independence, democracy, liberty, and freedom while failing to act in responding to threats against them. We must stand up for these cherished values. Failure to do so will not only send the wrong sign to the public, but tacit acceptance of this deplorable behavior in our community. And as a former teacher, I would like to denounce the both partisan and puritanical agenda item number 18 as an attack on our wonderful library system and the First Amendment freedoms enshrined in it. You know, I totally disagree with Ms. Vandermark's conclusions, and I'm almost speechless. We don't need a cruelly crafted ordinance to be implemented, and we don't need to diss the American Library Association. Turning to our city attorney for legal analysis and evaluation is like having the fox guard the henhouse, or more on point, having Fox News provide fair and balanced evaluation of all our broadcast media. By the way, my daughter, an Eater Sowers Edison graduate, is a county librarian, and she would be disgusted with your authoritarian and obscene outreach. Tim out.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hi, everyone. First, I want to thank city staff for being here really late. Thank you for being here. And thank you to City Council and Mayor for letting everybody speak. So my name is Jessamine Garner. I'm a resident at Huntington Beach. I'm also the board member for Orange County Pride. I'm here to affirm Agenda Item 19, and I urge you to support it unanimously. And I'm here also to oppose Item 18, as many others have spoken in similar manners. So first, I want to speak a little bit about Item 19 and the importance of passing it unanimously. We've seen these flyers being distributed to my neighbors in a threatening manner that will encourage violence, and in and of themselves are violent. They might not be physically violent, but the type of violence that type of action is just as damaging as physical violence, and we must denounce it, because if we don't, that silence of not denouncing that behavior allows it to continue and tells whoever was driving that behavior that this can be allowed to continue in this city. We cannot allow this to continue. Second, in my words of opposition to item 18, I really just want to reiterate some of the things that have already been said, which is just that it disrupts an already robust system that's in place, that professionals who have the training are already engaged in this system to make sure that the materials that are in our public libraries are appropriate for the audiences that they're intended to reach. And I don't believe that the city attorney is an authorized nor qualified individual to be able to impart that, nor do I think he has any time for that kind of behavior. There's tens of thousands of books in the library being curated, and I'm pretty sure there's a lot of lawsuits you're pretty busy with. So I'll let you stick with that, and we'll let the libraries get along with their jobs as well. In addition, there are robust systems in place for people who dislike materials that exist in our libraries. The first is something I've employed, super recommend. It's looking at the book, deciding it's not for you, and then putting it back on the shelf and moving on with your life. As many people before me have stated as well, people who are parents in our community, they're already making these decisions within their own families and have the ability to enforce things that make sense for their families, and that I welcome you to do that as well. But I don't think that this is an appropriate
10 seconds.
place for this to occur. And there is also an existing process to bring up those concerns with the library without bringing it to this forum. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Paul Horgan. Good evening, Mayor Strickland and council members. I want to thank you for your courtesy and patience in hearing this issue. I'm here to support the adoption of agenda item 19. I think it's reasonable and appropriate. Relative to item 18, I have some comments, and you've heard a lot of information relative to item 18. Hopefully I can supplement it as follows. I'm a library lover. I think it's a wonderful institution. It's a treasure in this city. The librarians, everything about it, it's just spectacular. And so when I saw the article in the paper in the Register about the Mayor Pro Tem's position and what was proposed here about protecting our children from obscenity and pornography, I thought I'd look into it. So I saw the picture in the paper with Ms. Vandermark, with all the books out there all spread out. And I said, well, I thought I'd find out about that. I have a little time. I went to the library and I checked the library catalog, and it wasn't on the catalog. And I asked the librarian, and she said that the book in question, the only book about which I could identify, which is genderqueer, it was in the adult section. And I said, how did that happen? She said, well, in 2020, when that book was published, the publisher recommended that it be put in the teen section, but there was a complaint from citizens, and there was a review process by the librarians, and they decided to put it in the adult section. So that's where it's been since 2020. I don't know the names of the other books, but I hope that there is in the record tonight, before this council makes a decision, the specific books which Ms. Vandermark contends are obscene or pornographic, where they are they in the children's section or are they in the adult section? Because if they're in the adult section, we're wasting our time. As to the proposal for materials digitally or electronically available to children at the Huntington Beach Library, please let me note library rules which specify adherence to the Children's Internet Protection Act, which is at 47 United States Code Section 254H. That federal law provides for the blocking of visual materials deemed to be obscene or child pornography, or to any material deemed harmful to minors. Item 18 infers that our library personnel are not complying with federal law. If this is the position of item 18's proponents, I asked her to cite examples of these violations tonight.
10 seconds.
If there's no examples, it's inappropriate to have the city attorney look at this. Finally, there is a process in place by which materials are reviewed. It's been talked to repeatedly. There's really no issue here.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Thank you.
All right, last call for DB2. Amanda Herring, Adrian Lowe, Michelle Ferry, Chris Byrne, and the new ones are Nicholas Perfetti, Yvonne Duncan, Matt Hatfield, Julie Alt, Larry Slonin, Tom Dillman, Eli Pascal, Marie Palmer, Sarah Bathus, and Christine Podesky. Do you want me to call more?
There's someone walking.
Okay, I'm going to call more.
Sure, go ahead.
Val Savalti, Joyce Riley, Mike B., Linda McDonald, Diana Orr, Alika Aram, Melvin Sterling, Patricia Sterling, Jean Gooden, Eric Silkinson.
All right, thank you. Thanks for being here.
Hello, my name's Christine Podesky. I've lived in Huntington Beach for more than 40 years. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist. I had prepared some remarks tonight in opposition to Proposal 18. And since being here, I've decided many other people have made those remarks better, but I want to share a few observations of tonight that are pertinent. The first observation is that it's quite clear, just listening to everybody, that there's a lot of disagreement in our city among the citizens about what's pornographic or obscene and what's not. And so to make decisions for the whole community doesn't seem quite right. The second observation is I don't even think the people who are in favor of 18 believe that this material is pornographic or obscene. The reason I say that is that we've got these big posters up, which they want to make sure we're on TV. And I was sitting at one point next to a very lovely woman about my age, so she's an elderly woman. And she pulled out of her very large purse laminated cards that had the identical images on of those posters. And I thought, well, that's curious. She's got laminated cards made up of those same images. I hadn't seen those posters till I arrived here tonight. And it made me think there's some kind of organized movement right now to make a big deal about these things. But I don't think they must not think it's pornographic or obscene, because if they do, then someone here has been involved in both publishing and distributing pornography and obscenity. So, but what really has happened as I've made observations tonight is that it's made me want to very strongly speak in favor of agenda item 19, because as we've heard many of the speakers say, there has been a lot of LGBTQI plus hatred in our city. And I've even seen it in evidence here tonight, and I've been quite disappointed because I thought that there would be some intervention when people said hateful things, and there's not been any shutting down of it. There have been a number of speakers have gotten up and talked about LGBTP, and I've never heard P added to that list. So I asked, well, I asked the people I was sitting with, what does P stand for? And one of the speakers who had used that terminology said pedophile. And so I thought, okay, well, why is that not hate speech, equating people who are LGBTQ with
10
pedophiles?
seconds.
We know from, it's been well documented that over 90% of pedophiles are heterosexual men. There is very low incidence of pedophilia in the LGBTQ community.
Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
My name is Val, and Gracie, first of all, I applaud you. It takes such courage to do what you're doing, to stand for righteousness, so thank you. I am totally for item 18. You know, the seal behind you says, "In God we trust." This country was found with biblical, godly principles. And what we're looking at today, we're being thrown, and people are painting this as though it's hatred. It's not about hatred, it's about love. Love is protecting our children. This stuff that's in the books, it's garbage. It is pornographic. Why, when Playboy was actually published and issued, did you have to be a legal adult to purchase a Playboy magazine? Why? Nobody questioned it, they just believed in it. Truth is truth, and you cannot change that. The Word of God says that there is one man, one woman, there's two genders only. So I'm not condemning the gay community, and I don't think people who were talking about supporting item 18 were condemning the gay community. I know a lot of gay people. It's not about what your sex life is. It is about protecting our children, and that stuff is garbage. I'm a mother of 6 children, okay? I know how to raise kids. I work with kids, and I work with abused kids, and I work with so many people who have been molested by people who view garbage like this. It is crucial to keep it out of our schools, to protect our children. What the gay community wants to do in their privacy, go for it, do it. But don't bring it into our schools and indoctrinate our children with this abusive, pornographic, pedophilia garbage. Thank you for listening.
Thanks for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
My name is Mike B. I've lived here a long time, raised a family in town, taught school. My first impression upon reading the article in the OC Register regarding Councilmember Vandermark was one of outrage, assuming that this was yet another attempt by right-wing extremists, many from out of town, with deep pockets, who prefer to keep their identities hidden, to control the information that comes to us because they believe they know best. But my professional, educator, counselor mind wondered if it was possible that Ms. Vandermark was simply concerned with her and other children's welfare, as she claimed. I will address her claims, which I believe are misfounded, through this lens. She says in the article that children are being exposed to obscene and age-inappropriate material by adults, many of whom are educators and are by our city libraries, and our city's library should not be infecting our children with obscenity or pornography. Ms. Vandermark can rest assured that unless a written work can pass the 3-part Miller test on obscenity, which we've heard about tonight, not only will the library not acquire it, publishers won't even print it. Additionally, as a retired educator and counselor with over 3 decades experience, with more than 17,000 children that I had contact with and their parents, at the junior high school level, 12 to 14 years old, we haven't and don't infect any child. One of my best friends is still the health teacher at that school. During the sex ed unit from which any parent could exclude their child, he spoke about several sexual activities which I thought were age inappropriate. He said that they were already doing them, so they should at least learn the facts and inherent health risks. Ms. Vandermark said she and other parents found books that were too sexually explicit for children to check out. When I went to the main branch of the library and walked up and down the aisles of the young adult section several times, no books of note jumped out at me. So unless one were specifically looking for certain titles, it appeared that inappropriate material was not readily available. Maybe Ms. Vandermark and her friends were simply unlucky, or lucky as the case may be. Of equal concern were the requests to have our city manager and our attorney draft an ordinance to keep this material from our children. While Ms. Vandermark et al. may well be well-intentioned, they are but a few of our citizens. Shouldn't a decision be voted on in a general election? Shouldn't a few zealous universal advocates decide what's appropriate for all of us? Lastly, librarians who have advanced degrees reflecting
10
years
seconds.
of commitment, sacrifice, and expense, choose publications with great care and expertise. And by the way, since I only have 2 seconds left, if there does turn out to be a panel to review books, I volunteer.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Yes, good evening. My name is Tom Dillman. I'm a Gulf War Army vet and a resident of Huntington Beach. I'm here tonight to speak to you in favor of Measure 18. I believe that this puts the responsibility where it belongs, on the children's parents and guardians. I quote Deborah Caldwell Stone, the director of the Association's Office of Intellectual Freedom, from her recent comments to the U.S. House of Representatives. Quote, any decision on whether to limit a young person's access to materials is most appropriately made by their parents, who are best equipped to know and understand their child's intellectual and emotional development. This is something that is not to be delegated to the teachers' unions or librarians' associations or other groups that claim to speak for kids. The kids are our kids. They're not the teachers' union kids. We're the ones that should be deciding these things. Now, a lot of people here tonight have been talking about banning books and burning books, and if you've read the measure, all this would do would be to set into motion a process that where parents would be, checking them out, and no books would be banned, but it pushes the responsibility back onto where it belongs as the parents. Yeah. I believe it's necessary for our city attorney to be involved in this process to provide a fair and equitable process to review these books. It's necessary because the librarians, I believe, are incapable of doing this, because if you take a look in the hall right here in the entryway, you'll see 7 examples of books that clearly don't belong to the review of kids who can just walk in there and check them out. And they mentioned that they moved them to the adult section, but these kids can still go check them out. And so I believe that the librarian needs to have this guidance from our city attorney. And also, once that guidance is in place, then a structure for them, they can follow it, and eventually maybe remove that. I'm sorry to say that I've really enjoyed the library myself. I've gotten a lot of great benefits out of it. My kids love it, but I do believe some assistance is needed. Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hi, my name is Linda. I'm here speaking, a longtime resident, parent mostly. I want to commend all of you for being here, because obviously you show it's not about ego. You all really care, so I thank you so much. I have a few things to say. Recently, I reached out to the council. There was a school in town, Peterson Elementary, that did a really cute Huntington Beach history musical, and I know you're all busy, so I thank you for the open communication that I could email you and ask you all to attend. I was so gracious that Natalie showed up today. So it says a lot about her character, and thank you so much. I just wanted to play a little clip of the song just to show you how sweet the little children are. I hope that you can hear it. You get the idea. I just wanted to show you a little glimpse of what we got to see today, because it was really cute for the spirit of the city, and they talked about the pier and the wetlands and nothing political. So it just showed how cute they are and how innocent they are, and they're not concerned with this stuff, unless we bring it up to their attention. Other than that, I also want to mention that 44 years ago, we had a tragedy happen on our beach. I don't know if you guys know the memorial down by the pier. I'm sure we've all been. It's in honor of Robin Sampson, who was preyed upon by a pervert and chose to, take it upon himself to steal her. And I basically wanted to speak today to remind people that there are perverts and there are creeps. They could be authors, they could be people walking down the street. We must stay vigilant to creepiness. I mean, another thing I wanted to say was, so please go visit Robin and remember why she isn't with us, because the creeps exist. So on the other hand, I want to commend Gracie for even bringing this up, because it shows you that you care about our children. I know we all care about our kids, and we all want to protect them from things that they're too young to understand. If our library or the LAA thinks this is okay, they should be looked at. This is a little perverted, and if you guys think that this is what children should be looking at, times have changed. So I want to let y'all know the bar has lowered. When I was 9 years old, I was on the beach. I was, some old man let his nuts hang out, and I had to see it. Cops came and wrapped him up. When my daughter was 9 years old, same thing happened. Laws have changed. Nothing can happen to a pedophile unless they actually touch themselves. You're probably not aware with this. So bars are changing, and I just want to be more protective for our children. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Linda McDonald, and I come to you tonight with two issues. The first is item 18 proposes that you adopt an ordinance. I want you to think about how are you going to enforce that ordinance. It's that's going to be a very difficult job. I am here to oppose item 18. I served on the library board for 6 years, and I know that the staff there and the volunteers, they're just terrific. And our library has a very good reputation. The second issue is, I served 8 years on the Human Relations Task Force. We do have hate crimes happening in this city. We also have what are called hate incidents. They don't rise to the level of crime, but they're no less hurtful. So I hope you take into careful consideration that what you vote on tonight will happen to our children that I hear you're all very concerned about, and to our community's reputation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
I'm Joyce Rowley from the Christian community, and I want to say thank you to Gracie for what she's doing. This is not about being against anybody, because as Christians, we love others, and yes, we want people to be included in our society. We want education. We want children to read. We want them to learn about the outside world and all. However, some of the things that are on those posters in the back here are evil, and they are ungodly when it comes to children, persons under the age of 18. And yes, we do have the right to protect these people. And this country is going to go down the tubes when we allow children to view pornography, when we sanction abortion, all kinds of other things, hatred against Jewish people, black people, and anybody like that. It's wrong, and we need to take a stand. I trust in God, and please God, all of you will trust in Him.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening. My name is Jeannie Gooden, a retired teacher and a longtime resident of Huntington Beach. I am here humbly requesting that you vote in favor of item 18 that member Gracie Vandermark has proposed. God bless you, Gracie, for your courageous position and proposal to protect our children from being sexualized. They are being sexualized. Nowhere in the history of our world has anyone needed instruction on how to have sex. However, our children are being exposed to sexualized material in our library. And so they should not be sexualized in this manner. Also, genderqueer and grandpa's pride books are there in the library, regardless of what you're hearing today. This is sexualized material. This is sexualized material that should not be in the library for our children. The Department of Justice tells us that federal law strictly prohibits the distribution of obscene matter to minors and is punishable by law. Those who oppose the position of book banning either oppose these specifically explicit and sexualized books for our children. They have not done their research. So I'm humbly requesting that Agenda 18 be voted positively and that the city attorney and city manager begin their investigation with a proposed, her proposed ordinance to the city council to protect our children that was proposed by Gracie. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
What up, council? I apologize for my attire. I literally came straight from chaperoning my 8th graders to their end of the year field trip and just came straight here, and it was hot out there today. So I don't think there's a problem with reviewing this material. I saw some of this stuff and I was like, oh, you know, I didn't know that was in the library. I don't think most people have a problem with that. Banning books, you can say it's not a book ban, but if I wanted to get rid of certain books, this is kind of the way I do it. Involve the city attorney so they can look for legal landmines, like maybe getting sued by, I don't know, the ACLU. I think bringing up a review of material in the library is a good thing. There's nothing wrong with being concerned about it, and it's absolutely appropriate. I don't think it's appropriate for an ordinance, the city council, the city attorney. Why can't we work within the system, come together as a community, different parts of it, and figure this out? I just don't know why we need an ordinance, especially from small government conservatives. It just seems like more bureaucracy, which is a waste of time and money. What I did forget, oh, hey Travis, I wanted to give props to the city for the work you guys are doing on Utica as a 51-year resident of this city. I love the pass-through between Lake and Alabama. That's really awesome, something positive we can talk about. But one thing I want to mention to well, Gracie and everybody, you guys couch this in we're protecting kids, we're protecting kids. I don't know that the ordinance will do that, but I do have some ideas. Number one, you want to come up with an ordinance? Let's come up with an ordinance on parenting. I think good parenting would take care of about 95% of this. Thousands of parents in this city, and I have students that have parents, send their kids out into the world every day, unmonitored for hours at a time, with the most lethal pornography delivery device ever known to man, and that's their cell phones. I see them on their cell phones every day. I have parents who text their kids while they're in class. How about we make an ordinance against cell phones? You also want to protect kids? Let's ban e-bikes for all kids under the age of 18. I've almost run over like 12 or 13 kids in the last 2 months, a couple of them my own students. They're on Indianapolis riding wheelies in traffic while their friends ride next to them in the bike lanes, videotaping them, and Delaware Street. This would all be great stuff, stuff that you guys should be doing. Like the other thing, we're talking about banning books. What are we doing with Main Street? What are we doing with downtown? That's the kind of stuff you guys should be concentrating on. I'd rather have you guys spend time on that guy with the dog who always complains about his car getting towed. That would be a better thing to deal with than an ordinance to not really ban books, but it will.
Thank you. Thank you. City Clerk?
Mayor, I'm just going to read what's left, and if
no one comes up, we're
I'm
done.
not going to reread this. There's a stack of them here that didn't come down. So
Right.
if you want to, just come on down and speak. Ava Raines, Jennifer Rojas, Mark Sheldon, Martha Hamilton, Roger Knorr, Nader Hanna, Francie Coleman, Linda Moulton Patterson, Justin, what is it? Barron, Dugan Becks, Perry Clitheroe, Ken Inouye, and Cheryl Sudarth.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Thanks for staying up late.
Of course. What up, council? He stole my intro. Love that video. Let's see. Everywhere I go, when I tell people I'm from Huntington Beach, people always start gushing. They're absolutely jealous. They're in love with this city. You know, they can't express that enough. And that's something that's always stuck out to me every time it's happened. And it's probably happened dozens of times in my life, working in LA, here in Huntington Beach, here in Orange County, and down in San Diego. Everywhere I've gone, I say Huntington Beach. People know it, and they love it. They love to live here. Now I'll tell you something else about myself. I'm an absolute geek for economics. Economics is what my degree is in, and it's a geekiness that was fostered when I picked up a biography of Woodrow Wilson at our libraries here, and then followed that up with The Wealth of Nations when I was in high school. And let me tell you what that desirability, what all those people gushing about Huntington Beach means in an economic sense. It means our property values are through the freaking roof. All of our homes here, all of our properties here are super valuable because people want to be here. That's the whole thing. So what are our property values driven by? We got the great beach. We got the great weather. We're close to a bunch of great jobs. We have incredible schools. We have great first responders. And we have fantastic frickin' libraries. And believe it or not, it comes up all the damn time when I tell people they're from Huntington Beach, they mention our library. And I don't want to diminish the small ones. They're great too. I used Banning. That was nearest my house. But that central library is a treasure. A vote to replace librarians with the city attorney. Oh, I forgot to mention, by the way, you are also doing a great job defending our property values by keeping us from building more housing. It's terrible, but it is helping our property values. A vote to replace librarians with Michael Gates will hurt the desirability of Huntington Beach and will therefore diminish our property values. And I should say, it shouldn't be the city attorney's job, you or anyone else. Shouldn't be me, shouldn't be her, shouldn't be any attorney here. It should be the librarian's job. Our library is beloved. Don't fix what's broken. Thank you all for your time. And I hope the 6 of you take this more seriously than the one of you does.
Thank you. Next speaker. Thanks so much for being here.
Good evening. Wow, what a long meeting. I was here earlier, went home, did something, and came back. Thank you for letting me speak. This is the first time I've ever spoken in front of anyone. I'm almost 70 years old. I'm a Christian wife, mother, and grandmother. I homeschool my children all their school years. Before I set a book in front of them, any book in front of them, there were a lot of books they read. I read every one. They had to be appropriate, uplifting, educational, and fun. But what I'm seeing here is there's something wrong. And I'm sure that the library is wonderful. It's probably got 90% of good books in it. But there's something wrong when you have books like I've seen in the library, not just for kids, but for adults. I mean, when I sat there earlier and I looked at those pictures, seriously, I've never seen anything like that in my entire life. And the longer I sat there, I got more numb to it. It was like, oh, yeah. And that really, I took notice of that. And when a child sees, an innocent child sees an evil act, a picture, my husband tells me that wounds them. It stabs them. They never forget it. Something has to be done. I don't know what. I hope someone figures it out. I had a lot of stuff here, but I want to say, many years ago when I was young, my dad was a LAPD detective. There was a man on the streets and he was torturing and killing women. His name was Bundy. Before he was executed in the electric chair, he told Dr. Dobson he thought the reason why he did those terrible things was because of his first exposure to pornography. I think that says something. Not everyone is a killer that looks at pornography, obviously. But I'm saying, is there anything good? Is there anything redeeming in pornography? Can it help anyone? A child, an adult, anyone? It's ungodly. It's wicked. And it shouldn't be allowed in a public library. So do what you want. I just want to say thank you for the woman that, is concerned. I hope you're all concerned. Thank you very much for letting me.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hello there. My name is Eva Rains, and I am a trans woman that is also a resident of Huntington Beach. And I went to school at Sowers Middle School, Eder Elementary School, and Edison High School. And let me tell you, there's been a lot of talk tonight about many things, and it's beginning to sound like a broken record. So I'll talk about what things like this actually do to people, what things like this do to people like me and my friends. For example, numerous times, on many occasions, I've had to talk my friends out of killing themselves because of how many times they've been told that they are not existent, they are not real, they are false and against everything. They are against God, supposedly, all of this. And they've tried killing themselves for it. I have. Many people have. And, well, let me tell you something. If you're really concerned about protecting kids, maybe you'd let kids learn about themselves and know what they are, instead of trying to hide it. Instead of trying to hide it from everyone, why not just show them that different people exist? Not to mention all of this stuff is like, all of the things that are being spoken against, all the books, they're in the adult section. And also, the parents have control over what the children check out in the library. They have full control over that. So there you go. The problem is already solved. This doesn't exist. So why not just stop saying and pushing the message that I am a terrible person, I am different, I am weird, I'm a creep, and start realizing that I'm a person too. My friends are people too. Everyone is a person too. And at this point, I'm sick of it because it has caused so much harm to my community. My friends, some of them have lost their lives to drugs and terrible things because of what they've been told by many religious folks, especially. Some of my friends are homeless because they were kicked out of their homes by their parents because of how they are. Does this hurt them? Yes, it does. Does seeing a random coochie in a book do anything to someone's psyche? No, people have coochies. Get over it. So yeah, how about take this? Just let people exist and stop complaining about it because, in all honesty, it's just stupid. It's just really stupid. I'm correct,
10 seconds.
I can read. And, yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thanks for causing damage to my friends and I and everyone I know. And thanks for causing my life to be hell.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker, thank you so much for being here.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Jennifer Rojas. I've been a resident of Huntington Beach for the majority of my life, and I'm a current resident of Huntington Beach. I'm speaking tonight in strong opposition to item 18, and I urge the council to strike down any efforts to draft an ordinance that would effectively ban books at the city library. The city report and presentation purports to target pornographic and obscene materials with the goal of making those books unavailable to minors. First, this proposal is legally futile under the First Amendment and the Supreme Court obscenity standard. This will undoubtedly cost Huntington Beach taxpayers. Censorship of books for sexually explicit material has been tested and has failed time and time again. As a Huntington Beach High School student, several of my classes required me to read books that were once banned in the US for their sexually explicit content. This included 1984 by George Orwell, The Scarlet Letter by Nathaniel Hawthorne, The Catcher in the Rye by J.D. Salinger. Imagine these books are required reading for current students across the street at HBHS. Will these books be deemed sexually explicit as they have been in the past? Is the City Council going to force these students to get their parents to check out these required books for school? The public presentation on this item includes books with content on how to use menstrual products and books that discuss safe sex practices. I firmly believe this content should be available to young people at the public library. This proposal is a tremendous overreach and harmful to all young people, particularly young LGBTQ people. The city government and city attorney should have zero role in approving the books available for the public at our library. History shows us that book bans don't last, and I hope neither will the authoritarian council members who are pushing this proposal forward. Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Do I just start talking? Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
This is my first time at a city council meeting. My name is Dugan Bex. I bought this when I went through ROTC. I'm a combat veteran, and I had breast cancer last year, so I've kind of gone through a lot of stuff during the 2 years plus that I've been a resident of Huntington Beach. When I first moved here, I got involved in dog sports, and I came from Portland, and it was a little bit of a culture shock. I'm just gonna say, you guys know what I'm talking about. So I went to dog sports, right? Conservative. I had this guy that gave a glowing recommendation to Rush Limbaugh. I can't stand Rush Limbaugh, but you know what? I defended his right to talk about Rush Limbaugh on his Facebook page. Because you know what? Because I'm proud to be an American. I put my life on the line. Gracie, have you put your life on the line for the First Amendment? I have. I'm 70% disabled American veteran. Let me speak. Hey, who wants their taxes raised? Anyone want to pay more taxes? Let me ask you a question. How much does the city attorney make? I don't know, $150,000. Oh, he just got a raise. Wait, were you guys here for the budget thing? Huntington Beach is in the red. Is that true? True fact. Let's fact check some stuff. All right, so city attorney has to hire other people because the city attorney has other things to do besides review books. So where's the $200,000 coming from in next year's budget for this? Hey, where's the $500,000 coming from? Raise taxes. When the ACLU that I call tomorrow, that's gonna be down here as soon as this ordinance passes. Is there an attorney in the house? Any attorneys here? How much does it cost to take a case from city to Supreme Court of the United States? Because you know what? This issue's already been solved. The Supreme Court in 1982 said, First Amendment, you can't ban books in schools. Who wants their taxes raised? Who's going to pay $500,000 to fight the ACLU? You are? You are? You are. Who's going to pay that $7 million debt for the air show? If tomorrow all the things were gone that I worked for all my life, and I lost, and I had to start again with just my dog and my wife. I thank my lucky stars for living here today, where the flag still stands for freedom, and you, and you can't take that away, 'cause I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men and women who gave that right to you and you and you to sit here and say what you want to say.
10 seconds.
I'm proud to be an American. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, and honorable members of the City Council. I want to thank you so very much for allowing us all our time to speak today. But I want to speak about something that affects every one of us, regardless of where we stand on political issues, and that's money. I'm talking to you guys up there. Yeah, go ahead and go like this. And I'm talking to everybody else in this city. As far as money goes, this City Council has embarked on a series of decisions that will potentially place the city in bankruptcy. For example, when the incoming council majority said that they were fight RENA, they told every one of us that it would not cost the city one dime. That is not true. Current time, the city is mandated to pay $3.5 million in a settlement lawsuit to a third party because of our fighting of the RENA mandate. Now, city attorney has filed a protest to the California Supreme Court, but we both know the California Supreme Court has not heard and probably will not hear our complaint. In addition, if we lose this housing mandate, please note that we will be responsible to reimburse the state of California for millions, if not tens of millions of dollars for attorney's fees. So yes, there is a cost for fighting RENA. I want you to know that. In addition, in a separate motion, the City Council failed to obey the new law. They were asked to submit a housing mandate to the state. They failed to do that. The cost for failure to file a city unit complying with the mandate is possibly $600,000 a month. Also, the City Council majority promised to end homelessness, and very recently at a recent City Council meeting, they admitted that they failed to apply for over $2 million of funding for the homeless crisis issue in the city. That is not responsible government. There's a lot more I want to say here, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, but I think the point is we ran together to serve this city. But please understand that all your actions have a financial impact to the city. And I'm here to tell you that based upon the actions taken by the city to date, we are potentially running on a road to cutting back services to people in the city, or perhaps even having to declare bankruptcy because of the actions taken by a few of you without regard to the financial impact on the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that concludes public comments.
All right, members, let's go to our agenda. Council committee appointment announcements. I have announcement. Remove Tony Strickland and add Pat Burns to the West OC Water Board, and remove Casey McKeon and add Tony Strickland to the Sister City Association. Any other announcements from members? None? Okay, move forward. AB 1234 reporting. Does anyone have anything to report? Nothing? Okay. Openness and negotiation disclosures. Does anyone have anything to disclose? See none, moving on. City manager's report. City manager, do you have anything to report?
I do not.
Okay. City attorney report. City attorney, please introduce your report.
Thank you. And I think we have a PowerPoint presentation. And I will be brief because I know it's been a long night, but I promised council I would bring this. So Very quickly, community prosecutor, as the community probably knows, that we have 8 attorneys in our city attorney's office. 1 is dedicated as a prosecutor. Next slide. His name's Stephen Pomeroy. His name was on the previous slide. Just a quick bit of history. In 2016, I was elected in 2014. In 2016, I wanted to see what we could do to provide our police officers and the work that they do in the community with more support and assistance. Had a number of conversations with our district attorney then, Tony Rukakis, about what we could do. At the time, he said we could devote more resources. I said that's nice and all, but if it's possible to have our own resource here on the ground to support our police officers, we think that would be more effective. And so he agreed. So the next slide. Under City Charter, Section 309, Subdivision B, it's actually been in our charter since, as far as we can go back in the records, that the city attorney actually has the ability to prosecute crime, but it's under the state law, it's only to the extent the district attorney confers that authority. So that leads us to the next slide, which is a memorandum of understanding between the district attorney's office and the city attorney's office, which was brought to the city council for approval, funding, to actually have the prosecutor programs. This was all back in 2016. Next slide. Program goals: prosecute crimes impacting Huntington Beach residents' quality of life, prosecute crimes impacting Huntington Beach downtown businesses, provide prosecutorial support to Huntington Beach police officers, arrests and citations, prosecute for convictions, probation, stay-away orders, and restitution, and then provide corrective assistance through diversionary programs. Next slide. We have actually recognized or seen a good amount of success in 2018, about a year and a half after the program was brought in and put into effect. Our then police chief, Rob Handy, attributed an 11.5% drop in the downtown area in crimes to having a prosecutor. So that was a direct correlation that he provided at that time. We also give an award for our program in 2019, the Golden Hub of Innovation Award for Public Safety by the Association of California Cities. Next slide. To give the council and the community kind of a reminder of what we focus on, as I said, it was a quality of life crimes that we prosecute in our office. There are more crimes than we are able to prosecute. So there are about 5,000 or more arrests in the city of Huntington Beach each year. We only get a percentage of those held back here in the prosecutor's office. All the rest go still to the district attorney's office. So we work together to prosecute crimes. But here's a list of common crimes that we prosecute here in our office: public intoxication, petty theft, possession of burglary tools, vandalism, trespass, obstructing a business establishment, resisting arrest, illegal lodging. I won't go through these examples, but there are examples in the PowerPoint unless city council members want me to slow down and go through the examples. But there are examples of these crimes and how they work. And you can get an idea in bold at the bottom if you pull up the PowerPoint, which is a public record, of the types of consequences or punishment or corrective action that are taken. So next slide: theft, vandalism, resisting arrest. And then we do have some common Huntington Beach municipal codes that get prosecuted as well. Next slide. Diversionary program. First-time offenders through our prosecutor's office, but also in coordination with the courts, we emphasize diversion. So first-time offenders, if they can work out something with the prosecutor or the court, oftentimes their cases are actually dismissed. So next slide. There's a whole host of examples of how we work with our diversionary programs to have cases dismissed or have individuals try to guide them onto a correct or a corrected course rather than stay out and be repeat offenders. Next slide. A couple of slides on examples for homeless outreach. Again, I apologize, I'm abbreviating this. Next slide. More on our homeless outreach. Here's some statistics. In a little over a year, total criminal cases filed 990. Number of convictions, 153, and you can kind of see the breakdown. 33 cases had diversion resolutions, and currently, as we speak, there's about 802 pending cases. There's typically month to month a rolling average of more than 500 cases that are on file and being prosecuted. Next slide. And that's the end.
All right.
So that's a brief update of what happened over the past year.
Thank you. Any questions from members? Go ahead, Councilman.
Do you have year-over-year stats on that you can provide as well? Like how your caseload is, what your caseload is year over year for, say, the last 5 years?
Absolutely. And all of those statistics we can, even on the last slide, give you a series as well. Although COVID did dramatically interrupt that, but yes.
But I mean, on either side of that, and then the numbers don't sum, so I'm assuming that folks have been convicted of 2 crimes, and that's why it doesn't sum to. Okay.
Yes, and some cases are just dismissed if the court doesn't see it. There was enough evidence gathered, or there are any number of reasons why the cases might be dismissed.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Would the community prosecutor have the authority to prosecute hate crimes, or was that strictly the district attorney's area?
So it's something to look at. It's probably the DA, the district attorney. The dividing line between what we keep and what they get are cases that have a lot of witnesses or a lot of evidence. They tend to keep those for chain of custody reasons, things like that. Ours are more, for lack of a better way to put it, kind of the simple ones that are not intensive on evidence and not intensive on witnesses. Yeah.
Any other questions? See none. Thank you for the report. Thank you. Members, we're moving down the agenda. Consent calendar, items 6 through 13. Does any member have any item to pull? If not, do I hear a motion in a second?
So moved.
Been moved.
Second.
Been seconded. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Kalmick.
Aye.
Mosier.
Aye.
Vandermark.
Yes.
Strickland.
Aye.
McKeon.
Yes.
Bolton.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Consent items 6 through 13 pass 7-0.
Okay, members, we're now going to file item 14. My understanding is we're going to continue this item till a special meeting on Monday, June 26th. Is that correct, staff? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
I believe we need a motion for that.
Yes, and I also have to, I do have someone signed up to speak for the
Okay.
public hearing. It is open.
Okay.
And so, Mr. Amory Hanson, if you'd like to come down, and I'd also like to announce that I did receive an email communication from Daniel Kramer, Vice President, Business Development for Circuit.
Okay. Thank you.
Is Mr.
Yeah, Amory is
Is
coming.
he here? Okay. All right.
Happy birthday. Oh, it's not your birthday anymore. Oh, wow. Rough
Thank
crowd.
you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Mr. Amory Hanson. I'm speaking tonight in support of item 14H, the Communications Committee positions. Once again, I urge a yes vote on item 14H. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank
So,
you.
Mayor, can we get a motion and a second to move to Monday at 5?
Can I get a motion in a second? Mr. Burns moves. Mr. McKeon seconds.
I do have a comment.
Okay, go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, so I'm disappointed that we have to go to a special meeting on this when the budget's effectively been locked for 2 months prior to this. And I do appreciate all the folks that are still here tonight that potentially were excited to find out what the budget was going to look like. I do recommend folks see the attachments that will be coming with the Monday's budget when we continue this item. There's substantial cuts in services coming, including likely to our libraries. So if you're upset about books being taken out of our libraries, you may be upset about some of the libraries not being open anymore. I think that this is, we had a lot of new people that haven't shown up to council meetings before, and the budget is our most important meeting of the year, and it's usually poorly attended. So I would ask folks to keep an eye out for the special meeting notification and show up on Monday night. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, members, moving on.
Well, let's take a vote.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So we're voting
Been
to
moved and
continue
seconded.
to Monday, the 26th at 5 p.m., and we will publish agenda material on Friday afternoon. Councilmember Kalmick.
Aye.
Mosier.
Aye.
Vandermark.
Yes.
Strickland.
Aye.
McKeon.
Yes.
Bolton.
Aye.
Burns.
All right.
and that it'll be an open hearing on Monday.
Yes. Next, administrative items, item number 15. Staff, do we have a report on that, or are we moving on that?
Yes, I have a staff report.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, the item before you tonight is the proposed memorandum, proposed introduction to the. Oh.
This item is continued.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I'm sorry, I was jumping ahead.
That's what I thought.
Yes, sorry, Mayor.
So this item number 15 is going to be continued. Item number 16.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, just from a technicality, since it's from a different, it's from the Housing Authority side, is there something special that we have to do with that from the clerk standpoint, so we don't have to renotice or do anything special since it's...
So it's being withdrawn from the agenda?
For a future meeting. It'll be
There was
brought
no
back.
public notice. It wasn't required to be noticed, so it's just going to be withdrawn and
Continue
added
for the
to
next meeting,
another meeting,
right.
to the next meeting.
Okay.
All right, so no action taken on this item.
Right.
Okay.
So members, we're now on file item 16. Staff, please introduce your report.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and City Council members, the item before you tonight is the introduction to a proposed memorandum of understanding with the Police Management Association. This is agendized for your consideration pursuant to the Myers-Brown Act, or MMVA. Staff, along with Chief Negotiator appointed by the City Council, met with PMA this past month and started negotiations with them with anticipation of their current agreement sunsetting at the end of this calendar year. Through those negotiations, a tentative agreement was reached with PMA on June 13th of this year. And while the city has no obligation to accept the proposed labor agreement, the city does need to formally consider the negotiated MOU. Oh, thank you. The proposed MOU of understanding has several terms as follows. It is a 3-year agreement starting at the end of this fiscal year, which would be June 24th, and would last for 3 years. There's a 5% wage increase each of those 3 contract years. And there's an increase in adjustments to various pay programs, such as the advanced post certificate pay would increase by 2%. The executive development incentive pay has definitions increased, and the longevity pay for 20 years of service within the Police Management Association would be increased by 5%. Acting assignments was updated by positions and for payment for any continuous service over 28 days. Certificate for clarification for compensatory time cash off payout was cleaned up in the agreement, and increases to city contribution for health benefits for the PMA matches what was which is in the POA's MOU. Go to the next slide. The fiscal impact provided by our finance department for fiscal year 23-24 is just under $470,000. For year 24-25 is $291,000. Fiscal year 25-26 is $298,000. And fiscal year 26-27 is $142,000 for a total contract fiscal impact of $1.2 million. And before you tonight is the City Council is recommended to approve for introduction the proposed successor memorandum of the understanding with PMA, and the City Council could provide alternate direction. And as we close up here, I'd really like to thank all those involved, our Chief Negotiator, Peter Brown, our Police Chief, Eric Parra, our Interim Chief Financial Officer, Sonny Hahn, our Interim Human Resources Director Teresa St. Peter, and our interim HR Deputy Director Jose Rodriguez, who all participated and helped get to this point. And we're available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Go ahead, City
Mayor, I
Manager.
would also like to acknowledge Travis Hopkins for all of his work in the negotiations.
Thank you, Travis. Thanks all staff. Members, I would like to move to approve the introduction of the proposed MOU between the Huntington Beach Police Management Association and the City of Huntington Beach for the period July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2026.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded. Do members have any comments? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Councilmember Kalmick.
Aye.
Mosher.
Aye.
Vandermark.
Yes.
Aye.
Strickland.
Aye.
McKeon.
Yes.
Bolton.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Thank you.
Members, we're
7-0.
now going to file, I'm sorry to cut you off. Members, we're going to file item 17. Staff, please introduce your report.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. This item is the proposed memorandum of understanding with the Police Officers Association. Previously, this was brought to the City Council on June 6th and for introduction, and the City Council affirmatively voted to introduce this labor agreement. And with that, that's why it's brought before you tonight for formal adoption of the agreement. The items within this agreement, again, this is a 3-year agreement, June 24th through the last pay period in fiscal year 25-26. This also includes a 5% increase each of those 3 fiscal years. And there's increases to various pay programs such as post-certificate pay, special assignment pay, flight pay, longevity pay, and other types of special pay outlined in your staff report. Increases to health benefits as well as long-term disability-related pay is also provided within this agreement tonight. And there's clarification language on related work schedules. Additionally, there's updated language related to uniforms, assignments, job sharing, alternative dispute resolution, and updates to the salary schedule. The language modifications related to general leave, FMLA association business bank time, and voluntary catastrophic leave within this MOU. The fiscal impact for the MOU is $4.6 million in the first fiscal year, 23-24, $2.9 million in fiscal year 24-25, $3 million in fiscal year 25-26, and $1.5 million in 26-27 for a total of $12 million over the term of the contract. And so tonight, the recommended action is adopt resolution number 2023-31 approving the proposed MOU successor agreement with POA and authorize the city manager or designee to take all administrative and budgetary actions necessary for implementation of this resolution. The City Council could provide alternate direction, and I would like to just thank staff. I won't go through them all again. It's the same staff, and I appreciate everything they've done to get to this point over the last 6 months.
Thanks, staff, for all the hard work. I move to adopt resolution number 2023-31, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Huntington Beach approving and implementing the MOU between Huntington Beach Police Officers Association, POA, and the city for July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2026.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any comments from council members? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Councilmember Kalmick.
Aye.
Mosher.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark.
Yes.
Mayor Strickland.
Aye.
Councilmember McKeon.
Yes.
Bolton.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
Okay, thank you. Members, now we're on file item number 18. The author is Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to introduce your item?
So I'll read most of it. I'll try to be quick.
since
Take your
it's
time.
kind of late.
Take your time. Take your time.
So it has been a long-standing problem in public education that children have been exposed to obscene and age-inappropriate material by adults. And yes, many who are educators we have entrusted with our children. Not too long ago, I learned that our city public library also provided similar obscene materials to our youth in the form of obscene and sometimes pornographic children's books and other materials. Our city libraries should not be engaged in infecting our children with obscenity or pornography. The Department of Justice goes on and says that the federal law strictly prohibits the distribution of obscene material to minors. Any transfer or attempt to transfer such material to a minor under the age of 16, including over the internet, is punishable under federal law. In addition, visual representations such as drawings, cartoons, or paintings that appear to depict minors engaged in sexual activity are obscene and are also illegal under federal law. While the Department of Justice may not present the entire legal analysis and controlling authorities here, this publicly available information by one of our top federal agencies should be instructive of the applicable legal standards for obscenity, the gravity against allowing this kind of material around our children. I do have some censored images of obscene or pornographic children's books in the PowerPoint presentation. The full uncensored versions of the images were not able to be shown here tonight because doing so could very well violate the very same federal laws and possibly other laws mentioned here. The city should take action to make these books, materials, and others like them unavailable to our children in or around our city facilities. Because of the delicate balance required to maintain First Amendment rights while protecting our children from unprotected, obscene, and/or pornographic materials, such books and other materials should be submitted to the city attorney for legal analysis, evaluating our First Amendment protections. So I'd like to direct the city manager to work with the city attorney to return to the city council. I'd like to modify this to September of this year with a proposed ordinance for the city's libraries and other public facilities to make obscene and/or pornographic material both in hard copy and digitally, electronically unavailable to minors, with the city attorney evaluating the materials under the First Amendment. The ordinance should also present the policy for procurement, which would include new screening protocols for books, materials, content yet to be acquired by the library or other city facilities that are intended for children at our public facilities by screened or obscene and/or pornography. The ordinance should also present findings and authorities for obscenity within the meaning of the First Amendment. I don't believe we have children in here, but if anybody's watching at home and there are children, I suggest you remove them from the room.
Let's see the uncensored version. You want to ban it? Show it to us.
These are just a few examples. I will not read from every book, but I will provide some examples of material that I believe a child should review, but only if the parent is informed of what's in these books, if the parent allows them. This one does have explicit images. Could we go to the next one? The next one? Next one? No, this is in the children's section, just to clarify. I'm talking about these. Anyway, so these books are not censored.
Hold on. We've had 6 hours of public debate. It's her item. Give her respect. We gave you respect.
Can you just tell us the name of the book, please?
Okay, so I will read just a small excerpt from this book.
We would like to know if what we're seeing is what's being displayed on the screen.
You're welcome to come take a look at the books right after. Right now, I will read the books. Boys usually start having wet dreams at puberty. Wet dreams occur during sleep when the boy is having pleasurable, exciting, or sexy dreams, and they ejaculate. some semen. When the boy wakes up, his pajamas or sheets may be wet and sticky from the ejaculation. The term for a wet dream is nocturnal emission. Nocturnal emission means occurring at night. A boy's first ejaculation often happens during a dream. Some people think that masturbation is wrong or harmful, and some religions call masturbation a sin. But masturbating cannot hurt you, and it does not result in pregnancy or getting or passing on infections that may spread by sexual contact. Many people masturbate, many don't. Whether you masturbate or not is your choice. Masturbating is perfectly normal. When people masturbate, they usually rub their sex organs with their hands or with something soft like a pillow. A girl often rubs her clitoris. A boy rubs his penis. Both the clitoris and the penis are sensitive to touch. A person may have a warm, good, tingly, exciting feeling all through his or her body while masturbating. This feeling can become more and more intense until it reaches a peak of climax. At that moment, the male may ejaculate. The female may feel strong, exciting sensations just in the area around her vulva and throughout her body. A female may also feel some wetness in her vagina. This book is also in the children's section. The clitoris has many nerve endings. Touching this area of the body can give you exciting, tingly kinds of feelings. In fact, the clitoris is an organ of sexual pleasure for females. If you continue masturbating long enough, you may have an orgasm. Some other terms for having an orgasm are climaxing, coming, or getting off. Some orgasms are very powerful and strong, others are less intense. A less intense one might be described as a lovely, shivery feeling. A powerful one might feel like an explosion, a spasm of intense sexual pleasure that begins in the genitals and pulses through the body. Most people agree that an orgasm is a very good feeling. That's why experts say masturbation is an excellent way of learning how your body reacts and practicing for your adult life. For young girls whose bodies are not ready for tampons, they help you with that too. If your hymen opening is too tight to allow for tampon insertion, you can stretch it yourself. This should be done gently and slowly over many days or weeks. Here's how you do it. First, you put KY jelly on your fingers. Don't use petroleum jelly or any lotion that contains perfumes or chemical additives. Insert your fingers into your vagina opening as far as it is comfortable. Then apply pressure by pressing downward towards your anus. Keep the pressure on for a few minutes, then release it. You can repeat this several times during each session. The next time, increase the pressure. Slowly work your way up to inserting 2 fingers. Once you can do that, apply pressure to the sides of your vagina entrance too. Continue this session until you are fully comfortable inserting a tampon. This one was in the teen section, grades 7 through 12, but can be checked out and fully accessible to any child without parent knowledge, consent. I do not really notice any funky smell, and that taste isn't terrible either. It's kind of like iced tea with a dash of salt, a vague, sweet sort of salty. I thought it would be like a murky swamp. It's not. Vagina smells like vagina. Vagina tastes like vagina, and I like it. Courtney's pubic hair starts tickling the tip of my nose, which is about to make me sneeze. Fuck, that would suck. So I push my face further into her folds, pressing my nose and mouth more into her. I can now feel her pubes in my tongue. They don't taste gross either. I don't know if this is my saliva or some sort of wet coming from Courtney's vagina, but I feel a liquid starting to spread across my lips and trickle down my chin. Then she moans. I must be doing something right. So these are in the teen section. When I mentioned that this material was provided in schools for our kids, that's actually how I got here today. I took books that the state of California recommended for our children. I purchased every single book and I reviewed it. And then I decided to check into our library, and the books were there. The state of California, schools, since I got a lot of pushback about because I mentioned the schools, the state of California did recommend this book as a school-wide read for grades 9 through 12. This teaches deeper manual simulation or fisting. Deeper manual sex or manual sex with more than a finger or two is not called fisting because you make it a fist and try to put it into a vagina or anus, which is unlikely to be anything but painful, if not impossible. Rather, fisting involves starting manual sex with 1 or 2 gloved fingers, and then lube, add as you go, and slowly working your way up more as it is pleasurable for a receptive partner. If a whole hand is wanted or both partners or 4 fingers feel good, the performing partner can then tuck his or her thumb into the palm of the inside of their hands and make the whole hand as slim as possible, then slide upwards. Once the fingers up gently and rhythmically, or go up and down as is comfortable for their partner. Yes, this was recommended as a school-wide read for children. It also teaches you blood play, how to play with blood, urine, sex toys, BDSM, sadomasochism. There's a section here for edge play. Edge play is generally referred to as sexual activity that crosses the line of what is physically or emotionally safe, sane, or consensual by taking serious risks with one's life or health. Some examples are breath restriction or blood play, engaging in planned abduction or forms of humiliation, and exploring fantasies that may trigger fears or particularly strong adverse reactions like incest. Many aspects of the approaches to BDSM can be edge play, but can things like having intercourse without birth control, neglect safer sex practices, and engaging in any kind of sex you know you don't really want or feel ready for? It also teaches minors how to make sex toys out of socks, bottles, and other household items because it clearly states here that minors can't purchase them. There are many books in here. I'm just not going through all of them. But there is inappropriate content in this. And I do believe that parents have a right to know what is in some of these books before they check them out for their children. I've never proposed a ban. Councilmember Kalmick and Moser did a great job sharing misinformation and flaming those fires. As a matter of fact, congratulations on monetizing this issue because I saw the email you sent bringing this meeting up and then asking for a donation for your campaign. Yeah, I'm talking about my item. So what I am asking is that we look into different ways to protect kids from this. Parents, check these books out. If this is what you want for your kids, go for it. But a lot of parents don't know this material is in these books. A lot of parents don't know these books are in the library. I know this because I've been doing this for 6 years. When I tell people there was a book in there that teaches children how to fist safely, play with blood, urine, they said I was crazy and I was a conspiracy theorist. They never imagined it was in our schools. They never imagined it was in our libraries, but it was. These are safeguards to protect our kids. Now, the book Gender Queer, it was actually in the teen section as well. That one complaint in the year 2020 came from me. I filed that complaint. I asked them to review that book. First, I asked them, do we allow pornography, obscene material? They said no. I showed them the book. They saw the title, and that's when they said, well, we're trying to create a more diverse collection for our youth. I didn't think having images of 2 young people performing oral sex was appropriate. It was a battle. I did go through the process that's currently in place right now, not without being treated pretty disrespectfully by the former librarian. She's no longer with the city. But eventually the book was moved to the adult section. But that is not where it was originally. So what I am proposing is that we put whether it is a sticker on the book that lets the parents know it's sexually graphic, whether it is, I don't know, a section, whatever it is. We are open to any ideas that staff, our city attorney, or the community community comes up with. Because I'll tell you, that book, that Gender Queer, before they moved it out, I only learned about that book because a 10-year-old handed it to me. By the time these books get to the complaints, by then a child has already seen the book. So we're trying to protect it. I just don't understand why anybody has a problem with warning parents that some of this material is in these books. Not banning them, not removing them, but letting the parents know so they can make an informed decision. And that is what I'm asking for today. As far as our city attorney, we're not asking for him to review the books. I'm not even asking for us to review the books. I've had plenty of people here come and tell me how I don't have a degree. I don't have to have a degree to have common sense. But I'd like for our city attorney, if you don't mind clarifying, what would your role be within this process?
Well, I mean, I think it's pretty clear by the plain read of the H item itself, and then correct me if I'm wrong, because this is your H item, but it only says that I would review and provide a legal analysis, not a policy analysis, but a legal analysis and evaluation for First Amendment protections. So, you know, for all of the comments about how I would be dictating and robbing children of their right to see these materials, it actually is, my role in the process is to make sure if there's something that's brought to leadership as objectionable, whether that leadership is the librarian or the city manager or whoever, it could come to me to protect First Amendment, to do an evaluation and analysis. I can't imagine that there's many of these books that would even come to my attention. But that's how I see my role based on earlier conversations and the way the H item's written. Not to be scouring through, you know, thousands and thousands of books and making policy decisions.
Can I ask the city attorney? I just want to follow up on the city attorney. I know when I was shocked at some of the content, and I tend to be a little bit more libertarian, but the movie industry has gone to G, PG, PG-13, R, NC-17. Is that something that can be done with books? I'm not familiar, because I know they do that with movies, but do they do that with books at all?
Yeah, and you can do that with books, and the council or a subcommittee or other leadership, there's a whole host of ideas, whether they're rated, they're put in a different location so parents have to check them out. There's a whole bunch of measures that can be put in place that don't violate free speech.
Right.
That are completely legally permissible. So there are a bunch of things that can be done. It's just a matter of what is going to be done.
My understanding is, again, I'm only talking about movies because we're all familiar with that in our society. I believe my understanding of the radar movie, but if you're the parent, you're allowed as a parent or guardian to bring them into a radar movie if you so desire to do that with your child.
It probably depends on the movie theater. You're allowed to show your minor a radar movie at home.
Okay.
I don't know if the theater will go for that, but yeah.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that clarification.
I just wanted to reiterate, we're not banning books. We're not restricting adults from checking out the books. We're not restricting materials to any specific gender. Ms. Bolton, these are not LGBT-specific books. These are for parents, and any gender can check them out, so I want to clarify that point. I'm just trying to put safeguards in place to protect our kids. I was a library page. That was my first job as right after high school, and I guarantee you this was not in our libraries then. As in life, as technology improves, there are advancements, we have to review our policies and update it to meet the needs of the community with those changes from the advances. Why can't we do that for our libraries too? This material was not there then, it is there now. Parents have no idea this is in there. So why not take precautions to protect one child if that's what what this does?
Or even educate.
Yeah, and I did speak to the media today. I showed them the books. I read them the excerpts. I told them, please print it. Show me that it's not obscene. Please print it. Not a single one wanted to print what was in any of these books because they thought it was too obscene. But yet our kids can just walk on out and read them. Even like the books that are in the adult section, people can check them out. They can sit on the table, leave them there, a child picks them up. I guess I'm just having a really hard time understanding why people have a problem with protecting our children from material that they may or may not be mentally mature enough to handle.
Right.
And yes, it's the parents' rights if they know the material is in the books and they don't know that. You have no idea how many times I've been called a conspiracy theorist because they thought I was lying about this book or this book or this book. So
And-
that is where we're at.
So, okay. Again, we had over 6 hours of public hearing, and now it's our turn to debate this.
Grace, you met with the librarian, didn't you?
I did meet with the librarian.
Tell him about that kind of experience about, she wasn't aware of the picture.
Use the mic.
Can you tell him a little bit about the conversation with the librarian? Because she didn't know about some of those pictures, right?
She did not. I did mention the book. She said they weren't there. I told her they were. And then I asked her, do you research? When I was working in a library, we used to process all the books. So I was processing books. So apparently I did ask the librarian, do you review every book that comes into our library? She says no. They go online and they look at reviews from other people. So by the time, there are times that those books go on the shelves and the librarians never look at them. So not even they know exactly what's in that library all the time. That is per my discussion with the librarian that I had a few days ago.
Can we get it on the public record? What library and which librarian, please?
You don't have to answer. You don't have to answer. Go ahead, Councilman McKeon.
No, I mean, just my comments are, just to reiterate, I mean, I know we're talking about the library, but when you read the H item, nowhere does it mention banning books. And I encourage Dave Min to actually read the H item because he obviously did not. And to me, this boils down to a simple question. Is pornography allowed in the public library that is paid for by the taxpaying residents? Just because you illustrate it doesn't mean it's not pornography. Why is this being showcased, put on display, and presented to children under 18 years of age? To me, this is the sexualization of children without parental consent. In my opinion, these books need to be restricted to minors and checked out by the parents. How can you have something that you can't show publicly because of obscenity laws, but it's okay to show to children? I totally agree that parents should decide what their kids should read. Therefore, if they want their children to read legally obscene materials, they will have to check out those books for themselves. It's as simple as that. Tony touched on it. NC-17 movies. You can't go see that movie unless you're an adult, unless you're 18 years or older. What's the difference? It makes no sense. That's where I stand on it. I know, Gracie, you're very passionate about it. I commend you for it. I will move this item. I think it's to protect the children, just to set common safeguards in place. We're not banning books, and I think it needs to be done.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Okay, so in response to the question about why a TV station or something like that would not show just one of the pictures is because it's out of context. You cannot judge obscenity. Remember, the third prong of the test is they judge it by the work as a whole. So yes, if you take one picture and say, hey, put this picture up, yeah, they may say no because they lack that context. That's the reason why. That's the reason why. And I don't doubt your sincerity, and I don't doubt that you care about kids, but the reason why the system is set up the way that it is because of the First Amendment. That's just the way, like I said earlier, if these books were obscene, do you think the city attorney's office wouldn't have noticed that by now? And I'm not trying to, really, seriously. So, hold on. Jesus Christ. No, really, because we're talking about the budget, we're talking about service cuts, we're talking about the air show settlement, we're talking about infrastructure, all of this stuff. These things These things have all been dealt with before. Do you know why the librarian probably didn't know about a specific book and the pictures in it? It's because they go and they rely on the booksellers who say, okay, this book is appropriate for age 3 to 6, and this is recommended for age 7 to 12, and this is recommended for high school age. They rely on those because I don't think that one librarian is going to know what is in every single book, and I think we have like 180,000 distinct pieces in the library. So no, she may not know, she or he may not know, but they're relying on the booksellers. Do you think the booksellers haven't asked their attorneys, hey, if we sell this, are we going to be in trouble? They have. There's safeguards in the system against obscenity at every step. That's just the way the book business works. And I know it may be confusing to some people, but that is the way the First Amendment works. The default is the government doesn't get involved in this. The parents decide. That's the function that the libraries serve for us. The default is they got as much stuff in there as they possibly can. And so, yeah, did I send my kids off to the library by themselves? I didn't. So, I'm sorry that maybe, some parents don't know what's in the books. But that, it's not perfect, but that's the way that it works. So, I just, oh, gosh, sorry.
I would like to weigh in a little bit on this. Honestly, again, I tend to be more libertarian, and when Gracie first started talking about this, I was a little concerned, to be candid. And then when she actually showed me the material, I was floored. I was actually floored. There's no context where a 3 to 6 year old, in my world, that's appropriate. There's no context. And there's no context. There's no context that a 7 and 12-year-old has that without parental permission. And going back to the First Amendment, look, I agree with the First Amendment, but the First Amendment allows movie theaters to dictate to parents and educate parents, well, this is a G movie. This is a PG movie. This is a PG-13 movie. This is an R movie. This is an NC-17. And a parent has the authority to say, well, you know what? I'm going to look at that movie, and maybe my son or daughter is old enough to do that. But I think the key is to have parents. I'll tell you, I don't think the majority of the parents in this community know what's in those books. I was floored what was in those books. And we're not trying to limit anybody's First Amendment. No, we're not. And we're not even talking about banning books. That's a misinformation. That's misinformation. What we're talking about is educating the public and educating our parents, and then they can decide what books they can do. By the way, I've heard a whole bunch of things that was not in our purview. It is, because we're stewards of tax dollars that go into those libraries. That's the bottom line. That's where we come in. And so with that, I'm looking forward to see what options there are. Because again, I'm not for banning the books, but I am certainly for educating the community. And by the way, whatever happens from here, I think Mayor Pro Tem Gracie Vandermark deserves a round of applause for educating the public that this is actually in our library system. And then let everybody decide if they want to get those books or not. But I think Gracie's already done a public service by letting people know that things like that are in our public library. So with that, I'll second the motion from Casey McCann. Councilwoman.
Great, thank you so much. So with regards to the rating system, I think that it's important that your argument misses the fundamental difference between voluntary guidelines adopted by a private industry and the imposition of government restrictions on speech in clear violation of constitutionally protected First Amendment freedoms.
Thank you.
So now that we've had story time with Gracie, thank you. Tonight, I am so proud of my city. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for your thoughtfully written emails that were paragraphs and paragraphs long, were not copied and pasted from somebody else, were from your hearts. The public comments tonight that were the same way. I appreciate all of your passionate thoughts and conversation about this. What a blessing to see the groundswell of broad and sweeping public support for our library and for the library as a democratic public institution. What a gift to hear about the value and appreciation for our library and for our librarians, one of whom was doxxed earlier in the month by a website where people were getting very upset about the LGBTQ kits that were there, as though that was somehow a horrendous thing to have in our library. Our libraries provide books that become windows and mirrors for readers, allowing them to see themselves and to see in the lives of other people, to better understand and to develop empathy. I guess this item, book banning and censorship, is the fine print of your contract with the community. I'm glad that it's coming to light, and I imagine that it always would. Mayor Pro Tem said that it has been a long-standing problem in public education that children are being exposed to obscene and age-inappropriate material by adults, many of whom are educators whom we have entrusted with our children. She also said our city library should not be engaged in infecting our children with obscenity or pornography, inserting a trope that's commonly used with anti-Semitism. I remember Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark, before she was our Mayor Pro Tem's, past efforts in our schools because they were my kids' schools. Her efforts were chilling then, and they frightened me for my kids, for our kids. I heard lies then, and I hear them now. One of the lies was that our school was teaching Sharia law in school. I heard that from a family member who saw it on Facebook. Enough.
Come on. Again, I want to repeat that we had over 6 hours of community input. This is our time. Please respect us as we respected you.
So there was no Sharia law indoctrination that was called world religion and world history. And also misinformation about the California Healthy Youth Act at the time. I know that there was a constant misinformation campaign about the curriculum and about what was included in that, and we won't continue to go into that tonight. That can be discussed at the school board meeting that I heard you're attending. Back to the books. And I don't really want to stay on the books because I think that the issue is actually much broader and concerning than the books. But one of the books that was mentioned just now was The V Word, which is a young adult book. And I looked at the reviews on that, and I bolded a couple of things from that. The one thing that they all share, so this is true stories about, I'll just read the full thing, about first-time sex, gay, straight, bisexual, transgender, etc., details the sometimes painfully awkward, sometimes blissful experience of choosing to have sex for the first time. The frank, sexually explicit, naturally narratives cover a wide range of experiences, and some are sweet and transformative, others are perfunctory or borderline forgettable. Here's the bold. But the one thing they all share is the importance of sexual agency. Something else that I have bolded here. Each woman makes a choice to have sex in this book, and choice is the key element here. The V in V word can be interpreted as voice, not virginity. And the takeaway is the importance of a young woman speaking up for what they want or don't want and taking an active role in what happens to their bodies, while highlighting the importance of choice. I think that it's really important that's in the young adult section. I also think it's important that parents can review that and that they're able to under the current rules and process of the library. Also, one thing that she read earlier was it's perfectly normal. And I will say that all the things that you read are factual things that were provided for 10 and up, 10 to 14. And when my kids were little, I spoke to a therapist, and they're very curious kids, and in preparation for when they might ask me questions about sex or different things, I wanted to have the information at the ready at that time. I didn't know when that would be, but I wanted to have it, and I wanted to have evidence-based information ready for me that had appropriate language for their age range. She recommended the series of It's Perfectly Normal, It's Not the Stork, and one of the other ones. It provides young people with knowledge and vocabulary that they need to understand their bodies, relationships, and identities in order to make responsible decisions and to stay healthy. As has been said, book banning sets a dangerous precedent. Once censorship is introduced, it becomes easier to justify the restriction of other materials based on subjective criteria or personal preferences. This slippery slope can undermine the principles of intellectual freedom and potentially lead to further censorship. And we've seen that happen before. It's been discussed historically, and it's also happened across the country. Library policies already exist. Professional librarians helped craft those policies using their training and professional experience. Included in that policy is a request for item removal process. How many books have been requested for removal in the last 5 years? Ashley, could you answer that?
In the last 5 years, we've had 5 materials reconsideration forms submitted.
Thank you. So in 5 years, 5 books, one of which was done by Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark, and it was moved to the adult section because the publisher actually changed the age range, and when they looked at it, they decided, yes, it should be in the other section. So it just proves the process works. If somebody has a concern, they can fill out the form, it will be reviewed, and they will move forward with that. With regards to parents, there are protections in place for parents who seek control over what their children are reading. Accounts to the libraries in Huntington Beach can be accessed online. Every book that is checked out appears in the checked out log. Every book that is being requested appears in the hold log. Parents who are concerned can easily monitor all of this information anytime online. No need to restrict access. They can make their own choices for their families. And I hope that they are already doing so. It sounded like a lot of people here were tonight. With regards to the American Library Association, one, I was shocked to learn that the Mayor Pro Tem did not speak with a librarian before bringing this item forward. And I know that because if she had talked with a librarian, she would have known that we are not part of the American Library Association. That being said, when I asked why aren't we part of the American Library Association to our librarian, it's because we don't have it in the budget. That's concerning to me as well, because I want to make sure that we have all of the resources available to our librarians so that they can do the best job in serving our public and the community. We must honor the people and the communities we serve. We cannot normalize the debate around censorship and normalize public debate over the lived experiences of minoritized communities already targeted by right-wing extremists. This represents a national movement of right-wing extremists with populist and fascist motivations, attempting to redefine fundamental principles of American democratic institutions, including our libraries. It is fear-based and rage-baiting. And it's being targeted not just around the texts and books themselves as being perceived harmful, but at librarians and library workers who are now being portrayed as groomers, seeking to indoctrinate small children. This is extremist action intends to foment fear and rage around a small group of people. That fear and rage is being directed at our libraries and our library systems. Protecting our libraries and our library workers and communities is essential for the long-term welfare of the public good. Those seeking to impede access to collections and dictate how library workers do their jobs are doing so to silence and obscure the voice and perspectives of those whose opinions the attackers feel do not have a right to full and active participation in American society. And that's a quote. It is an act of erasure. One of the librarians who is now working with teens at the Brooklyn Library as part of the Books Unbanned, said, "Identities are not obscenities. Stories are not pornography. They are possibility." And finally, I think that this whole idea around, this isn't a ban, it's very clear, again, as many people read out from the dictionary, the words are there. It's a ban. If you move the books from one section and behind a wall, behind a curtain, that's still potentially a ban if they're supposed to be meant for a certain age group, and if you're moving them away from that. If you'd like, you can put a sticker on the outside of the library that warns parents and everyone as they go in that obscene materials might be inside of this place, but they're not.
Again, we've been here, all of us have been here a long time. And listen, again, all of us, whether we agreed with you or not, respected your voice for over 6 hours. Respect all of us as we do this debate like we respected you. Please, let's finish this debate and move on with the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm done.
Any other comments from members? Okay, go ahead, Councilman.
I appreciate absolutely everyone who attended tonight. First-time flyers and our regular flyers in the audience up here in front who continue to heckle a public meeting, which is so.
Let's go.
Thank you. I have actually a technical question for Mr. Gates. Do minors have constitutional rights? I mean, it's a serious question. Like somebody who's 12, do they have a First Amendment right?
Well, look, I'm not prepared to give a full dissertation on this entire subject matter.
Yeah.
What I will say is that there are First Amendment concerns,
Right.
but it's clear by the H item that this isn't particularly a First Amendment issue. It could be, but there could also be a policy in place to say, look, we don't want this type of material at a minor's fingertips in the children's section.
Sorry, that was my question. My question, do minors have First Amendment rights? Like, can they go and say what they want on the street corner as an adult could?
I frankly don't know the answer to that question.
Okay.
I'll answer it. The Supreme Court has said children do not leave their constitutional rights at the schoolhouse gate.
Well, okay, I'm being fair in saying I don't know because I wasn't presented that question and didn't do the research. That is a different answer to a different question, and it's not fair to characterize that answer as the answer to that question. I don't think that's
They do not leave their First Amendment rights at the
broad
schoolhouse
sweeping
gate.
for all, including First Amendment.
They
in
don't
this
leave their
context.
constitutional rights. The genderqueer book, by the way, was reviewed by a Virginia court, and the request was to block minors from being able to see it. The Virginia court did not do that, and they also did not declare that genderqueer was obscenity. This issue is being litigated,
So,
and respectfully,
Well,
It's a pretty fundamental thing.
And
fundamental thing.
So to fully answer and properly answer your question, we need to come back. There is a different standard for taking books off of shelves and removing them entirely versus making a requirement that an adult consent to checking that book out for that minor. Different standard, different issue.
So, all right, I appreciate that answer. It's obviously complicated. So I was accused of calling this a ban when it's not. I think we've run into this problem a couple of times where I seem to have some literacy problems where a proposed ordinance of the city's libraries, other public facilities, making material unavailable to minors. Making something unavailable to someone is, I think, is a synonym for banning that. And so that's where and I apologize if I have an inability to understand that, but that was my takeaway, was that removing something from minors, and that goes to my First Amendment question. If we're taking away something from someone, are we effectively banning it from their use? I think moving this item is different than what was discussed up here, and what I think some of the comments made by council members were. Because this says bring back an ordinance as opposed to let's have some conversations and bring back some educated material on how we talk about this. I think all of the issues that were brought up by Mayor Pro Tem can all be solved and have been solved by using the existing process. Some of the material that was shown earlier, I think, is just anti-LGBT if you don't want your kids to see it. I have a 4-year-old who have now taken to all but one of the public libraries in this city, and I don't let her out of my sight when I'm there because she's 4. She also can't read, so so to have a child, and again, we're confusing the term child with young adult and adolescent and teenager in this conversation, and we're grouping them all together. And I was an abnormal adolescent and teenager. Probably still am abnormal, but the peanut gallery here is just so fun tonight, so fun. I look at some of the material that was presented, and I don't think a child is capable of, if they see the front of that book, they're not going to be able to pull it out and read it and understand what's going on. I think for the Grandpa's Pride, they're going to see 2 people dressed in costumes giving each other a hug. They don't understand what the implication that adults do and are putting upon what a child, I think, can understand. So it's frustrating that, again, someone and folks that really talk about parental rights, we want to make sure parents are understanding, are basically calling parents that they don't know what's in there and we're going to protect you from what's in the library. And that's effectively what you described earlier this evening is what you want to do, is you want to protect parents, but not children. You want to protect parents from allowing their children to see things that you believe are inappropriate for them. When we had this, so I've been doing this now for 12 years, sitting through public meetings. This is the most people I've ever had come out to a public meeting. This is the most emails I've ever seen, and this is the most lopsided I've ever seen an issue like this. We did the Beach Edge Corridor in 2015 that had, out the door forever. I was not part of the Poseidon hearing in 2005, or 2010, but I heard that went on until 6 in the morning. Anybody 10 to infant is accompanied by a parent inside the library. So we're looking at 11 through 17, I guess, and at 18 you're an adult. So now we're in this smaller group of folks. Most of those books, I don't know. I mean, if they don't have pictures in them, I'm assuming an 8-year-old's really not going to be interested in pulling them off the shelf. And I've become this very large libertarian of no government overreach and that lets parents decide what they want. And it's just disappointing that we're at this point. I was disappointed to get the PowerPoint presentation today at 9 o'clock to see what we were actually talking about. I spoke with the librarian at length as to what policies are in place, and I was actually surprised that you were the one that used the policy, Mayor Pro Tem, to affect the change that you actually wanted. So I'm confused as to why we want to continue putting us into potential nebulous legal space, right? Like, this seems really like a bad idea to get the city involved in. We heard from every, I think, retired educator in the city sent emails in or showed up, librarians from all over the city and state were sending emails in, and we heard from a lot of parents tonight that want to maintain their right to decide what they want their kids to be able to check out. And if their kids are 12 and they want to drop them off at the library, it's, at some point, it's caveat emptor, right? Like, we have to assume that our residents are smart people that know what they're doing and know what's best for their children. And obviously, we try to put guardrails on things. And if parents have an issue with something that's being portrayed in our public library, it's not for me to get involved in that situation. Like, my job is to make sure that there's funding to keep the lights on in the library, and literally now, I guess. I'm just surprised that this item came forward in kind of such an interesting way, right? That it actually has. It's not just the idea that I think Councilmember McKeon brings up, that this is actually bringing back an ordinance. I think that there's a lot of information, a lot of misinformation involved in this, and I obviously won't be supporting this. I think the system currently works. Again, I've been on council now for 2.5 years, Planning Commission for 8 prior to. I haven't heard a single peep from anyone about content in our library. This is a solution looking for a problem, or a problem looking that didn't exist. We would have had parents coming down to the podium saying, you have things in our library we don't want. I don't recall anyone coming to the podium in the last couple of years. I don't recall, I mean, again, we didn't see it on planning, but this never seemed to be an issue here. And again, we heard from many parents who were absolutely against this. I think we heard from a couple of folks, but that said that they were supportive, that had children, but I didn't hear any, my child pulled this off the shelf and I caught them reading it and I was really disappointed that this was in our library. I did not hear that tonight. I did not read that in the probably 800 emails we got, but I didn't hear an actual anecdotal story of someone being harmed by this, by our current policy or by any of the books in our library. And what you read all tonight was accurate and educational. Sounded like similar things that I got in 8th grade and in high school in health class. And I tell the story that in 9th grade we did health in the Los Alamitos School District. Guy sitting behind me was a senior. It was a freshman class. I asked him, why are you a senior? And he was like, my mom didn't want me to take this in 9th grade. So I was just surprised, but it was random to have a senior in that class. But it does show that there's systems in place to solve these issues. And again, I don't think this is a broken issue. This is some sort of issue that I think brought out a lot of new folks to start paying attention to what's going on in our city now, and I'm just disappointed that this was brought up this way. Thank you.
Councilman Burns.
Yeah, we're not talking about young adults. Young adults can vote and they can do other things. This is kids, 17 and younger. And I don't want to use that term young adult because a young adult can vote and do a lot of other things. You can say it, but we're not talking about banning. I don't think we ever intended on banning. You can use it's a lot, like you said, Dan, Councilmember Kalmick, a lot of misinformation has been put out there, and it's unfortunate because a lot of people have been misled that it's we're not against queer people or anything like that. We're not banning books. The real intent of this is to protect kids from really mind poison or unwanted viewing of material that they shouldn't probably view. And any of that's, a lot of those pictures right there, if they were shown in a movie, that movie would probably be rated R if it was just shown in the movie. The one kid going down on a penis is not something that should be in a kid's book or in the kids section or anything like that. There are many laws that restrict kids' access to things. Well, sex under 18 in California is illegal. They can't, it's statutory rape. Yeah, they're gonna do it, but they can be prosecuted too. And they can't buy spray paint, they can't buy cigarettes, they can't buy booze. There's a lot of things that we restrict kids that And if the parents want to give it at their home, I wouldn't suggest it, but they'd probably get away with it. But this is really about the parents being able to kind of have knowledge that those books are there, to use a little more sense in supervising their kids to have the access. That's, I mean, to me, it's a kind of a simple, hey, there's some explicit stuff that I didn't like seeing. And I was a cop for 30 years. I saw some ugly ass crap in my life. Mind poison that I wish I never, ever saw, that I can't get rid of out of my head. And I can tell story after story, and some of it would make you blush. I mean, Jesus. I have plenty of stories, believe me. We keep pushing the boundary, and that's what I'm afraid of. We keep pushing. The boundary 20, 30 years ago, that stuff would be unheard of in a library. A public library, I can't imagine 20 years ago, 30 years ago, that's some of that stuff be like, oh, and let's put this in the kids section. Some of those books are. They say it right there on the covers. We can debate it. Those are kids. They're kids. I don't care if it's teenager. Teenagers are kids, and they're more influential than anything. And it's dangerous to try to encourage any kind of sexual activities. Okay, I'm really about to drop the F-bomb to say shut up.
Hey, all right. Ms. Councilman, again, I want to say it for the last time. We had over 6 hours of your voices talking to us, and we were respectful. Allow us as a council and give us that same respect. Thank you.
We keep pushing the boundary, and it's like I keep worrying, what's next? Are we gonna say pedophilia is okay, pardon all of them, say, hey, sorry, we're gonna expunge your records, and now, you know what, since you guys are the experts, why don't you guys teach sex ed to our kids? You know, make these books required readings for 8-year-olds. We keep pushing the boundary. We need a check. We need to stop, check, and reanalyze this if it's appropriate. According to the speakers, some of the council emails, the hate flyers, really, if they were put in, those hate flyers that you guys want banned and that's just so scorned, if those were put on a rack in the library, according to a lot of the stuff I've heard tonight, those would be perfectly okay. And I'm not saying that that's a freedom of speech thing. The guy who got caught said, I'm gonna keep doing it because I can. Is it right? I wouldn't say so. Is it illegal? No. But it's still, I think it's wrong, but he still can because that's the law. And I just think, like, where are we going with this? Are we going to start okaying writing books about how to become a gentle pedophile? How to buy and use heroin in an easy way? There's a lot of things that we can, but like I say, I'm scared of the direction this whole society is going, and I'm just asking that we check it. We check it. I'm not saying ban it. I say we check it. And the parents got to know what's in the library because not even a librarian knew some of the stuff that was in there. Words, pictures, images matter. They're scarring. Some stuff you cannot erase. And some of that, if that's shown, and I would say the 5-year-olds are safer, but an 11-year-old who doesn't know anything, who might just be getting their first pubes or something, they're going to sit there and it's going to scar them. That they will remember. They will remember that. And that scares the hell out of me because they're not ready. That's why we don't give driver's license to kids at 10 years old. They're not responsible enough to handle the responsibility. You know, Rhonda, you know what? I wish you're adding a lot of great stuff. I wish you would have put that to an election to council. That would have been awesome. But you guys, it is parents. I love this, what I've heard a couple people say, that parents should be responsible for their children. And that's what this is all about. just asking parents, letting them know what's there and let them be responsible. If they want to check out that book and have that kid read and they want to have story time with that book, that is their prerogative. There's that I would not say, I would not recommend it, but if that's what the parent wants, they're raising that kid, more to it. And really, I just want to get back to, this is all about protecting the kids. And that's my big effort in this. And for that, I would support the evaluation and check.
Councilwoman.
Just in response to that, I think that it's important that we're precise. And you said that young adults are 18 and older, right? But young adult fiction is fiction written for readers from 12 to 18 years of age. And the term young adults was first used regularly in the 60s in the United States. And I think that we should be precise. We're talking about libraries and books, and the reality is none of us have masters in library science, as far as I know. So therefore, none of us should be the ones reviewing these. I'm not done.
Yeah, but some of us don't have common sense, obviously.
Oh, okay. So the other thing is you keep talking about pedophilia with regards to this, and I'm concerned about why you keep likening this to that, because I don't see the connection to that. The other thing is, I think it was intentional that all of these printed posters were all mixed up, right? A lot of these different books are in different sections of the library. Some are in the adult section, which we discussed. Some were in the children's section. Some were in the young adult sections. Those were all different places. But all of those posters were together, all mixed up. You're talking about a situation before of something that you wouldn't want to see. That was the genderqueer book.
All those pictures? I don't know.
But that's the thing, you don't know because it wasn't cited, because everything's all mixed up. That's the genderqueer one that Mayor Pro Tem actually had moved, and maybe there's another one too, Gracie, that's quite possible. If anything, it's not in the children's section.
There's 4 different books in there.
Okay, well, we don't know because the titles weren't there in the slides.
The covers are printed right on the pictures.
Right, on the slides in the presentation, the titles are not there. And I'm sorry, any presentation that I've given in school, my master's program, you have to cite your sources and say what you're showing. I think it does a disservice to everyone when you're not showing the information. It should have said what section that it's in, what the title is, and all of that, but that was excluded from that. But the point is also, if you look at this presentation, it says Huntington Beach Library children's books. That's just false. These were not all children's books. Why did you even say that? I'm done.
May I?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to supplement one of my earlier responses in the spirit of being precise, the question about whether children have constitutional rights. I did some quick research on the spot, on the fly. There are some cases that recognize children engaged in speech, but that standard does not apply when they're being exposed to obscenity. Totally different standard, totally different context.
Thank you. Thanks for the clarification.
But that would indicate that obscenity is in the library, correct?
And obscenity is not protected by free speech.
All right. So with that, this item has been moved. It's been seconded.
Mayor?
Yes.
Could I ask a quick question?
Please.
Just so that I have an understanding, and Michael and I were talking. Would the council want us to come back? I think Mayor Pro Tem, you said September, with a study session of different options, or versus?
Yes, I'm open to any options, any recommendations from staff, from their city attorney, from you, whoever. We just need to find a solution to this.
Okay, clarification on how you wanted us to come back. If that's the.
And does the motion also include, I don't know how you distance yourself from the ALA, so I want to understand if someone asks. So the second item is to start a process to part ways with the ALA. I thought that was a new point if we're not part of it. Right, I wanted to be clear that there wasn't additional.
It's moved. Okay. We're not. Thank you.
So it's been moved, it's been seconded.
All right, so just to be clear, because there's a lot of language in A, that you won't be bringing an ordinance back. You're going to bring ideas via a study session in September. I mean, you'd have to rework the language a little bit.
Okay, Let me
Is that
let me
fair?
clarify. Let me see if I clarify. And it's not my item, but Mayor Pro Tem, correct me if you think that this is not what you're looking for. Direct the city manager to work with city attorney to return back with options on a study session of different options that a council might have with the public library with potentially inappropriate material for kids. Is that good? Okay, obscene.
Come back with a study session with different options.
Okay.
To us, how we can put safeguards in place from from children having access to obscene material.
Well, and that raises another question because of the discussion, and for sake of precision, again, obscenity is one issue, but there was age inappropriate. Those were words used as well, and then also content with of a sexual nature. Is that everything or just obscenity?
Everything.
Okay.
All right. All right. Clerk, please call the roll.
All right, that's a little bit more clear. Thank you.
And also, did you get that modification? We'll be changing it until September.
Yes, absolutely, and I will I'll refine this a little bit watching the tape in the morning, but anyways, okay, so we know what we're doing. All right, we'll go ahead and vote. Councilmember Kalmick?
Nay.
Mosher?
A tragedy, no.
Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark?
Yes.
Strickland?
Aye.
McKeon?
Yes.
Bolton?
Nope.
Burns?
Aye.
All right, so the item passes 4-3. Kalmick, Mosher, Bolton voting no.
Okay, members, now we're on to file item 19. It's been submitted by council members Kalmick, Bolton, and Mosher. Would one of you like to open on your item?
I'll go ahead and start.
Okay.
At this late hour. All right. So I'll open this with a speaker asked why we're doing this again. And I feel that we'll do it until it stops. This is in direct response to flyers getting dropped in Southeast Huntington last week and a couple of days ago that had hate speech on them. I believe it's the role of this government to make an official response that includes from the council officially, as opposed to just a statement from the mayor, which I did appreciate the mayor getting that out rapidly. The Brown Act precluded us from doing that until now. This is a simple statement to address the content of those flyers. So anti-Semitism, white supremacy, and anti-LGBTQ hate. We obviously know that, I think as someone mentioned, that there's quite a bit of other hate involved, but this is specifically to address the flyers that were asked. So I'd ask an up or down vote on this item be taken. If council members have any other changes or wordsmithing, it's late tonight. I'd ask them to put an item on the agenda with whatever language they'd like. But I think this specifically addresses this, and we've unfortunately had to do this several times throughout the last couple of years because folks think they can come here and spew hate, and I don't. I want our residents to know, and I want folks thinking that can come here knowing that it's not tolerated in this city. So with that, I will move the item.
I'll second it.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Any other discussion? I would like to make a substitute motion. I do commend members Kalmick, Bolton, and Mosher for denouncing hate. I responded immediately when I heard about it. It was disgusting. I also want to make it clear that there's more hate out there than just the anti-Semitism, anti-LGBTQ hate and white supremacy. So I'd amend adding those three, but then also adding hatred towards Catholics, Christians, African Americans, Latinos, Asians, Pacific Islanders, Native Americans, Indians, Persians, Muslims, Hindus, Buddhists, Mormons, whites. Because Huntington Beach welcomes everybody. Yes. So that would be my substitute motion.
I'll second.
It's been moved, it's been seconded. Any further discussion?
Spoke no on ours. I mean, the rabbi.
there's,
Rabbi, I think he stated it
well,
succinctly.
we're taking your language and agreeing to it.
What we were asking for was a specific response to a specific incident that happened last week. So that's it. That's why we just asked for a simple statement. But
and that specific, again, I hope you're going to Norwalk, because the person who did this perpetration's in actually Norwalk, not Huntington Beach. But I want to make sure everybody knows that Huntington Beach welcomes everybody. So we're taking the items that you have and then adding, again, I want to make sure the clerk hears, on top of the 3, that we're adding Catholics, Christians, African Americans, Latinos, Asians, Pacific Islanders, Native Americans, Indians, Persians, Muslims, Hindus, Buddhists, Mormons, and whites. And hopefully I didn't miss anybody, because I want to make sure everybody knows hatred's not tolerated in Huntington Beach. All right.
There are other things that you missed there.
If you want to add,
No,
please
I
do.
don't, because
Okay.
I think that they're already covered in our declaration of policy about human dignity, which former Mayor Shirley Detloff mentioned earlier. And again, this was specific to the incident that happened, or incidents that happened over the last week, which I think it's important. You can't start naming everybody off, because if we do, I think we actually should reaffirm our declaration of policy about human dignity. And I'm looking forward to bringing that forward in the near future, and I look forward to that conversation about that. But again, I think that today this is about the specific incident, and I think the people that are affected by the specific incident, who are people who are Jewish, people who are LGBTQ, they would want to hear that specifically for them, because it was targeted
and we
at
are
them.
We are voting to denounce that, as well as everything else. So we are doing what you asked for and more.
Okay.
Clerk, it's been moved, it's been seconded, and please call the roll. Add women. Yeah, please, add women to it. Add women to the list. All right.
So if we're going to do it by kind of group contribution, it's just a game, It's just a game.
Does the first and second have the amendment? Does
Yes.
the first and the second have the amendment? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Clerk, call the roll.
So Councilmember Kalmick is out of the room. Councilmember Mosier.
Aye.
Vandermark.
We're voting on, yes.
Yes. Strickland.
Aye.
McKeon.
Yes.
Bolton. Burns.
Aye.
All right, so we have a 5-0-1, 5-0-2. Councilmember Kalmick's out of the room, and Councilmember Bolton's abstained.
Okay. So with that, do I have a motion to adjourn?
All motion.
It's been moved to second. Council will adjourn till Monday, June 26th at 5 p.m. to continue the public hearing on the fiscal year 23-24 budget. The next regularly scheduled meeting is on Wednesday, July 5th, 2023. Has been canceled. The next council meeting after that will be on Tuesday, July 19th, 2023. Thank you. We're adjourned.